4 people you would regard as the guys who should be fragging, they all are. They're all performing very well within their roles, and Cadian's doing his job leading the team very effectively. So, as he said earlier, they look the best they've ever looked in such a long time.
Yeah.
Plus, they look pretty poor for quite some time as well, so it's easy to raise that bar.
That's the thing. It's like we don't really know how consistent this is going to be moving forward.
No.
But one person who's turned the corner is Yabi. Yabi has been one of those big money signings that it hasn't worked out so far. He's playing the best he's played in an Astralis jersey here.
Yeah, without a doubt. You got to give credit to Yabi for having stepped it up as well. Stown had a horrible start to the tournament as well. He stepped it up as well. We had the conversation yesterday as well, and for people at home who missed that maybe, Cadian was brought in obviously for his in-game leading skills, but he was also brought in to protect the investment that were Yabi and Stown. He needs them to perform for his team in order for them to win matches, and so far, Yabi has done that. Now, another thing I like about Astralis' run here at this tournament is the fact that Device haven't really been turned on 100%. We've seen him be the best player for Astralis throughout the year so far.
Good morning, good morning.
It's almost always Device stepping it up, dragging it over the finish line. So far this tournament, he's had a decent showing, but he hasn't had a Device tournament.
I got a good amount of sleep after not sleeping at all yesterday.
It's
We're
very
good.
inconsistent. You never know what you get, but I think the potential is way higher than we've already seen, which is something Mouse should be fearful of.
Yeah,
I can maybe make my coffee before this starts.
This guy is one of the best entry fraggers at the tournament so far. He's winning well over half the amount of attempts he takes on the T side, getting entries, and really what that's allowed the whole team to do is flourish, because he's creating the openings, which takes a little bit of pressure off of guys like Stown and Yabi, who are usually like extremity playmakers, to not have to go in first and create the space. They're letting Stair do it for them, then they get to tuck into those trading positions, and that's where this engine really can get turning to a whole new level, is when you have that kind of compatibility amongst the roles on the team. And so that's what we've really seen against Mongols in their other games.
Yeah, I gotta wait for it to get temperature, Tiki. Claymore, thanks for the 58. Right? Peter Storm, thanks for the 38. Taurus, thanks for the 31. Good morning.
Yes, we all know about the asshole tax, as it was called. But when you pay that kind of money for someone, it's like you expect them to be there on day one.
Sure.
And they haven't. And I know Stown's gone through a lot, and I know he's really struggled with the pressure and everything else. But if those two players play like they did in Heroic, Astralis are going to be competitive again. They are going to be good value to be in and around that top 10 conversation. That won't be an inflated ranking. It's just how long can they sustain, and how long can Cadian keep his job so he can keep them doing it?
It's all about consistency, right? Because we did see, as you said earlier as well, at the Blast World Finals in Singapore, I believe that was, they had a good showing. It was the first time we saw this iteration of Astralis play well. Then obviously Device didn't show up for the major, and it's just been a very inconsistent period in that regard. We saw it at the Shanghai World Finals right here, where they took down Mouse in a very convincing fashion, and that was the best Astralis, I guess the best game they've ever played. They was very assertive, very good. Mouse at the time was a good team, a team that we expected to go far in the tournament as well. So they have shown us that the ceiling is very, very high. You're spot on where you're saying for Cadian, it's about surviving long enough, and that's the one weak point so far for Astralis. Cadian individually has nowhere to be found on the server now. He's helped Yabi play well, he's helped Stown play well, and I think he does some good calling as well. Saw it yesterday with all the gamble stacks on Inferno, really read the game well. But at the end of the day, Counter-Strike is a game of firepower, and when you're facing Mouse, who just added a massive upgrade in firepower by bringing in Spinks instead of Shuhei, you cannot afford to have a tournament like Cadian is having right now. So he needs to step it up just a little bit in terms of the productivity.
I'm just trying to get him synced up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to whether or not he can have impact with the secondary op. I mean, we know that he has picked it up on multiple maps.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, you can't get it that close.
It's a big investment. You'll see him pick it up sometimes on Ancient, sometimes on Dust 2. Even saw a couple times on Dust 2 pick it up a second op on the T side. So I think when he decides to make those decisions and how much impact he has with it, those are going to be the critical moments. And then, look, I think the other thing is this. It's just
trying to see if I can even notice the difference, really.
Like, I'm not expecting this guy to just tee off and pop off and drop a 20 bomb or be a star player, but you do have to at least not be a burden, especially whenever he is anchoring.
Let's take a look-see over here for a little bit.
Just, do well enough. Just don't be a burden. Like, I'm not expecting this guy to just tee off and pop off and drop a 20
Deja vu, huh, chat?
player, but you do have to at least not be a burden, especially whenever he is anchoring some of these bomb sites like A on Ancient or, B on Mirage, where you're going to be called upon to at least get yours, to at least get one guy down and give your team a chance to defend. And so that will be very critical in this matchup, of course.
All right, then, guys, we're going to introduce these
It does
teams.
look less fuzzy on this one.
Stage.
Hello, BT Arena. How we doing? Well, this is some nice energy, and I'm going to need you to keep that all day long. We've got 2 great games coming your way, but I need to hear a lot more from you if you want to bring these teams on the stage. Let me hear you!
What is that? No. Oh, my PGL sound guy.
That's more like it. Now our first team taking to the stage. They were able to handle the first game without really any pain being dealt to them. They come in with a new IGL and a new player and already have a chance of making it through to the grand final. They're giving it their all and they're trying to make the most of it despite the circumstances and the learning they need to go through. So make some noise for Mouse!
Any primers, any primers, any primers.
Look like I'm barely alive. Oh, it's 'cause I just woke up, dude. No coffee yet. Give me a second. It is 6. It's almost 7 in the morning, you know, but... Have I played Blatra? Of course. Only a little bit, though. Maybe like an hour or 2. Maybe 3. Maybe 3 hours. Oh, yeah, my Windows noise incoming, by the way. There we go. Is there a video to go with the oh yeah sound? There was when we went to LAN, but Twitch VOD DMCA moment. Sicko might have it. Razor, thanks for the 67-month resub. Thank you. Shut up, Razor.
And their opponent. Well, you guys booed them like crazy yesterday, but they used that to fuel themselves and power up.
Finn, thanks for the 28-month resub. Thank you.
The Mongols. Now they want to go far with this lineup, gain some more points, and achieve something that seems like it's been so long for this full Danish side.
28, no way.
For Astralis!
Okay, guys. JR, thank you very much. Or Junior, thanks for the 28-month resub. Twins, thanks for the 42-month resub. And I'm matching all gifted on Twitch and all gifted members on YouTube. So Oilers and member mommies, if you're out there. Flip, it's because you smell bad. And I'm not doing a Blotro video. Also, it's 59 months. Don't oversell yourself, buddy. Watch yourself. Yeah, I said it. Oh, is that stutter happening on their feed on Twitch as well? Or is this a YouTube thing?
Well, our teams are on the stage and you still didn't give them a warm welcome. Yabi, come on down over here with me, Torzi. For you, Torzi, right now, we've got a new in-game leader, you've got a new player with Spinks coming into it, and you're still looking very good. Is it almost better than what you guys expected?
I mean, we are just testing the waters right now, so we want to see where are we at the moment, you know, and I think it's also a good opportunity at the moment to play on the stages now, playing like good teams, so yeah, I mean, we expected a good result, but we are looking forward for the games, you know.
And we've been looking forward to seeing what this lineup can do.
Who do you think, chat? Who's winning?
You guys have to change small things, adapt things game by game, considering the changes you've been through.
I wouldn't say changing too much, but more like improving, you know, and sharpening the things we have, because
29.
obviously there are always mistakes and we need to fix those. So yeah, we are trying to learn game by game and yeah, always look at our games back and just, yeah, learn from that.
Learning from the games you've had, seeing where you're at right now, you feel like it's good enough to take down Astralis here and make it to the grand final?
More than enough.
More than enough. Ooh.
Damn, all right, Torsi, all right.
Yabi, for you, it's been a while since you've been able to fight and have a chance of getting towards.
He said, y'all ass.
Yesterday you were booed.
Chat, I'm running an ad before this game starts.
You played insanely
Apologies.
well yourself.
I'm making my coffee real quick. Hold on.
Wrong once again?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another day and another game, so yeah, we are just ready for another matchup.
And in terms of being ready for Maus, this is a team that's obviously made a lot of changes. We saw yesterday how well prepared you were for the Mongols. Do you have a good read on what you expect from this Maus?
Yeah, I mean, we are prepared. We're ready for the game. I think we know what we want to do and what they want to do, so yeah, it's going to be a good game.
Do you want to try and get this crowd on your side? Anything you want to say to them?
I mean, if they're not on our side, we can just prove them wrong.
I like that. I like it a lot. Guys, fist bump. Take your seats. Now, Cluj, I want you guys to listen to me a little bit here, and we're going to have some fun. This side of the arena, make noise! You guys in front of me! Over here! Everyone, let's go!
Man, James Banks, incredible stuff. The crowd is so into this. You heard again, guys. More boos for Astralis. It's
Yeah.
only getting worse the further they go to the tournament.
I mean, I kind of felt they changed the narrative a little bit yesterday. People were, they were respecting the performance, and I think Yabi's spot on when he's saying that if you can't get him on the highest side, you just got to prove him wrong, And for him to say it's just another day, it's a good mindset to have as a player coming into a game. You don't want to
He doesn't have it in him to do trash talks.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He doesn't have it in him. You can see he was like, well, if you don't want to like me, then okay.
Then maybe. But that's a good
fine.
thing. That's a good thing, I think Astralis is exactly where they want to be mentally coming into this game.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be an interesting one as we get into the pick ban because these teams share a map pool. Neither team wants to play Anubis or Train. Both teams like playing Inferno.
I have 3 maps that I think it's going to be, and I'm curious to hear if we agree, so take it away, Dust.
I think we're going to see Inferno, maybe Ancient and Nuke.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad shout at all. Mirage
I love the floating of Train here
That's
from
the thing.
Astralis.
Both of them don't play Anubis, right? So Mouse have to remove it. Inferno coming in as a pick for Astralis, that makes an awful lot of sense. Now, if you're Mouse, you could go Nuke. You could also go Dust 2. They go with the Nuke route, which I think is a little bit spicy. Astralis have been very shaky on the map.
Yeah.
Mouse as well. They can play the map to a high level, but is it the perma pick? Is it the best map in the pool right now? Not really, so they're trying to pick in a bit of a defensive right here. And then Ancient as the third deciding map. Now, if you're Astralis and you're looking at this map pool, you should be pretty satisfied.
Yeah, I think the thing is both teams are satisfied. Again, both these teams share strengths on Inferno and Ancient throughout the course of this tournament. And just generally kind of thinking about the core, of Astralis, they've always been able to play some good Ancient. And, yeah, I think both teams are going to be satisfied with what they got out of this.
I mean, look, I think Inferno's key. It's great. It's the first map. It's the tone setter, right? Both of these teams love to play this map. We've seen them have some great performances on it. And obviously, when we were doing that exertion highlights package, Cadian riling up the crowd, of course. As we looked at that exertion highlights package, it was pretty much all Inferno entries, right? So he's got a big responsibility today. But, this one's a coin toss, I think, right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you, especially considering what we saw yesterday. You said entries, and you have to pay close attention to what you see on your screen right now. Mouse are the second best team at the tournament so far at converting their 5v4s, which means when Exertion is getting the entry, it's looking very good for them. But you see on the right side of that, they're only the 11th best team at the tournament to convert with their down a man, which means that essentially heading into this game, heading into Inferno, as a viewer at home, look out for who's winning the most entry duels. Is Mouse is playing 4v5 for the vast majority of this game. We have seen them struggle throughout the tournament. However, if Exertion is finding impact as an entry fragger, if they're playing the 5v4s, they've been the second best, only behind FaZe, who obviously is a little level above right now. So I think that's a very interesting to look out for. Who's going to win out the entry duels? Is it going to be Star? Is it going to be Exertion? That could very well be a deciding factor in the game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the big factors I'm looking at when I look at Mouse Sports is Exertion, the man you already called. Again, they made a decision last year to move him to the banana side on T side, and that really opened up their entire Inferno game on being able to dictate the base on both sides of the map. Now they've also brought Spinks into the team, who is now having to play a new role in this squad. He used to be an apartments player, very passive position. Now he's having to be more active, playing mid, playing boiler, having to try to help them attack brackets and give them that option so you can have that split pressure and leave your options open to the mid to late round. And where Mouse Sports have been most successful, in my opinion, is whenever they've been able to do just the quicker hits and just be able to kind of ball up together. Speaking of balling up together, that is where Astralis shine. They just love to mob together with 3 or 4 players and just attack, just send it. They are a very explosive team. They're not going to linger in the mid round too long. They're going to just go for it. And I think the big player that you have to keep an eye on is Stair. Stair has been so effective in entering, in creating space to allow them to either split B, allow them to do their A executes. He is the front runner of this team, and he needs to keep it up.
One thing Astralis was struggling with on Inferno against the Mongols yesterday was Cadian having a game off over towards the small bomb side. I think they're going to try to accommodate for that because he's going to face Exertion, which means Mouse have an opportunity in the beginning of the game to apply an awful lot of pressure towards
all right,
the bomb
coffee
side,
acquired, let's go.
himself, maybe with one mate. So I expect that whole mental game.
Gambas
The
up.
banana fight. If I'm Astralis, I'm going to stay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sitting. It's Inferno. We stay sitting here. Oh shit, Briz, thank you, man. Hold on.
By simply using an
Chavis, thanks for the 29, and Briz, thank you very much for the gifted sub, brother. Thank
All right,
you.
then, guys, it's ready for the action. Astralis' motto is to the stars. I'm now going to throw you over to two bright shining stars. It is
Wandex,
Swanee and
I don't,
Waters.
Wandex, I don't threaten to ban you for your baits normally, but I have to draw the line somewhere, Wandex. You can't say shit like that. That's beyond fucked.
First round of the first map, your inaugural semifinal, Mouse and Astralis.
Back here after 10 years, man. You guys have been great sports. And now we'll see who will continue this journey. It's an unlikely rival to Mouse to see.
Has that little stutter been happening on the Twitch stream, or is that just the YouTube stream?
They certainly earned their place. They played their best CS of the event yesterday on stage.
Finally being able
Very
to
thanks
do
for the 4-month reset. Thank you.
Astralis, a match on a stage that's a victory. So elusive. And yet that's the question now. Can they
Is
do it
Mouse
in
with two
back-to-back
proven
days?
cheaters gonna win?
Well, they'll
Brother,
take their time
it
with
is
the
7 in the
pistol,
morning.
starting on the T-side,
Boss, I'm
obviously,
tired.
sat
Can
back
you not
behind
do the
half
YouTube
wall.
chat thing?
And Xerxes, this is
I can
gonna
read
be
your
the
comments,
talking
you know,
point. I
it's
think Dust
kinda
bringing up
weird.
his statistics is so key. He
I'm
was
starting off strong
statistically
over
the
it. Just
biggest
like the
fall
fucking
off
stream and
for group
subscribe to the
stage
channel. All right, I'm
playoffs
switching to
throughout
Twitch after this
2024.
round. I also,
It's a big day for him to
fuck
prove
the
that they
stutter.
can do this without shooting.
Holy shit, it's so
Interesting
much.
moment, actually, because no sound made all of a sudden after they swing the half wall, and the nades come through. Astralis nades.
That was kind of cool.
Never has a chance to fire back. Brolin will.
Bye-bye.
He's hanging on for a bit, but Cadian goes deep. Too deep. Spinks ready to hold back on Coffin. This compromises a sight, so they need to try to fight him. Great trade out of Jabby. Highest performing player for Astralis at the event.
Wait a second. They can leave.
Venom, thanks to the
They
2.
can get outta
Ooh,
here. They're
Sked,
still
thanks to the
a
18-month
broken
reset.
CT
Thank you.
CTs will have to respect the fact that there could be a T waiting around, and they will not have audio to give them the lead off. Now, what can happen is what we're seeing right here. Device expanding to Arch. The bomb knows that it can get planted on the site in the moment, and Torzy has to understand that the threat could be looming.
So he's going to be cautious himself. Device doesn't take a forward angle, so he doesn't actually have vision as to where or if the CT is actually out. What he will eventually hear is this sprinting player behind him.
That's such a good spot to play.
It still leaves Torzy an unknown entity to the post plant, but look what it could net him. Jimpat's going to get tapped out. That is beautiful patience from Device.
Got to be the best spot you could play in that situation. Torzy
Actually,
now
still going for it. I thought he might save it. It's Inferno.
Come back. The one downside is that Torzy has this
Dude,
ability
this stutter.
to run
Fuck,
into the
I gotta
site, but where the
switch.
hell's the second? Astralis
Save
walked
it.
that
All
boat
right.
back from a B site into A,
Does
and
Astralis
they
with a
never
pistol
showed
round
win.
If you watched every game before yesterday,
All right,
you
fucking
might
A,
not have
God.
high expectations for Astralis, but when they beat the Mongols, you could say that Mongols didn't show up and play as well as they should have, but Astralis, they went above and beyond. And when we talk about stage players, the interesting thing is the Mongols have had some moments where they aren't at full strength on the stage. The same can be said for Maus last year. That was the thing keeping out of them out of a lot of trophies. They have great players, but they're young. Astralis, however, they've got actually more trophies between a lot of them, especially Device by himself has more trophies than everyone on the server. And now in front of the crowd, I think he showed what that means. It's a different game up here in front of an audience this big.
Double Faunus comes out for Mouse. Force Buy featuring those rifles. You know, it's definitely, I'd say, more eggs in those two baskets than spreading it across. Sometimes you'll see buys with way more nades or MP9s, but this is really, I think, fixating in on Spinks and Torzy to do something special in the second round. Now, you've got Jimmy 5-7 up on Balk. You've got Torzy peeling away from short side first, and they're wasting no time here. Astralis have already surpassed the bomb plant, and Torzy, well, he's not able to bring anybody down. That is a Jabby Mac-10 in with a double entry, and you've effectively cut off enough of this pack so that Maus have to go ahead and save again.
I think Dust mentioned that we see Stair, who will be opening up the B site. Well, he said entries in general, but usually it's towards B, where I think Stair shines on the T side. Over on the A site, it's Yabby a lot, because he ends up being a lurker who the pack will meet up with, and he's the one who's usually in front. His aim has been fabulous. When he finished out the Mongols, I think it was on Mirage, 2K, 2K, 3K, 3K to close the game. One of his best maps so far, for sure.
Yeah, 4 multi-kills in the last 5 rounds of that. He really was kind of the last nail in the coffin. And I think there's a cool contrast to draw between him and his entry fragging and what we're going to expect with Xerxes. You know, two guys at the tip of the spear, opposite teams, and a big responsibility to kind of exceed expectations. Coming forward with a new roster, will Zershan's ability fall off? These were questions we were asking ourselves a week ago. And now suddenly, with Spinks in this jersey and him by his side.
Who the fuck left their
all
mouse
seems
here? Get it
good.
together, man.
A game like this will never be able to be enough in just one best of 3 to prove something like consistency for a team like Astralis, but it can.
You did, motherfucker. Oh, yeah, whatever, buddy.
Right now
Prove
we've
it.
got the more
Spiker, thanks for
consistent
the
team on the other side of this of the board,
94 month tier 3 resub, brother. Thank you, dude.
Out as they go. They've got higher player quality on average, and they have a system that worked extremely well for the last year. But again, watching Astralis play versus the Mongols has you thinking. If not for that game, I'd say no chance.
Vegas week.
Critical game with a lot on the line in terms of this event and beyond. And Astralis should be proud that they were able to take that one. Now, we saw the grenades just blow Zershan out of the pistol round, so he really hasn't had a chance to get the game going. He chucks out this nade that drops Katie into half, so we'll keep a close eye on the nade fight as time goes on.
Was such a great pistol. I mean, showing himself to Zershan, having him fall back, then reading his fallback position, but without alarming anybody too much. You know, not getting people to leave to go look for smokes, just cutting noise completely and setting up for the triple nades like it was 2018. Beautiful move out of Astralis.
Sorry, I had to babysit some children in the YouTube chat. We're all good.
Each way, both players
Shady, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you.
Ooh, USP, okay. No second from the USP.
Oh, it's been time for a beard trim, man. This shit's wild.
And if this is going to make Astralis think that he's the last guy, oh god, they're wrong. There are more layers to this defense, and Astralis are running into this. Now, a molly on Torji, he fights within this. Brolin's out.
Holy shit, that was a bit ballsy.
But it won't stop him. It's a double kill from default. Bomb down, Device. Oh, just with the 6 bullets left in that magazine, it's enough to get the kill and to go for this plant. Now, there's only 5 in that AK.
And Device not seeing anybody pushing as the smoke comes up means that he's nervous about the right thing.
Can't afford to miss. 5 bullets, I'll repeat it. All he needs. All he needs to hold back Mouse, who, it has to be said, positioned near perfectly.
Spending that money like ammo. Absolutely beautiful budgeting.
Who do we think is the favorite to win this series? The favorite to win this series? Oh, fuck if I know. Hit me with a coin flip. Astralis is what? What are we in, 3? Probably Astralis, but I'd rather Mouse win.
First one's a blindside. Third guy in had grenades in hand, so that's an easy cleanup on Stown. Look at that. 1 bullet to spare on the Famas.
Does Vegas have a hockey team that's all desert? Yeah, Vegas has a hockey team. Already won the Stanley Cup.
We're not going all in.
And
this is, of course, the
won the Stanley Cup and lost in the Stanley Cup. I was there for both.
From a big game player, Device.
No, actually, I wasn't there when they won it, sadly. I was only there when they lost it. Yeah.
It'll keep them low if Astralis aren't able to win this, but Stare is out instant entry. Opera can't clip the player falling. He does get support from Spinks. And Torzi, beautiful, just draws them in, right? Doesn't rush it, takes his time. And he
my god.
Taboo. Down you go off, Van. And it's a total stoppage out of Mouse's first gun round.
Wow.
Well, that was a brick wall. Sakatoro, thanks for the 35-month resub. Shady, thanks for the 11.
That really sort of nulls Torzi's position within the site. Might have been a very hard shot for him. Obviously, hitting the instant headshot also makes up for it. But the fact that he can stay alive and himself not panic and try to do something a little too crazy gives his team time to get to him.
Yeah, I got to see Ovi lift the Stanley Cup, which honestly, as much as I'm glad the Knights won, I'm more happy to see Ovi lift the Stanley Cup, probably still.
Ouch. Wow. Now that's a nice bank. Off the door frame and on
I don't know.
head.
If you live in Vegas, though, like, even the Raiders aren't really a Vegas team. And I imagine the A's will probably be the same treatment, to be real with you.
G2 aren't here, guys.
When
What up,
did
Kex?
Jimmy
How you
become the
doing,
most
man?
popular guy in the room?
But Ronick, dude, chill.
Approach. No challenge has been offered up by Maz, barring that one frag grenade, and that was early days, so 45 seconds.
Dude, fuck Utah. I still can't believe they don't have a fucking name.
Headbutt from Brolin. That's gonna work. Yeah, give him a little room to work around this. Check it out. He's gonna come challenging around the side. He can't just stare, but that's the thing. It draws him into the action. Device ends up getting the double kill. So great recovery from Device. Near lineup out of Spinks.
The lurk here from Yabby.
It's him versus Torzi, still both over on A.
Torzi knows that he's around here, but Yabby looks like he's outsmarted him a little bit. And
I love the Raiders and go to a couple games of the year, and you're correct. Oh,
Let's see
dude,
if
yeah.
Jabby's able to blindside him or whether the CTs get the retake.
It's not even controversial. I think if you live in Vegas, everybody knows that the Knights are the Vegas team and the Raiders are, well, a football team to justify going to see your favorite football team.
The best part about this lurk is
they actually let their guard off, and so he's going to keep the pressure.
Oh, wait.
No time to defuse this.
Oh, yeah, no time, no time. Everybody settled us. All right, I saw the kit. I was like, I don't know.
Excellence out of this flank from Jabby, surviving even on 4 health.
Wow, close call. Nicely done from Jabby. Looked a little scary when he got spotted, but the best part about that is that if he stays alive long enough, even if he doesn't get the kill right away.
Have a cold? No, I just woke up, so sometimes I'm, you know.
So this is like
you just gotta
did so well when they were in their prime was with
slowly become alive.
Between Stow and Jabby, they were able to always punish when they won rounds, making sure
Maybe it's gonna be a
so this is a brutal round to lose.
Team with the chance. Probably not, bro.
Torzi handled things on the A site.
I don't think it's a name
5.
thing.
They still have enough money to put something together. It's not a lot, and they might even consider just half investing. But immediately we see an Exertion get all his nades, and they go in for full guns.
Shout out Device one time for being able to
Yeah, exactly, Steven. And then I went with the Raiders. I went to their season opener last year, which was in SoFi.
Is this the chance to shut down
and then SoFi had more Raiders fans than Chargers fans.
Check it out, right? Limitations both.
It's a really confusing thing. I definitely think the NFL is fucked up.
This round comes with an edge in the next for either.
Yeah, it's a half-defining moment for Mouse to get back on track, or it's just going to have to be one hell of a comeback if their money gets crushed.
Chargers should have stayed in San Diego, man.
They come in slow. The calls have been solid. Good spacing. One small moment where there's not enough conviction on the swing towards the A site. It's actually Pimp who highlighted their lane takes being the weaker ones.
See if that comes back to be true yet again here in the 6th, but we do have a bit of a challenge queued up.
They're in the front door right now, but they don't have the bomb. And we've seen Astralis forget the bomb, actually, so it's not a small thing. What a view he's got here.
Yeah, just peeping over from the neighbor's place.
Well, I think if I remember right, I think the Raiders were actually supposed to be in SoFi.
Nice. Spink swings in. Double kill. What a reaction to.
I think it was supposed to be Rams, Raiders.
The bomb is still incoming, but what they don't know is Torzi's crossed over into the cubby. But he's on 2 HP, so you wouldn't blame him if he doesn't peek. He will. Still loses the duel. Missed shot. Critically missed shot. Because that could have been Brolin dead, and instead it's going to send down for the save.
There is a world where he runs to the other site. It's totally open, but like, yeah, the time is now completely gone. So Sound, excuse me, will at least save the op in this spot. It's a good round for Mouse, but mostly because of Spinks, right? It's a moment where Astralis have actually a really prime location. They've taken over bracket control. It's Mouse who make a mistake in peeking from Arch, but Cadian doesn't get the kill. Then Spinks gets 2, and that's the individual skill shining through on Mouse. And also Spinks looking out for his
It shouldn't be choppy. It looks good for my
There's
side.
one statistical anomaly between these two teams coming into this matchup. The beauty of it is that so many of the players are almost tit for tat.
Honestly,
right now, right?
props to him for not using the typical Astralis.
At the top for Mouse. You've got Device and Jabby at the top for Astralis, but as you go down that board and everybody kind of cross paths, the gap is Cadian underperforming in contrast to Brolin. Now, Brolin, compared to recent events, this is slower, but obviously he is the IGL now. Spinks has replicated what Brolin did.
Oh,
Device straight up gonna find an opening kill.
Grandpa Flom, how are you doing good, Frog?
He pushes massive risk to run
This
when
is
you're
17
playing the
months.
solo op. And the beauty of Astralis, well, you've got a second guy who can op.
Yeah, and you brought up Cadian just now. He's got more HP. Bogdan is smiling somewhere.
Thing is, we've missed Cadian hitting shots a little bit throughout this event. Obviously, it makes sense to put it in his hands, to give that M4 as well, the rifle they just earned into Stounds. Perfect.
Man, CT is playing pretty far back in a spot where they're 5v4. Yes, it's still just an anti-force buy, but the sheer numbers can be a problem. I mean, Stare right now, he's just trying to be
annoying
on their side, give them audio cues.
Yeah, that'll keep Torgi busy.
And yeah, he is.
He wants to get spotted here.
All good.
Well, not here.
Hold this back.
Oh, he got by.
Kind of frazzles Torsi a little bit because you know that Tech9's gunning for you, but it can
Now
also
Torsi
allow
can.
the Mouse players. They should be able to just focus on Banana, but here we go. It's a fast run in. And all of a sudden, this site's completely clear.
Ah, damn.
Just like that.
How did that first
there's
orange
no way
guy
to
die?
rotate. There's no way to rotate. There's no round here for Jim Thad. He's 1v4. Astralis crushed this one. That's the economy gone for Mouse.
How did first orange guy die? I didn't even see
You
it.
could feel them just slowly creeping ever closer, and then
down
that
safe.
Text? Ah,
in the
okay.
op
Was,
last
wait,
round that allowed
the
them to
first
get
guy
this
that
in the
died
first
for the
place.
tees got the oh
Brought
shit.
that back for Device to make his brave pick through the smoke.
Oh,
on
that's
Banana.
so annoying. Oh, that's so
And I
ass.
think that Mouse actually, that's a
It was
mid-round
so quick, I
where
didn't
they
even
needed to do
realize.
more. You can
Oh
be
my god.
5v4 is a massive advantage, you know, almost no matter how many guns are on the board. It's situational, but at the same time, when you see Inferno can end up being a 5v2 on one site with the next rotation being 6, 7, 8 seconds away. And then your lurker on A also gets a kill. Of course it's a wrap.
I really like the way that Stare wasted no time getting up onto Arch and kind of did it loudly so they knew he was coming, but then quietly approached into Arch, and the moment he had to sprint over and switch sides, does it. Frazzles Torgi. Tech9 comes running at him, guns him down. And the B players barely have time to react or adjust to CT because Jabby's already on top of them. Brings one with
Oh
him.
yeah,
Then
that kill from Yabby was
by
like
the early device peak
probably
also
one in the round,
has a chance
not being too dramatic.
to impact the round. That is a massive swing moment for Astralis in round 7. That is one that could unravel
Money is
the chances
fucking
of Mouse's
torch.
defense here on Inferno.
Hate him or love him, these are LAN players, folks.
We saw this boost
The
not
newer
work out
story for
yesterday,
the
but he has
Road
an
Warrior
AK now
leading
instead of an
championships.
A4. I still like
I do think that
the idea of an
Astralis
A1S
luck
up
grew
there.
from
Obviously,
yesterday
he's
to
not gonna,
today.
you know, he saved this,
the
but
respect will be earned. You gotta give your fans moments. And right now, Astralis haven't won a playoff game
Well,
since when?
speaking of fans, Jimmy, a lot in the room. Here's the moment he offers you.
oh my god, it got
I
cleared.
recommend being his fan after that.
Try again next time. Flashbang over to the small pit. That's going to interrupt Astralis. It's got to be said it's a death at least, right? Maybe not from Jimmy, but it is still Stound down.
That was a high-value target, but the gun can obviously go right into Brolin's hands. But again, it's
How are they
still
suddenly
map
good?
here from the CT side. They don't move.
Astralis?
Beautiful
Well, they're
play from
playing
Jackie.
Mouse.
I mean, you know, moving on a rifle round.
Mouse and them are kind of in
Something
similar
you want-
spots
Oh,
right
Jackie
now.
just misses a small timing.
If he dies here, there's a chance Torchi cuts off mid. Cadian's walking up. It's just the 5-7, so it's all good. And Cadian seeing that could lead him to believe the rotation's already happening. Guess what? Wouldn't be wrong. You've got Zershin's rifle here in
Like,
sight, and it's an uncomfortable amount of time.
If you're
to go
Astralis,
back. Zershin's
beating
going to
Mongols
lock
yesterday
this
probably
in.
give you even more
As long
confidence
as
too
he draws
after getting
attention,
bodied.
We still haven't talked about Spinks. Oh, but they clear out both. And that is what they had to do
Clean.
in that moment with the little bit of extra time they had. You could see the nightmare coming.
Yeah, and the T-side attack.
I'm not really going to glaze Astralis because I don't really know how good they are as a team. But what I will say is I think people on the internet dramatically
they are kind of struggling.
overestimate gaps between teams and undervalue how much it's just a lot of like people's mental form.
Arch splits. Those were the ones that even versus the Mongols, one late flash in a moment
Like-
where they were down on time, they still made it look like everything was on purpose.
Astralis got bodied by
key
Heroic,
rounds here
didn't
for
qualify
Astralis.
for Dallas for an online game, and then the next day they beat Mongols on stage. Right? How's the same team doing that? It's
I
like
don't know. Getting boosted up on quad.
they just hit the reset button a bit, you know?
Astralis will try to do that.
Sure, some things got to go their way, but
I just don't think it's as good as
the
it
gap
looks at an
between these
off
teams
angle.
isn't
It
so
really
bad
feels
that like
even
if
as you
Astralis
swing,
can
it's
mentally
not that
recover
difficult to clear,
themselves,
kind of
and
an
if
awkward shot
Mongol shows up and
sometimes.
has a bad day,
What's that?
yeah, Astralis
They're
could
the
beat
same
them for
picture.
sure. But I think people think like if you lose to a team, you now have like this massive gap. Like, oh, you got bodied 2-0'd by Heroic. Like, you guys are now, you guys are not even a top 50 team in the world. It's like, that's just not really how it works. It just means you had a bad day at work. It was hilarious to see, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't really make it, you know.
Every tactic is working.
The gap isn't that large.
Tactics and strategies for Astralis so far in this half.
Yes. I think Dust also brought up.
Oh, they definitely cared.
Opening duels, just how key
Raja, you could tell based on, they were literally in the interviews before they went on stage versus Mongols, only talking about their loss to Heroic. That loss to Heroic, they missed an event now, guys. Like that's a huge deal. They didn't qualify for Dallas by losing that game.
It's not as skinny as he thinks.
So yes, it's a big deal. Not qualifying for an entire event is kind of fucked.
Dustin highlighting that Stairs entry fragging has been superb. Well, there's a great example of it, getting past that two-man risk on a single side of A site. 7-2, near confirmed. And Jabby, easy. Jabby dead, but the trades come out. Roland's all good to try to go on. Astralis can definitely go for the hunt. They've got a bit of extra cash. What Maus now need is some sort of a CT side.
If they missed Dallas and didn't beat Mongols yesterday, the chances of making the major are so much lower. Yeah, man, you miss a whole event. I mean, look at Liquid. Liquid's lost like 4 placings, I think. Maybe, I think. I don't know if they've done the updated VRS, but there's a good chance that Liquid's going to lose some positions here. And luckily for them, they play in weaker regions for the major qualifier, but fucking hell.
All right. 5 rounds, best case for Maus. Stair deserves a smirk because that double kill just got that A site unraveled. Oh my God, dude.
Hey, he's been growing it out for 30 years.
Ooh, and the EMA signature. Can we get a cheer for EMA, who is in the house?
Is he?
Shout out to Ime for coming, man.
Oh, he showed up. That's cool. No, not right now. Not only right now. It's Ime. A Cadian picture? What the hell? Somebody slapped that out of his hands.
Just crushed it.
Respectfully. Somebody politely take it out of his hands for like 1 second.
Like the Danes. Here's that double kill. Yeah, it doesn't let his guard down for a second.
Like, read the room, dude.
Just in case there's a third.
Everybody's chancing Ime. He's like, I found Cadian.
Can be occupied.
Not right now, man.
He's hiding.
Read the fucking room.
This is one of those rounds where it's not just the one rifle saved by Brolin, but some trinkets added. MP9, pistol here. A couple smoke grenades to try to slow it down. But it's Astralis playing with the pace. Nades have been nice.
Check the queue for him his autograph. I don't even want to know how crazy it is, bro, but I imagine it's pretty ridiculous.
Still for something that's down.
I mean, I think he's the only no, wait, there's another Romanian pro now, but like Ima is the Romanian professional Counter-Strike player.
In a moment where we've seen Maus at times keep pressure up, Mohan, CT side not looking too interrupted.
Who's the other one? What is it?
Really
Regali, and then is Moto Romanian as well?
It's just Astralis doing as they please, and Maus trying to react well enough.
And CT side, you know, it should be easier to comp, but that doesn't mean you can just sit in place.
Is Volt Romanian? I actually didn't know Volt was Romanian.
Astralis playing this well. Another careful approach out of Yabi, and he's been solid when it comes to
and
his
is also Romanian.
timings.
And that's kind of cool. We're learning, chat. Write all of this down. There will be a quiz later.
Right now is because Maus are supposed to be making moves, but they're not.
I thought Volt was from the UK. I'm gonna be honest. I'm with you, Thrice. I don't know why. Maybe he's dual, or I don't know. I thought that too.
Forward with a huge advantage into Spinks. Now he has 4 multi-kills so far this half. Not going to be one of them this time in round 10.
Oh, he is? Okay, okay. Not troll. Okay. So, but he is still Romanian as well. Got it. Thank you.
12 and 8. It's the highest performing player.
Yeah, you don't want to see a vanilla setup. I mean, they're playing inside of halls, which is good. But
what if you fail the quiz? You fail the quiz, and you're not primed up, Ben.
I think Maus started off this game on the right foot, but are
it's pretty simple system.
I mean, we should have had a Cyclone
timeout. Fuck it up and you got prime, you're all good.
Just to get the team talking. Even though we can't see how much they're saying, the way they move speaks for itself.
Right, yeah, it's kind of stale, a little stagnant. Cadian, a free one to collect as Xerxin is going to get dropped off on T-ramp. And Astralis are content.
Cadian almost with as many kills as his last Inferno performance that went to overtime. Hey, I now it's Jaxie. That's right. Chat, we all learned that on yesterday's quiz, right?
2 rounds left in regulation. Astralis breezing through this and doing
After seeing all these Inferno saves, I get why you guys don't play it now. Yeah, bro, it's... I talk about it all the time, like...
It was time to make something happen.
It's...
Difference being Mouse don't actually make a move behind it.
Not making
the map plays fine in most scenarios, but...
You can see that even when Jabby's approaching, he has to come and clear
when people really want to win, the amount of saves that come out on this map is just unbearable. It's just not fun.
There's no push here. There's no lurk lead off. Instead, they don't even have top banana control. Astralis taking everything again.
Dude, you know what's funny is the other night when I was playing comp with Heiza, we got an Inferno game. Not Premier, comp Inferno.
Just this time they threw a
third round of the game.
Did absolutely nothing.
All due respect, any team
it was a 1v2.
To the sights on Inferno.
We were both low. The guy was in back hall. We planted the bomb B. He smoked off his own CT and saved. Full time. Full time 1v2 knew where both of us were, had 100 health. Saved in comp.
It puts him in a hard position. He's got to get an op kill, but now
me and Heiza were like, what in the fuck?
He'll be in a retake spot.
He's got Xerxin with him, who has an incendiary in hand, ready to drop that. And he,
dude, that's just insane to me. Like,
so with the smoke grenade down at 35 seconds.
I mean, they have top bracket control at the same time. Astralis know they have him on the ropes.
They put that frag grenade, try to give him vision. You're going to tiptoe your way in towards he takes it.
They have options.
Jabby's able to at least wrap over into arch side, so now suddenly
yep, Walter,
2 versus 3 inside A site.
Not Premier, not Premier, but comp.
Utility thrown out. That's going to tell him where he's at. You've got a player still hiding sight. Critical pickup here from Spinks. Clock is going to be important. 7 seconds.
Oh, he can't find him.
Spams off.
No,
oh, he got him. He got him. He got him. Jesus. Look, okay, rare 30 bullet win.
All right. Torji hits his op shot. They go to A with not enough time left over. They make it hard for themselves. Yeah, there could have been the kill inside of Library. It's nice, though, from Spinks.
When I play with my mate at 7K, no one saves. Well, that must be fucking nice.
I think that's his 13th. Very solid stuff.
Yeah, I'll just intentionally lower my rank to play with shitters so they don't save. I'm sure everybody will be thrilled about that.
You're given a gift on this round. You threw your bottom
sorry, you're not a shitter. You're my shitter.
Team takes bracket and top.
I don't know. There's really no way to say this nicely.
They're a good roster and you give them respect. They are going to win. They're going to win more often than not. Map control has been a severe issue right now for Mouse. And if you think, if there's a lurker inside of brackets by himself and he's getting so comfortable that he doesn't have support ever, that's a problem that you need to get rid of, right? That's the.
This is the first series, first game of the day, Titus.
And so here we are.
I love Richard as a host, but Richard started this with saying, "Nice Inferno to set the tone," and I was making my coffee chat, and I literally rested my head against the wall. I didn't slam it. I just leaned forward.
I just
started staring at my coffee machine with my head over it, just like, sweet mother of God, just pour fast.
You get full info and brackets back. You can make an informed decision.
And it's got to be said as well, in stark contrast to what Xerxin was able to do versus Mongols, this is unfortunately the playoff Xerxin that 2024 featured all too often. Cadian able to get up through brackets with a well-timed flash. That took Torji off his angle, led Spinks to be just feasted on. And a challenge around towards Arch in a moment. It's going to be pressure on Jimmy. He's got a teammate to work with. Xerxin looks to come out through smoke. He kills Cadian at least, and Torji's able to hold. Good flash, Stoun's blind. And
all right, wait, Mouse learning how to use their guns again.
Comes with it. They're going to smoke off the support.
ISO Torji.
Quarter health on an Opper back sight. Both players missed their first
shot.
Himself. And Jabby's able to just jump down on top of him. Xerxin's already got 2 kills in this round, and he gives himself a good smoke to try to work in. 3rd kill, and as he hunts that back sight, it's just Jabby left.
Oh!
Xerxin we need.
All right, you call 1v2 clutch on the A site. Could have been pressed out to stop that bomb plan in the first place. Very well done here from Xerxin. Just that pressure through this.
Why do you think the scene in North America is bad? Need more players.
4 rounds on the CT side is actually a good recovery considering Astralis.
It really is that simple. Like, and it's a tough task to fix because I do think the culture in North America, not even like.
One flash from Brolin, I think, makes it.
People don't game on PC. People like new shiny things. It's not even like hate. It's just kind of the reality. Games in North America that are exclusively on PC. They all got pictures of Jaxie. Games in North America that are exclusively on PC do not do very well. Even Valorant, for those of you that don't keep up, I'd say is probably doing maybe the best, maybe, but they can't even fill out their leaderboard.
No grudges held here.
Like each season, it's not filled up.
Yeah, it took us a while, but I'm glad we came back. Been fantastic, Cluj. Here's that Xerxin 4K. Coming around that smoke, I mean, this is a moment Xerxin
Inferno best map.
Himself. 56 health as he goes into that last duel. Doesn't even take a look
No
at
way.
damage after.
No way. Listen, respectfully,
nice
Muhammad in YouTube chat that also just dropped their 1-month membership. I will fucking ban you.
Mouse, who's recovered some, so we switch over.
Sorry.
That's where the half ends.
I will do it.
Oh, right to it.
There's a push down. Oh.
Stare and Stound, both of them up inside of balcony.
YouTube chat base, first two people ban this guy.
Fade away? He can barely see a thing.
Just bends the bullet around the edge, and it's a 5 versus 3 looking comfortable for Astralis. Stare looks to disengage.
Getting out of there is a good plan.
Yeah, Torji on the chase.
Would you agree that NA has a
him.
bigger cheating problem than other countries? No. I think it's all fucked, bro. They're trying to quantify who's got more. It's all fucked.
Clean USP executions, and that doesn't look like it's going to stop.
Wow.
Rock solid defense from the Danes in the pistol.
And we're seeing quality ideas on each pistol. It was the nades to kill
But yeah, like,
over on B. On the T side, here's another perfect play.
It's dude, like,
two players eating a flash.
It's not even to throw shade, but think about how many people that do play on PC like grow up these days too. It's like I think a lot of people play Counter-Strike, but a lot of people grow up, man. They're playing like Minecraft, Fortnite, some Roblox, like Call of Duty.
A clutch out of Xerxin.
They want they want like new patches where like Thanos comes in and snaps his fingers, or like Godzilla drops in in Fortnite, and it's oh my god.
So this is just simply a different level from Astralis, and already 2 rounds in, we're seeing more aggression than what Mouse threw out the entire CT side.
I don't know how the game has 1.6 million players with this much cheating going on.
But it's something that
it's 1.7, sir, almost 1.8.
And that's when I
think they're at like 30 million unique monthly.
Where he said, we've got great players, but they're still trying to play that textbook perfection.
Ain't no way Beautiful Face came over here and dropped subs. Okay, man. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted on Twitch. Thank you, Beautiful. Appreciate you.
And also, it's buying into what KDN offers. Because if you don't like the system, then it's not going to work with him.
The cheating problem is bad in Counter-Strike, but it's
the potential for it.
I don't know if you guys have like tried to play other FPS games.
Can't only have one foot in the cult.
And the weird thing is,
guys, cheating is not exclusive to our game.
Shoot for a while.
We've just been around a lot longer, so the culture is a bit worse.
And I wonder if that ability to shoot a little straighter comes from, again, just
friendly reminder, guys, you guys didn't know this, but Call of Duty runs a kernel level anti-cheat, and it's so bad that they have to manually set parameters to perma shadow ban people if they get too many kills too fast, because they just gave up trying to stop cheating.
Like there was no IGL on the server. That hasn't been the story for the last 3 maps for Astralis here.
People genuinely think Valorant's cheater free. Valorant probably has the least amount of cheats out of any FPS, but the fact that you can't demo review and people just truly trust it is why it doesn't. Those two things play a bigger role at this point. Like
up until that win over Mongols.
We've lost trust with VAC, which I don't blame people. So it's like.
And now it's all about confirming them in grand finals. It's a tempo and a type of action.
But I'll be real, dude. I actually, as somebody with tons of kernel level anti-cheats on my PC, I always felt like Vanguard truly tanked my PC. This is probably pure cope, and I'm probably a Valve plant at this point for saying shit like that, but I swear, I've never put it on this one, ever.
But don't tell Astralis there are new
I feel like a Valve plant when I say shit like that, but dude, I swear I could tell, dude.
And so look at the bit of map control right now. Mouse are going to try to disrespect this quickly. Looks like a great idea.
Travi gets chipped away at, but he's certainly not the only player tagged up in this round. 35 health for Xerxin, and Brolin's not going to make their approach any easier.
This is a win for Mouse. They get, well, the thing is, there's still only one over on the B site.
Easy cleanup for Katie, and he's just confident enough to peek off of that stare flash. And unfortunately, Spinks was just a bit ahead of this pack. Device also gets a chance to come in assisted along the
No, bro. You're either coming in halfway through or just like misunderstanding.
15 rounds.
Somebody was asking how is Counter-Strike so popular with so many cheaters in the game, and my point is there's plenty of popular games with cheaters in the game. It's just a problem everywhere. That doesn't make it less important or less valid.
Astralis will take 11 with a statement.
I was thinking that was a small win for Mouse.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's all kind of fucked, bro.
They had Yabby staying on.
And the only game where people don't perceive it to be fucked up, none of you could ever go back into a demo and tell me that with certainty they weren't.
They
So.
have a better read, the better setup, and
But we always kind of do this. It's kind of
control because they know that Yabby can't make that move on the other side of the map. Yabby's probably saying, "I don't have vision right now. You guys need to figure something out or rotate back."
Riot doesn't release demos in Val because it shows how people their anti-cheat doesn't work.
Astralis hit 11 quick.
I don't know if it does or doesn't, but I also know that there would probably be more people that get caught, or at least there'd be a lot more sus people if they could watch the demos back.
Some timeouts could have come out a little bit earlier for Mouse, and even after them, not really seeing the ideas get executed.
Oh yeah, dude. And if you guys don't, that was a crazy clip. In Apex, they had an exploit so bad that somebody actually put cheats into one of the pro players' games. That was funny. And apparently what's worse is they played on it, and I think they knew the exploit was there.
At this point now, Katie is just starting to have a little fun. And
I don't know if funny is the word I'd use. I'd probably have a fucking panic attack personally, but it's funny in hindsight because, oh my god, okay, well.
It's just an off-peaking down mid.
I mean, it's a mid-control that's
all right.
off.
Dude, this
Why
round,
did Mouse do that?
With all of that challenge,
why did Mouse just do this?
Just catching them at the top of ramp. One round ago, it's all the frag grenades. You had two players at less than 50 health, also same position.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that that happened at like an Apex major, basically.
They're just using the beginning of the round more effectively here.
Well, that's the minute 30 save.
Yeah, seriously, because if they don't, what are they going to do next round? Jimmy's going to be rubbing his two flashes together for the next minute.
Overwatch, bro, I think bro thinks you're going to manually ban people through demos. Holy fuck, take me back to Cal. No. Stop.
And
bro.
It's actually refreshing to see for Astralis.
That's not going to happen,
totally
bro.
Came down to Astralis for me. I think it
hell no, I don't want any of you anywhere near a fucking demo that could ban someone, or pros for that matter. Hell no.
And I think the most impressive part of it all is this huge uptick from Cadian as well.
Running mid with smokes and then, yo, screenshot mid.
He was calling, but
having my whole game lock up while an anti-cheat basically just takes a fucking photo of my PC.
Wait, if they're not going to save that 15 seconds, at least the site is flashes.
Easy frag, and that's going to take
10 seconds left.
All the steam
Miles, you guys like to play Inferno. You should know that you should just be saving this.
Now you can't. You're done. You're toast. Lucky not to die after time. I mean, that. Tell me, Mouse haven't fizzled out.
Felt like that for the last.
And why Valve said Overwatch for trusted partners? Yeah, I don't even know if Overwatch is actually live, but even then, you do realize that Overwatch isn't like. If you have Overwatch and you say somebody's cheating, you don't ban that person. You do know that, right?
Other than that, I mean,
it's like a group of people essentially. It's like a jury rather than one person.
That we can respect.
The last time that we were in Cluj was also probably the last time Astralis were good. So.
Oh my god. These two,
it's
bro.
A sight for sore eyes, I'll tell you that. It's a final attempt, perhaps, to get into this B site. Astralis came in with this Inferno pick, and we can see why. Frag grenade primes the peak. Jabby, it's a singular kill and an instant fallback from the two other B site defenders. And if they really
They probably got
wanna
a
get
team of
wild,
unpaid
they could
interns
keep
watching
that
these
pressure
demos
up.
to
I
improve
mean,
their AI and calling it
there's a tough
Overwatch.
chance that Mao's disengage
No.
and start to head a different direction.
You clearly
Tommy's
don't know.
bullet
No,
actually
we
stuck
were the
around
unpaid
some little
interns. You
health.
realize that,
That's a
right?
great
That's how
headshot,
the
and on
first
top of it,
Overwatch
an
worked.
extra bit of damage, and
Problem
the
is
CT doesn't know
a
if
bunch
it's
of
just this
people
one player
exploited
left.
the last
This is
Overwatch, which is
walking
why they
the
don't
road
give it to a
B,
bunch of
and it's
people.
opening a door for Mao's over on A to get this T side back online.
I mean, yeah, Stairs already in the back of the site waiting. I mean, yes.
Source, they
at this
literally
moment,
told
Mao's
you.
taking their time to gear up for this A attack, but Astralis don't look like they have any plans
Yeah.
to leave. And if they want to take
All the
time to push
Overwatch
the
we
top
did
of
in
Banana,
CS:GO was
then
to quote unquote train
things
the AI
get a
now
little
that
weird for
still
Mouse, but
sucks.
they're
So
moving with
unlucky,
time.
really.
Stair surely he just gets one and dies.
Somebody's
And
gonna
yeah, I know
trade.
that
And
Overwatch
that's
was
if it's even
compromised
needed,
because
but
I was
it's just
banned
gonna be
because of it.
sprints on high
W.
alert as everybody started to clear out pit. That's a good job
How do
by
people
Brolin
exploit
to not be
Overwatch?
afraid
Got a
of
bunch of
sitting on
accounts
30
and
health to at least
leveled
take
them and
some
then
kind of a
got
look
them
at
all
the B side
Overwatch access, and then
kill
they
a
could
player
report
off.
bot
Even
people through
better.
Overwatch.
Definitely opened up
There
the
were different
possibility
like
for Mouse to
identifiers
have
you could
any
use in
kind of
Overwatch
T-hab
demos
on
to
this
figure
first
out who was in the game. So if you got
Give it
them,
up for Mouse.
you could mass report them, send them to Overwatch, then have the Overwatch accounts in Overwatch to then convict them.
Pendulum swings ever so slightly.
Now, there was no guarantee that those Overwatch
at
accounts
least
would
put
get
on a
those
show. Show
exact
yourself that you have a chance in the
players
next
that you'd
match,
report,
because right
but
now I don't think
yeah,
they're
you'd at least get a few.
really believing.
There's plenty of in-game
and
leaders
again,
on.
with the quality of players and the system that was functioning a month ago, you know what I mean? There's still
Sounds like a lot of work.
so much of this team left.
As somebody
The only
that
thing they
streams
changed
for a
was
living,
Sphinx, who is the
I've
firepower
realized
upgrade
there's
that
a
they
lot.
were looking for.
Yes,
There's a lot of people with free time out
So,
there.
There's really no excuse to have at least a baseline level performance here.
But what it
Deadliest
always boiled
thing
down
for
to
online
Mouse
games is
playing great
motherfuckers
in
with too
group
much
stage,
time on their
getting to a
hands.
playoff stage like this, and then individually, statistically, falling off and
Motherfuckers could be doing
disappearing.
quantum
The question will
computing
still
or some
remain
shit at
as we watch this,
Microsoft,
and
but
that
instead they're
question
quantum
is
fucking
that
my
Shuey's
Overwatch
fault?
and CS.
No, I mean, I don't even think there's an argument for that.
Any kind of a roster change that
Like,
would happen
bruh.
with Mouse was meant to take them to grand finals and win.
The reason we talk about Ime today is because Shuhei brought Gamer Legion to the grand finals of Paris. Brought the best out of him in the early part of his career. And then what did Mouse do? They got him back.
So here we are in an all too common looking Mouse situation.
I think there might be anti-cheat AIs being trained, but
is
definitely
currently
no,
being
Victor.
that
There is.
guy.
I know AI is
16
like the new
frags to his
buzzword,
name.
but you
An
remember.
early man disadvantage for Astralis to
I'll
have to
take you
handle.
back as your CS:GO historian because I'm old as fuck here.
Sounds
But
easy.
do you remember when
Convert the
Overwatch
5v4.
used to like be like kind of intense and it felt like you're really trying to figure out
Cadian leans out,
if
grabs
people
that
were
AWP,
cheating or
won't
not?
find
And then there was
anything
this
on
moment
brackets, but
where
there's also the question as to whether
every
Astralis
Overwatch actually
will
just became a
start to
spin
show
botter.
up. If they keep some
You remember
kind of
that?
pressure up, that's
That
how they're
was
gonna
AI.
clip somebody outside of this A-bomb site.
It's when people stopped uploading Overwatch videos because
Keep a
every
close eye on
Overwatch
Mouse
case was
as
just
they
a guy
start to
spinning,
make
and everybody
moves
just
again.
thought they
We
were
see
no.
Roland
That's
left here
that
on
was
Banana. Looks like it's
that
gonna
was
be
their
Xerxes'
program
role
that they
this
trained to
time.
send
It
it
looks like
over.
that presence in
Once
Banana
again,
is
like I
enough to
said, we
keep
were
Astralis
Tatiki. We were the
majority
unpaid
on the
interns
wrong
in
side of the
CS:GO,
I think the molly behind the
filling out
smoke right there
captures
for Astralis
essentially. But
really
the
shows us
captures
the
were
idea
just
of the
Overwatch,
B
and
side.
the game was CS.
KD seeing the R-Trap smokes, wants to get in the middle of this.
Oh!
Won't be able to miss twice.
What a
He'll
recovery.
stop Brolin in his tracks.
Oh, wait a second.
But all
This
the
is a
while, everybody
crazy
runs
move.
up short side,
Oh,
and
okay.
Cadian tries to chase them. Not going to bode well for him.
Why hire
And they've
X-Pros to not do
effectively
job?
yet
Even
again
thinking
here in
1/3
round
is more than
18
do
just
nothing?
out-rotated a
The idea that
man
X-Pros are going to
disadvantage defense.
manually
This is where
ban
Mouse have to
people
say
is
it's
not
never
a
too
solution,
late.
bro.
Like, it's never too late
Stop,
to play
stop.
well.
Also,
We're talking about MR12 now. This
what
is
X-Pros are gonna
effectively
wanna
the
sit
6
there and
rounds
do
they've
that,
gotten
bro?
in to tie up. Every team at this level have seen themselves
Who?
win 6 rounds in a row versus.
and
more
also, what is an
competition on stage.
X-Pro?
It's not a question.
Do they have to be
It's really
top
just a matter
10,
of
top
knowing that you
15,
don't
top
have
20?
any leeway. Every mistake
Like,
is
what's-
just that much more stressful.
Bro just starts. He started on a vague term. He's
Mouse
like,
could
ah,
absolutely
pros,
get over
pros
that.
will
We've already
ban
seen
them.
play
They
better than
got
and
this.
That's the only thing that
Like,
we're
bro,
talking
stop.
about now.
Stop.
We've seen fantastic comebacks here at Cluj. In fact, actually, it was Astralis yesterday who made 2.
People call people cheaters who are not
Step will
all the
be
time.
this
That's a
Mouse
terrible
journey.
idea. Me literally watching Ponalone call a guy a cheater because he's actually just
Scary
fucking
thought to
not
think
that
they'll
great
have
at the
to do this
game, but he
without Jimmy
shoots in a really weird way, so he thought he was
Three
cheating.
kills into the game.
Poden was on EG and paid. That he'd count, right?
We've at least had Xerxen.
You know what's funny? His time but a window, when he went under a different alias in Source, I played against him, and I didn't even realize that was him.
He can improve within this first map of a semifinals.
Yeah, no.
Jimmy yet to have that moment.
Yeah, manually banning is hilarious to me. You're actually sending me back like
here during this timeout.
Man, 15 years? Holy fuck. 17 years? 18 years? Also, that backfired all the time.
I was deliberating a little bit. They might already have the plan of action.
But also, I think you dramatically underestimate how many games are played to where if you had like 10 people, even if the two, what's the,
Two good rounds
it's
here
the
for Mouse.
fucking, the meme or like the gif of like the cartoon character where his eyes are all droopy, his whole face is sagging down, he's just sitting there in front of the computer.
As they try to approach Banana, Jabby's gonna have a moment through the fire. Rolling.
That's another entry.
Just sprinting through the frag and the flames.
Somehow pulled that off, even on his HP.
Well, because even, well,
Again, it's
even,
the
you're also
quick
assuming that the
adjustments.
demos you're getting always have a cheater in them.
It's been an overcorrection to try to get
You know how
over
many
the-
demos you're going to get of little Timmy who got mad because he got shot through a wall one time, even though his barrel was sticking past it?
Some map control back, but again, when they've been at their best, when they reclaim mid in that situation.
If anything, I'd probably become more jaded watching this shit and just probably skip through it thinking that another person didn't know what the fuck they were doing or how the game works, and I just skip through.
Last two rounds, they ended up going late back to the A site. One person there. Now,
Oh, here we go again, little Timmy. Calm down.
Mouse looks like they've conditioned them a little bit. Brolin setting up with these entries.
Grenades come down from Cadian.
No tag on the
now,
molly.
all that he's got
200
left.
word essay bait still works in
Love for that to
2025.
really connected,
My
but
God.
it's just a bit of
Camel,
chip
thanks for the
damage on the
31.
And now-
rotations coming over. Astralis going to try to stack this before the full-blown execute comes out. And honestly, the timing here looks like it could still come up Astralis. You've got Device in the front, Brolin dead. And already that bomb starts to run away at 30 seconds. So now the question will remain, can Astralis rock back a second time?
Yeah, this is a good move. but
Inside of this A site, we do have Stare just locked into his corner.
Jimmy's the key. He's only got 3 kills.
And right now, Jimmy over on Arch side.
No, I do
He's
think
waiting
having
for some
Overwatch
kind of
would be
a
good,
rotate.
but I just don't think that they have a
Pick up from
surefire way of
Sphinx, and then out from the corner with the
preventing
bomb
bad
goes
actors.
flying.
Oh,
The bomb went
oh.
soaring into the middle of the site.
5.
It
He's
gets
got it.
picked up
1v2.
just in time.
Cadian with the rifle, can he do it?
1v2 queued up.
All that timing
Smoke
from
to
Jimmy, I
cover
think
Jimmy
that
on the fall.
seals it.
And then that frag forces him back. Cadian catching his breath for a second.
Oh, if he thinks it's pit, I mean, how are you going to get back into this? Going for the long round here. This is crazy.
Smoke grenade that was on Moto has now faded out.
Why is it in a theater,
Cadian,
such
do
a
you
small
think you
place?
can get this? 'Cause he's gonna have to somehow
One, we
scoop
don't
up
need
the
every
kill while he
venue to have
does it.
20,000
Bombs
people, and
past the
two,
halfway point. No
considering
chance.
PGL's doing their
Jimmy's
first.
fourth frag of the map.
Oh,
And
that-
it's a big
I'm
entry
glad
moment
PGL.
for
I don't know. I
Sphinx
don't
as he
even know the
keeps
size of the
wings
venue,
the
but
guy
whatever
over
they're
to
doing, like,
library.
if they're starting
killing the
smaller,
side
I
player
think
on
that makes the
20
most
HP.
sense. You don't
It
want to
could've been
go
2,
20,000 and
just
have
one
it
extra
not
bullet to end
packed.
the round and end the map right there, but they narrowly escaped. But this is still
You want to have a
great
full
call from
arena
Mouse.
and not be
It's great use of
overpaying
the
for
map
massive
here. It's
arenas
great
that
use
don't
of the
get filled up,
entries out of
especially when
Brolin.
you're
He's
going to
been
places
a
for the
stud when
first
it comes
time,
to opening up the B side
or
on these
or
rifle
places where you
rounds.
haven't been in a very long time.
And even though there's tons of time pressure, they keep their cool.
That's just a good way to light money on fire.
No one said this comeback was going to be easy, but 5 rounds the difference, 12-7. And now we've got Device, the front runner of Banana.
Stop crying, man. You got a new AK animation
Tries to
now.
get a snapshot
Exactly.
in, doesn't connect. Xertion continues to test these Banana corners.
BT Arena capacity says 10K. Yeah, I think somebody said with this current setup, there are like just
All these
under
rotations
8,000
towards
people
B,
in there,
whether
and
the
it's sold
right
out.
site or the right time has been coming
But you
down
don't want to
to
go
Mouse
to a
more
big
often than
arena
not,
for your,
getting
like,
this
if
early
you're
Banana
PGL,
control.
right? New
Device has such a
season,
clean
new
scoreline on this
formats,
map, and I
like
think,
first time where they're
probably
actually
number one here
hosting
for
an
Mouse
event
is
that
just
isn't a
avoiding-
major. It's not like there's some deep history here of events going on all the time.
Off one bullet.
This is an interesting way to balance the map, though, because they keep the op on the B side. Now they don't need 3 riflers.
New audio guy, you know, just
Problem
say
is
what you want about
MP9,
PGL,
at
but
least
this
it's in a
event
good
has been
spot.
pretty smooth. Knock on wood.
Astralis, I mean,
Hope
this
it
is the
stays
map
that way through the
Astralis are
finals.
creating versus Mouse. Astralis have let off the gas pedal when it comes to aggressive map control. They're losing Banana.
And
this kill now. Jimmy's 5th.
That's what he needs. Takes over apartments
Too early.
control, Stare
And
not
they
gonna be
heard
able
him
to
peek
have
that. Now they're going to go,
We've got
oh, yep.
separated 2v2s. Cadian,
Uh-oh,
everybody
Astralis,
dies
we're
inside
crumbling,
this
guys,
A
we're
site with
crumbling.
nothing to show for it.
Oh my
You
God.
have given Mouse enough runway for them to have upticks in performance. Even Jimmy getting online. But it has to be noted, Spinks towering.
That's weird. Did I just see Sound pull up his Steam and message Yabby on Steam? Weird. Wonder what that was about.
The money's been flowing still for Astralis, but if Device can't hang on to this AWP, then we are looking at a Mouse 4 rounds from overtime.
Imagine.
At an Astralis that economically is wobbly.
Again, echoing the desk, talking about the opening kills.
He's done.
It's basically been all about the T side. Op goes down. 4-round game here for Mouse. They're starting to wake up. So it was opening kills for Astralis on T side. Now it's opening kills for Mouse on their T side.
This was 4 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, exactly, Dash. That's what I'm saying. So, like, this new tournament circuit, everybody's complaining about VRS. Well, it's funny that I've seen the most complaints about it while we're watching PGL, who hasn't really been able to have teams here before. And 2, in a weird way, I'm actually so glad some of those top teams sat out, because we get to see, like, I know it's not as hype, but
this time it is just that deep smoke and nothing really.
And I know, like, this is like we're hate watching maxing here, especially if you're on Reddit a lot. But it's nice to not have the same matchups 50 fucking times, especially if we're gonna have so many events.
So he could be the prime victim for this 5-player bracket setup.
Yeah, but if no one smokes banana at all.
Well placed nade, that'll help. Soften up the numbers, that's going to serve as the activation, and it's a good
The Spinks guys know how to...
Spinks is about to farm. USP is going to end him, Jimmy's here to help out, and between him and Brolin, all is good. Op grabbed, it's 2 deaths versus USPs. It's not a horrible place, but we are getting deep into this regulation, and so a couple kills matter not. 3 rounds from
Honestly, having more fun watching Kato. Well, I think the format's better too.
They just have to get them done.
I think ESL got a little too comfy with their shit format.
They just have to chew through the rifle
because they had the partner system, and we all just kind of had to deal with it. The fact that you could win 2 BO3s and then not play and then be in a semifinal is fucking poo. Or is it 3 BO? 2 BO3s you're in playoffs, 3 BO3s you're in semis, and it was all in groups. Like, I'm not a fan of that. Still, like,
in halls.
I think from competitive integrity standpoint, it's not the worst, but from a storyline fan perspective, who the fuck wants to basically have one of the playoff games happening in groups when there's also no stakes because they get to play again anyway?
Listen for a lot of stuff and fight bracket.
Nobody wants that, bro. Like, don't wait.
The rest of the map right now, if they want to keep fighting banana early and losing, I think that's going to be the biggest issue. That's what Mouse should probably keep.
Yeah, I do. I'm interested to see how the players react to a 3rd place decider match. Because in practice, it should matter a lot, but the mental part of it is going to be interesting.
Sershin trying to get his impact in this map. It's a late start to the game like everybody else, but quick cross over to the sandbags.
I agree, but who wants to watch 4 quarters in 3 days?
He is supported, of course.
Yeah, I don't think they like doing that, bro, but I'm gonna just give you the real answer. Thursday capacity just isn't enough to justify it.
It's the first time they've actually won it, and they
as big as Counter-Strike is, as healthy as our game is with stuff like that, Thursday crowd ain't worth having a whole dedicated day. That's the only reason they do it that way.
Holding this ankle, Cadian turns, Dorsey gets him, then Stair doubles back, can't hit the shot. Mouse have control. Mouse have this site under wraps. Just as Device has to turn to deal with a completely vacant arch, that's when Torji walks up.
No, Andrew, it's not behind closed doors. It's very public. They announced it when they announced the circuit.
There was a piece of utility that came down a bracket. I thought it was a molly. Maybe he was just in front of it. But that's the play that needed to be made.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, with the VRS systems, like, the 3rd place decider match matters a lot, actually.
Nice fast move, though, from Mouse. Yes, okay, Astralis got banana.
But like a lot of things,
but they didn't waste a moment. And they found
I think it will depend on who's in the 3rd place decider and how much it matters.
A little earlier to even spam through a smoke, then suddenly Device doesn't have to worry about Moto. But it's his caution to Moto that literally gets him.
Oh, and they lost everything. Wow. Oh no, Astralis? Guys?
Earlier on, after the push on banana was won, to make sure he's in position first to peek in the middle. Then Torzi has to either fight him or they have
like,
to
sure, dude, this is what
utility just to win the space back.
It's crazy to me that, like,
again, I'm going to say it is Halls. It's a little bit
the
underserved
T's
right
get
now.
like
Jimmy has got
1 or
one
2
kill there,
entries.
and since then
It's
they
a
really haven't tried to fight
4v3.
back
Like
against that.
those.
That's the spot
Do you
where
realize
they
how
could have been
bad that
effective to
round
fight.
is? Like,
Those
ah,
spoilers
God,
again.
fuck, I
If they
hate
had
this
most
map.
control, Device wouldn't have been worried about an op sitting in that
Like
position.
the circumstances
They
of
have
that
peaked it
round. Like
early,
you
but
realize what happened.
That's all they did.
Like how that played out and how the CTs just immediately go into saving and how the T's basically go into like fucking hide and seek simulator.
First blood, but it comes at a cost. Stown and Cadian joining forces to keep the pressure on Banana. It is a sea of smoke grenades. They can't see Jack, and yet they're still able to claw player off.
I didn't, D-Man, but I'm glad you updated me on that. I really needed to know that. Laxer, thanks for the 9-month primer. Thank you.
One is all they need.
All right, now they're moving forward with
Don't
these,
talk shit about hide and seek.
top Banana protocols, and they're going to go for the fast clear. Obviously see nothing in this spot, but now it's a race to A.
And that race looks like it's going to get won by Mouse. Device can drop his utility. He's going to try to reposition here right ahead of a hit. Got to be cautious about the apartments. That's where Jimmy's at. Jimmy gets tagged and taken
Jokes like this
down.
are mental, right? I'll explain here in a sec. I'm going to make it about Inferno again, don't you worry.
The big stage experience, but surely he can't hold this site alone. And that's why it's going to take Cadian to step up and hold off on Arch. And that could damn well be enough. But Device doesn't see it coming. Space has been shining alongside Torji. And that is both players inside A with a bomb plant. But unbeknownst to them is where Cadian's gotten off to.
Oh
so
my God.
Down to come and join them. This is a 2v2 queued up. Now man advantage Astralis. It's got to be the
Don't overheat.
And I love that he plays up inside that smoke. They're going to approach, not knowing where he's at. He peels back, gives them space, but that gives him a little time and an element of surprise. They line up. He gets out.
He actually played that so well.
Down to 16 health. He draws the second player at him. It's a tap on top of
Is
the
no
bomb.
kid.
Cadian's
Oh
going to
my.
get the kill, and he will not. Torji drops the Hungarian war.
Oh my God, he actually played that so well, by the way. Bro, him playing that smoke, then isolating out of the smoke was actually cinema. That was the Opera that did that with the rifle. No, that's a...
Total read from him to assume.
No, that look at that. That reposition is beautiful, dude.
But it's the right move.
If they were both sight, but he had to hold to make sure they both didn't go sight, because if they were in sight, obviously with that plan, he's fucked.
Forces Cadian's hands. And Astralis have allowed this to go to.
No, that was really nice. That was very nice.
Component of this Mao's T-side comeback. And they were
So anyway,
with it again.
back to yeah, Astralis is choking this, but what ends up happening is when teams build up big leads on their T side. Guess what? If they start losing rounds on their CT and they get picked early, they just get incentivized to save more.
Well, they will be stepping forward into a
Look at the KDAs on Astralis, right? Like,
I love the idea from Mouse, and as we can see, with Astralis are leaving at the moment. This would be one of
Device has 11 deaths, guys.
After their B
we're on round 24.
Not messing with the rest of the map for once. The conditioning on this comeback has been fantastic from Mouse.
Dude, it's fucking
from
crazy.
What we saw over on their CT side. But now the info goes back the other direction. No one spotted.
But I mean,
it's not to flame Device. I'm just saying, like, when you're closing out on Inferno on CT side and you built up a lead on T, if you lose 2 guys early and say you even go, it's like a 4v3, you're going to save because you have extra rounds in the bank, right? Now we're building up to this apex where you have like 3 good rounds at the end of the half where everybody's like, oh my God, Inferno's sick.
And then retake utility, well, I'll say it, it looks still good enough.
It's a waiting room. Oh my God, this map is a waiting room. I just realized.
That is what Mouse fight for.
Well, can't save this one. 5v5.
All they have is that flash, so you know it's going to be guns in the hands of Mouse. And here it comes. Grenades first. Zershin leaning back on Nubox. He's weakened down to half health. Jimmy's got a double.
Wow, this is so poggers.
So quiet from him.
Fucking
Cadian, the only
this is
player
awful.
to get anything going. Mouse fight valiantly.
Fuck, I'm such a hater. I mean, great comeback. But
1 foot in front of the other.
bro, they saved half the fucking comeback, man. Like, I'm sorry, but like, bro, go back and watch it.
So close, so many times in those 7 rounds.
We've been waiting for OT
Just like
because they've just been
the first half. Astralis let off the gas.
Oh, man.
Making their info plays
It's
that
all right.
even
At least
netted them
it's a
some of the
decent
early
game
CT
now because
rounds.
it's overtime and they have money. So now I'll stand up. Inferno's going to be really sick here. This is where it's good. Actually, though.
Now led by Brolin Mouse.
I'll give it up. That was a great call over on B.
Fast one. No time to stop tempo. Straight to Banana. Into the gunfight. Cadian's first. Brolin's going to chase it down. And he's got them right there on the edge. Now, he was just an inch away from a second, but the third player steps forth.
Better save it.
Will cost him a double casualty.
You know only Max 1 is
at
here.
the expense of Astralis, Brolin wants more. And as he smokes off that CT
Oh, Bomb's
cross,
not
he
close
has
to this.
them
That's why they're not
playing a
going.
guessing game.
Well.
And guess who's not missing?
Okay.
Torzi just empties out this bomb site. Stare's not going to get contact as he opens up smoke. Would have loved to catch them off guard.
Yeah, they're mentally
With a full-blown
boomed.
hit with a full-blown Mouse. And I can't believe it, but this is Mouse to take a lead.
Wow, this is the
Hey,
biggest
Flum, do you
chance
like
for
Inferno?
Astralis.
Sorry,
I bet
man.
they can see grand finals coming
I
up
wish I
when they
really
hit
wish
that
I wasn't
point
like
in the
this because I
fashion
just
that
feel
they
like
did.
such a doomer. Fuck
And
this
even
thing.
allowing Mouse to make some kind of comeback in the first place.
I mean,
was
they
already
literally
a
have
mistake.
to save
Astralis
here,
missed
but-
opportunities by 25 damage, 1 or 2 seconds, over and over again. But Mouse minimized mistakes. They didn't worry about the fact that it all rested on 1 or 2 bad deaths. They gave time to Jimmy to wake up. He's on 10 kills now. And Astralis, with all the
honestly,
money in the
dude,
world,
like, if you like
to get in the face of
Inferno,
the Banana control
you're
again,
all
but
good, man. In
can't
most of your
stop Brolin.
games,
He's been fantastic.
let's hear that
especially
one
as
guy
the
in my
entry
comp games randomly that's just
here on
saving
the
1v2s.
Banana has
Like,
just been the key to
you're
this
all
comeback.
good. Honestly, Inferno is not
Astralis
that
have
bad
tried
to play.
different looks,
Like,
they've tried different tempos, they've tried to pressure it
but
with
when
utility.
when you start getting into games where it's getting min max
But
to
you're
the
not
highest
keeping Mouse
level,
out of this
fuck this
position.
map. Fuck this map. Fuck this map.
Now, their Astralis are not participating in their full range of options.
Did you like Inferno and Go? Yeah, it's
They
just
still are focusing
this
on
is
what
just
Mouse wanna
a
focus on in the beginning of
this
the round.
map
They wanna win aggressively
evolved
with
as all
utility,
maps
with their
do
peaks on Banana,
because
but they aren't beating Brolin
it hasn't
out,
been
and they
changed that
refuse
much.
to.
Even in from
Again,
CS2
there's
to
a
Go, like the
difference
overall
if you've got
macro
teams
didn't
pushing
change.
Banana with
Like the
supporting
way you
utility,
play it.
window flashes and 2 players behind.
And
There are
that
other
part
parts
of the
map
game
that
for
are
this
weak,
is just
but
super
Astralis really
min-maxed
not
on this
exploring them
map.
at the moment.
It's very figured out, right? Like, I'm not saying everybody's playing perfect Counter-Strike on Inferno, but what I mean is like a lot of people know the optimal way and approach to play the map. And unfortunately, that optimal way is kind of just turned into
In the second round of overtime. Didn't see
not
this back
playing
in
the low
regulation.
percentage plays, and those
That
low
takes the
percentage
edge off.
plays
I
are the
think
retakes.
Always the biggest benefit of a double op setup if the other team doesn't see it coming.
It's
You know,
really
the
hard to
second Mongols,
retake,
you know,
so
they
what do
might
you
just
do?
start
You
it
want to
off in the
prevent
beginning of
retakes.
the
What does
CT
that
half.
cause? You
Most
gamble
teams aren't
harder.
doing it in MR12
You gamble
because it's
harder
just
at
too
the start of
expensive.
rounds. That
But
means when
if you are
your
a team
gamble
that does it very
misses
often and you've got a
and
good op
you
like
crap
Cadian,
out,
especially having the game he's having,
you save faster.
one
Like
op
that's
shot can
it's kind of this.
grant you another op shot on the other side of the map because the other team's going to let their guard down.
It's not even like the map is like it's just kind of hit that point. Like
Nice one from Cadian to start it. Sershin could have had vision, but we've got Javi to press out. Oh, fight on the smokes. Both players coming through smoke.
That's all,
at the
man.
same near time. Frag.
and most of you and even myself, unless I'm playing a fucking match in like a really like versus a decent team, most of us don't even feel this in our own games. Oh, he collided him.
And as Cadian tries to go back, Spinks is bested. Still, he's going to lock this in.
There you go. Holy shit, they got a CT round. I didn't even know they could do that.
Caught by the timing of the execution, and still they're able to succeed.
Mouse through their full range of
So
utility.
the
up
problem
there at
is
the top
the
of
issue
Banana,
is
but
the
only
retake is
difference
too hard at the
wasn't a
pro
rifle
level.
versus
Yes.
Brolin.
Yes.
Brolin has consistently outdone every single player that has
There's
come
some
to try
bomb
to fight
sites
him
on
here.
other maps that are just as
And
bad,
Cadian's
but
been having a
both
great
bomb
map to
sites
collab,
are
and the
Inferno
straight from Stound's actually
are
great as
really
well.
hard to retake.
Sometimes mechanically,
A good example of a bomb site that's as difficult to retake as bomb sites on Inferno would be B on Dust 2. That's why on Dust 2, if you see the T's have 3 alive and the CTs with 4, you'll literally see the CTs save sometimes.
It's another situation where winning saves everything. You know, even if you let the comeback take place.
Why is it so difficult? Because the positions are so entrenched that if you don't have any util to flush them out of those positions, they're too powerful.
And you can see it on Jabby's face. Now they know they have to do it the hard way.
And you usually don't have leftovers on CT side because you have to use them so much early to prevent them from taking the bomb site. right? If somebody is new box on B bomb site and you're retaking from CT spawn and you don't have a molly to flush them out,
You see what one kill does as a difference. Jabby's sitting out here at a minute. When's the last time they did that on B?
you're shit out of luck, really. Like, and then not to mention if you molly triple, there's still emo, there's still close water, there's still backhaul. Like it's a lot of tight choke points with a lot of powerful positions to have to deal with very limited utility to come back.
Day of the week. They're going to come at him. He can see that util coming out from over top. Perfect dodge.
How do you change it? I literally don't know.
All he has to do.
I'm not smart enough for that, unfortunately.
Cadian slides out with the second dot, 5-7 in hand. Torzy's going to try to get him and will. This is a 1 versus 3 with a single kill found. Stown can try to keep the pressure up. He's going to come through that smoke. And now Torzy knows it. No way he's able to get
again out of Torzy.
Smoke back over to the Moto side. Doesn't know which end of this bomb site does the retake come in. He's ready. He's ready. He's ready. And as he holds the timing, when's it going to come? Jabby's out there taking his sweet time, and now he's making sound. And Torzy,
Oh my God.
After all that time.
He's just running around. He's just running around. I'd be pissed.
Somehow found a way to be patient.
Dude, it's like the ultimate, like, what the, Torzy in his head is like, what the fuck are you doing?
Came back to clear him. And he still
What the fuck are you
doing? 1v1 in the end.
Bro is quiet and then he just jumps on the fucking haystack and jumps into sight, but it's just like, honestly, I think his landing animation on Yabby kind of made it harder to hit him.
In a position to trade or get involved at all. He's still very far away.
Nah, we had this problem with MR12 or MR15 too, Aaron. It was even worse, I'd say.
The game still continues. Still only a 1-round lead here for Astralis.
D-Blame, that's cool and all, but we don't do Gamba talk in chat, brother.
They swap over. 16 for the win. Xerxin first blood. Oh, that's so smooth.
All right, Xerxin. All right.
Talk about slick.
Oh.
The fallback not so clean.
Talk about slick. Runs into wall, dies.
Is it? Device and stare could get this man advantage.
Sorry, Xerxin. Sorry.
Want to go through this.
It's my flom sub right there. W. W, Xerxin.
Thing is, Torzy
gets 2 kills, runs into a wall, dies. My hero.
Flashbang should find them on the approach. Brolin's been found out. They're going to try to close that distance. Brolin's trying to serve up a distraction while this boost comes forward. Stare's going to kill the player back sight, and then he gets into cover. Now he knows there's got to be 2 more on this cross. He's got so much time. But that flank up from Banana, he reads it, and he's not able to get the spray down.
Honestly, it looked like he thought he killed him, maybe.
Ties the game at 14-all.
Man, who's better in the chaos than Xerxin in moments like that? That car fight was extraordinary. Perfect.
That wall fight, undefeatable, though.
Around those barrels. Tie game. This one's wide open. Good to see them going back and forth as well. Finally, instead of both teams just streaking rounds.
Brolin with the flashbangs.
Yeah, I wish I had a solution for Inferno. I think the real brutal, honest answer is it needs like heavy changes to the map. Like, it can't really get like that treatment where like some of the other maps where they just get like a small adjustment. I don't think it's that small. I don't even know what the big adjustment would be, but
Device trying to keep the pressure up. Frags come back at him. Space is here.
Well handled.
This is an aggressive stance.
Mouse about to go up, 15-14.
Regulation at all. We switch sides. Astralis to the defense.
Yeah.
And we saw what it should look
like,
like.
you know the type of changes they made on Vertigo? I feel like that's the type of dramatic shit they need to try with Inferno. That's just me, though.
They signed up for these fights. But just because you doesn't mean you win.
Oh, well, Sarah died.
Gets that bomb drop short.
Launders.
Yes, could have opened up that rotation. Bomb gets stuck in a little bit too far.
Down realized it's playoffs, dude. That's fucked.
Jabby, this would have to be a miracle. This would have to be so. It's just too much of an.
Nice try.
Has almost recovered his score. Do you remember when he was like 2-12?
No, Summoner, no.
14-18 as Mouse secure a lead and a second overtime at least.
He characterized it perfectly. Like, look how deep Mouse are on Banana. No more vanilla play out of them. They're taking matters in their own hands. Both teams turning up now on their CT sides.
Like,
almost
I'm just saying we need to get a little unhinged with Inferno, in my opinion.
Actually make this a B play, but instead, the Hall's Peak comes out, drops a bomb.
Like, we need to quicker rotate on the CT side. We need like a hallway there. We need to like. We need to widen. We need to create like an extra doorway to the back of B bomb site or some shit. Like.
Sitting duck.
He wanted that fight too.
By unhinged, you mean replace it with cash?
Gonna have Katie
I would literally go back to Seattle and do whatever needs to be done to Gaben to make that happen. I'll be real. I'd do that for you, chat.
Yeah, Device leans forward, extends those arms, grabs that rifle.
Cash and for Inferno, I'll go handle it. All right.
Who's going to be standing here? It's Sershin and it's Torji in the back of that bomb site. The most
for the love of the game
for Mouse throughout this series so far.
These
are the two highest rated players for Mouse coming into this semifinals.
Sershin has to reload.
And so he's going to need Torji to step it up first, and he'll do exactly that. Fresh magazine off of the coffin, and the Astralis camp down to just 2 players. A full house for the defense.
Oh, man. Astralis.
Hate Watchers feast. 8 rounds of a regulation comeback and an overtime win for Mouse. This is a Mouse who may have lost the head of their camp, but a recovery, resilience, and a
look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
Stage.
Look at it. Holy shit. Guys, the bomb only exploded twice. They killed them every round.
Love me. But I love you.
Do I think I hope FM Pone sells cash to Valve. I don't know if he will or not. I also don't think Valve will add cash if he doesn't sell it. And to be fair, I think it's literally because of FM Pone they do that, by the way. This is purely me just making shit up, and I could be, but I think Valve doesn't like the idea of not being able to tweak maps when they feel like it's necessary and then waiting on community map makers to make changes.
Phase the free cup. FL0
oh, it's Chef's Table.
FL0 MPLS FL0 MPLS.
Holy shit. Oh yeah, basically, if you don't know the lore, like, Cash was supposed to be getting remade, and it kind of just took forever, and I do wonder if a part of that plays into Valve always buying the map that they add to the pool now.
But with more games together and a better understanding of how they want to play, they make another playoff run.
Not their strongest map and being punished for it.
Probably doesn't want to give the map to Valve just to fuck it up. Listen, I really like talking with FM Pone about maps, but brother, he made Cash like all green that one time, and it had so many FPS glitches in the map that you could literally get like 10 FPS at certain spots because of texture glitches. So, like, pretending like FM Pone is like some perfect human being or something because you enjoyed the first version of Cash that he made with Volcano is like. They all have their own flaws, okay? Like, nobody's perfect. You know what you saw at the Valve headquarters? Spill the beans? Brother, they were so confident that I wouldn't see anything at Valve headquarters, they didn't even make me sign an NDA and tell you I wasn't going. That's... Sorry, guys. They let me in the office without an NDA, like... That's how you know they don't give a fuck. Like, you ain't seen shit. Reality Cash, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you. Offline, thanks for the 43-month primer. Thank you. Nah, they wouldn't let me go to certain floors, but... I'm 90% sure he said somewhere he won't sell, so it's GG. Yeah, but people change their minds, so we'll see.
Crazy comeback from the mentality monsters of Mouse. A sentence I never thought I would say in an arena, but here we all are.
What'd you do at the Valve headquarters? We were there to see Nori's mom. She doesn't work at Valve, but she lives in Seattle, so we were there. Went to see her mom because we hadn't seen her in a little bit, so.
I mean, they look like roadkill on the side, man. Mouse Sports looking so timid, getting nothing.
Nori got to raid the Valve office of all their
away
free
from the ship
merch.
looked like he was rusting on the ocean floor, man. Like, they were just getting nothing done in this first half. Astralis, meanwhile,
Nah, Nori's mom owns a
about
restaurant
1 1/2
chat.
was going their way. Stare, beautiful entries, great aggressive up-tempo play style, constantly finding rounds on the board. But then, Richard, it happened. The international sign of choking. The rounds were slipping. And they forgot there's EMS personnel available in this stadium right now that could have helped them.
Yeah.
Me, actually.
Yeah, it turns out. Yeah,
but
you're all right with the Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah, you know, whatever needs to be
No,
done. But anyway,
not
man,
the-
like, what happened there?
I mean,
Uh,
it could be really
Attila,
mean,
thanks
because
for
I
the
was gonna
17-month
say
primer,
appropriately
thank you.
Because your career's been on life support. But, ayo, we move over to Pimp now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a game of T-side, to be completely honest. You know, a fantastic comeback.
Fom only gets to see Nori's mom once a year, otherwise he'd put her out of business.
Let's not forget the fact that they were really dominating in that first half. I know it was 8-4, thanks to Exertion, who on the screen right now pulled off a nice little clutch. But overall, it was Astralis dictating the game in the first, dare I say, 16 rounds. And then from that point onwards, it was Mouse taking over with a very cool T-side. I like the change of pace. I like the, I guess, confidence going into that T-side despite being down 12-6. And you could just see how that built round after round after round. And one of the most impressive things in this comeback from Mouse was that a lot of these rounds weren't even close. You could argue that had it come down to a 1v1, a couple of 2v2s after planned scenarios, it would have been, you know, one of those games where Astralis
WX, don't be weird. Also, he's lost hella weight. I'll answer your really shitty comment with an actual response. Stop being weird, bro. Thank you. Followed 14 seconds ago. You've been in here before.
Yeah, I'm taking that one away from Woxit and giving it a Torji now, because when it gets to the big stage games,
Oh, you said not nice things last time too, so you refollowed just to say that about Austin.
There are these teams that
brother,
say, oh, when we're losing,
that
you know,
doesn't
in these
seem very.
12-4 situations,
I don't think you're in a good
play
spot.
one round at a time, and we see what happens. But they don't really believe they're going to come back. You saw there, Mouse actually played like they were going to win this game, and I told you at 12-4.
We do love that it keeps those messages. We got the receipts.
Go to overtime.
You did.
And
We all
lo
see
and behold, it came to pass.
With Astralis, I do want to tip my hat to Brolan as well. You know, just keep that same energy when you, I guess, allocate him when you look at him. When the T side didn't work against FaZe in the group stage, everyone was after him. You know, that's because of Brolan. He's a bad end-game leader. Why would they ever think that could work out? Now, Brolan on a big stage, down 12-4, I've just called Mouse back into a game with a fantastic T side. So whenever you want to do that, you know, one game here, one game there, just keep that same energy.
Oh, chat, I'm running an ad, by the way. While we're in between, I forgot to run it early there.
No, not even just calling at a high level, fragging at a high level. In critical rounds in overtime, Brolan found entries on that banana area that made wonders happen for Mouse. And also, I got to give props to my main guy, Zershin, yet again, showing you why this positional change to banana has been so instrumental in Mouse's success in Inferno lately. He is so natural.
Toxic. It's probably all the same people.
On banana, knowing how to dodge and get through utility, how to find gaps between the fire and the nades, and find ways to have impact. And he had so many critical kills to help
Appreciate
bring
it,
it forward.
YouTube chat. Don't forget to like the stream.
I mean, look at the consistency he had there in that.
Also, I saw Heizen here.
And pushed us into overtime.
And that's the thing, because you see the highlight.
You said you actually slept, Heizen?
A lot of these kills are in rounds they're not going to win. A lot of these kills are in rounds where he's obviously trying to help them out, but most of them are not really that impactful. You looked at the scoreboard in the first half. Mouse is down. It's, I believe, 8-3 for Astralis.
End of Vegas in July for my bachelor party. Any off-strip recommendations?
A lot of the kills that Spinks was setting up in that first half didn't result in him winning the rounds. However,
are you staying on the strip, or are you like completely off the strip?
That's when he came alive, and that's the Spinks they bought into. That's the Spinks they signed in terms of the raw upgrade of fire.
Golden Tiki, not biased. Golden Tiki is really cool if you like Tiki bars. Also Uber, because that parking lot, you won't, if you rent the car, you won't be able to fit it, I promise.
And it's a tough one. That's a big transition to be more of an.
I'm staying at the strip, but I've been here several times. Okay, you ready to write down some local spots that are on Spring Mountain, close by? You ready?
On those mid pops, and you have to give him a lot of credit for showing some versatility in this series.
Yeah, let's look at some of these rounds that were put together.
Yeah, I've been to Golden Steer. Yeah.
So I believe we've
all right, go to Chubby Cattle, and then put Hot Pot next to it. That's Mongolian Hot Pot. You're welcome. 888 Stream Barbecue.
Which essentially is not that bad.
Monta, that's Tonkatsu Ramen. That place you can't make reservations for, depending on how big your party is, you might not be able to go. It's a very small place. If you want drinks, Tiki Bar is cool that he said Golden Tiki, but if you want to actually go to one of the coolest bars in quite literally the US, for I think it got the #1 in the world, maybe US, a place called Liquid Diet.
Now this gave Mouse a little bit of leeway, I guess. It gave them a chance.
If you're doing bachelor things, you want that's in Fremont though.
To the next round 29, if I'm not mistaken, when we get all the way into overtime.
So if you want to
Mouse dominate the game, they dictate the game. They're the one being.
If you want to check that out,
especially
it's really nice.
Duel. Look at all the aggression. Look at all the nading. Look at everything that is transpiring right here, and look at Roland, the guy you called out for finding impact. He was everywhere on that T side and CT side for that matter as well.
Yeah, he lived up to the second half of his name. Broland this time, big time. And look, it was, again, from a calling perspective, again, think about the weight that
was the place after 888? Monta.
First tier 1 tournament with this full lineup. You're down
Gas Kills, thanks for the new membership on YouTube. Thank you, dude. Welcome.
Team that has often struggled, let's be honest. This is a Mouse Sports team who has the pedigree of being a top 5 contender for such a long time, and now all the pressure is on you to make up for the fact that Shue is gone. You're the one calling the shots now, and the fact that he orchestrated this beautiful comeback, not only with his calling, but also his fragging,
thanks for the
and his
primer.
tenacity.
Thank you.
Is some guts being shown by
thanks for the
Broland.
22-month primer. Thank you, Sloth. How many you got for your bachelor party? I'll make one more recommendation, but it depends on if you like sushi and how many people you got.
This was their chance into the series. This was their map pick. You had everything going for you. Everything you could ask for, winning pistols, converting.
Why Quest make changes if don't make major at Flum? Probably.
Find a way to lose.
8 max. You might be able to
snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
If you like Japanese food and you like omakase, check out
quintessential losable map for Astralis. Like, I've seen this happen so many times with this iteration. We talked at the top of the show about how they're energized.
It should be in Spring Mountain. Fuck.
All you got to do is
I'm like mixing up my restaurants in my head right now. I think that's the name.
You have a wild card play up
Oh, there though. There's 2 sides of it. One side that does only sashimi, and one side that does, I forget the proper name when they do hot dishes with fish and omakase as well. But
and here we are.
He's a James Beard nominee or winner. I can't remember. The chef's insane. You'll have a good time. Gino, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you. His apprentice talks more though if you go to the front.
His CT side rating in this game was 160. Next on the scoreboard was 0.
Depending on the type of experience you like.
So no one else showed up on that.
Traditionally, they don't talk, but
it's a massive fluke right here.
You're in Vegas, so it's fun.
It kind of reiterates what we talked about coming into the matchup. It's inconsistency. We don't know where we have Astralis, and they even showed it in one map for us right here. You know, one moment they play beautiful.
Who knows every restaurant in Vegas, of course? Oh, bro. Yeah, it's where all the money goes, man. That's where the 5 gifted go.
Let's talk about Nuke now. I'll start with you, Dust.
Lifting, trying out restaurants, stream too much.
About this map when you saw it come out, you're pretty confident this is going to.
It's crazy how like we've been to so many places and we've also still not been to so many places.
They had one bright spot on Nuke, and that was at that Blast World final we were talking about at the beginning, where they did come top 4 and they actually beat Mouse Sports and Navi to get that top 4.
More of a Skyline guy myself. Hey, I'll get down with Skyline. McDonald's, In-N-Out, all of it.
Maps to be able to get that deep run, that Blast World final. They're now going to have to call upon that again in this situation, but they're up against a Mouse Sports team who have been comfortable on this map for such a long time. They have such a great track record. They've won the one game they've played at this tournament, but over the last 6 months, this core group is 14-6 on Nuke. They have always shown a lot of strength, and a lot of that comes down to, yet again, I'm going to talk about him. I know it's a broken record, but it's Zershin. Such a beautiful yard player on both sides of the map. Always
give
has
me
massive
a good
impact,
pizza
great
place, not too fancy, in Vegas
entry
off strip.
power,
Oh,
great defensive power as well. He's going to be an absolute maniac, I think, on this one.
Guys, what's the rating for Pizza Flower? Where are my chefs at? Is it 00 or 000? I actually have the perfect recommendation. I just have to remember how many zeros. 00. That's the name of the restaurant. That's a pizza place. I think it's around Spring Mountain area. I have not been myself. I know a couple people that basically swear by that place, and it's been popping off lately, I know. But I haven't got a chance to go there yet, but I've only heard insane things.
You rely a lot on device. Those 2 guys are the ones involved on the CT side, and those 2 guys are the ones.
Ryan, thank you very much for the 1 gifted. Thank you. Appreciate you. Chat, I'm matching all gifted on Twitch and on YouTube.
He doesn't have the feel for the game, and that could be a hindrance for Astralis.
There's a name in there that I just want to talk about quickly.
Like talking to Chat GPT for food.
Obviously, I think we haven't seen vintage Device yet. We've seen very consistent Device. Obviously,
it's looking
historically,
fantastic,
that's what he's been
Roman.
known for. That's his best attribute. But I think they really need a monster performance from him here.
I mean, he's been better online than he has on LAN so far, which is kind of crazy to say about Device, but that's been a fact of the matter.
Yeah, I mean, look, Device,
Nah,
when
Jason, I
he was
haven't.
in his heyday, what made him so powerful, I thought, was that his CT opping was so dynamic. This guy was never in the same place more than once. You always had to play the guessing game on where Device is going to poke his head up at with the AWP, and the amount of impact
No, Ryan,
he was able
I'm
to have,
never not a big
just playing
Cincy
that
guy.
mobile, you know, defensive
there's
style.
a
The team
famous
could just kinda gel around
Cincinnati
him as he
pizza
kinda
chain
traded waves.
that's like
Nuke is
only there.
certainly a
What is
map
it
where
called?
He will have an opportunity to have impact in this first half on the
Rosa?
defensive side with the AWP, whether he's taking picks outside and yard, whether he
What
decides
is
to
it
play
called?
on ramp, whether he decides to sneak through, you know, and try to
The
play,
Rosas.
you know,
Yeah,
across the ramp,
yeah,
just
yeah.
whatever the case may be. We need to see him take, you know,
Yeah.
just take agency.
Device was best.
Yeah.
known for
I
punishing
think
other
that place
players
is
doing
still
the same
good.
thing
Dude, I
over
haven't
and
been
over
there in
again.
probably
There's
20
one
years.
thing we do know about Torshi when it comes to Nuke CT side opping, it's him being super aggressive on towards yard. He can play aggressive behind red box. He can play in towards warehouse. He's always looking for a duel. If you're Device, I hope you've done your preparation.
It's mid?
There is
Damn,
ways
it fell
of
off.
punishing
That's
that,
tough.
and we've seen that over and over again. Device is a player that lives off reading his opponents. That's been the trademark of his career throughout the entirety of it. I hope we get to see that.
2.5 minutes remaining on this camera.
Game over.
Yeah, and I think the other factor we have to talk about is
Zob,
Stair.
thanks for
What
the
this team is
55
known
month
for
reset,
is being
thank
able to
you.
bunch up and hit really nice set pieces, but Stair
I
is
know
the
some
tip of that
Columbus
spear.
restaurants
We saw
too.
some bright moments with him on Inferno, but now he's going to be needed more than ever to save them from
So?
elimination.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Again, I think it comes down to Stown and Yabi and how they're going to control the rotations on the CT side. For me, that's the most vital position, especially when you consider that the in-game leader, Cadian, who is the biggest voice within the team, has been placed towards ramp. I know it's a little bit fluent on the CT side as well. We had these overviews with the maps, and that's their normal position. Sure. So we do see Cadian once in a
seems to
while
hate
pick up
Cadian.
an
Why?
We do see Device go down towards ramp. That then
A lot of
frees up Cadian a
people,
little bit, and I
like,
hope that's going to be the case
I don't
as well,
know.
'cause if you have
I don't know how to
your in-game leader
describe the
and your
people that hate
biggest voice
Cadian.
being stuck towards ramp 12 out of 12 rounds on a CT side,
A lot of nerds on the internet dislike anybody with emotions, and Caden is very animated, very emotional.
To power up their game on Nuke, back over to Scrawny and London.
Internet loves people that are quiet, don't speak, and literally show zero emotion. If you show a lot of emotion and you get animated, they don't like you. Source, look at Apex, look at Cadian. They like Kerrigan a bit, but even Kerrigan gets a lot of hate too, which is still weird to me. The Kerrigan one is maybe weirder.
Until yesterday, the thought of them being able to do that 2 days in a row now seems like it's slipping away from the realm of possibility.
Yeah, you don't want it to be the one a year.
Prism, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
For sure. Astralis, especially the fashion in which
Notice
they
how
lose
people
cards
love, you know,
after
Slothman,
having Mouse, although
JKS,
scared, showing such
Shroud
great
when he
CS.
played.
I'm sure they're feeling a little
If you don't make a singular facial expression, you just sit there like a human robot. People adore you on the internet.
I don't really have a question about whether or not they can play this map. Astralis'
Rain,
sort of
yeah.
record is
Although Rain is,
series of Christmas lights right now.
Rain's got a few other things working for him. I'm not gonna lie. He's got me debating things at times.
Obviously, really bad.
Sershin trying to pounce first, looking to get this going outside. He will be dropped by the Garage player. Stair. It's a clean triple kill.
What about Jail then? Oh, Jail's in that perfect middle ground.
Front running pack is one thing, but the bomb carrier
Makes
just kinda
expressions at the
stalled out
camera,
in
but
Garage.
isn't too animated.
It's a good trade back, right? It's a weird
Also,
one
a
to
lot of
get.
people
You got
dog on
Cadian
him, though.
Stuck up here on the AC unit. You got Device right down. Are we going to be looking at all 10 kills coming down? Oh, right here, outer. What a weird spot for everybody to end up falling. But now Brolin, I mean, have you ever
I was
seen
gonna say,
somebody
like,
locked in this
he
corner?
gets a fair
Have
amount of
you
hate
ever
these
seen
days.
anybody fight their way out? Because catching Cadian up top is one thing, but you've got Device on the prowl, and we don't know where he's at. Look at that reposition.
Can't find him.
Huh? How
What a
sneaky
fucking
he
rat.
is. Well highlighted.
Gabe, thank you very much for the
Gets
$2 super chat on
the
YouTube.
man
Thank
out
you. We got
and
2
hiding
minutes
behind
left on this
staircase.
camera, guys.
And that move from Device, right? That kind of instinct
Well,
from
Rain
Device
makes you
is
question
maybe
your
what could take
sexuality. He
Astralis to
confirms
another level.
mine. My
Yeah,
bad.
man, I mean,
My bad.
yeah,
My bad.
Just talked about the heyday of Astralis, and Astralis were the team that, you know, with new Nuke, they were the first and the best
Hey,
at it. And
get it.
Device was the most
Ryan,
important player
thank you
on
so
that
much for the
map.
5
He's the
gifted
guy who
subs. Can we get
controls
some nice
yard.
ones in chat for
Just
Ryan?
Dust
Thank
listed
you.
off all the different ways in which he plays it. And the reason he said heyday is because it's not Device's heyday right now. But it'll have to be. If
Gabe,
they
thanks
win
for the
this
1
map.
gifted member on YouTube. Thank you.
And he can be inconsistent, but It's a game now where we've got
Someone get it to level 3.
Yeah,
we got a minute and a half. Wait, Ryan, did you gift 5 and then bait more subs?
Yes, sir. They've converted both of them. Right? That was the thing. Pimp made sure to
Biscuit, thanks for
highlight.
the 29-month primer. Rare Spawn, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you.
Well, pistols, full conversions, comfortable 12-4 lead. It's the fall apart that happens after that that'll have to be studied as time goes on. Now suddenly Mouse have shown us real promise.
Chappie, thanks for the primer. Thank you.
Dustin was able to highlight on the desk too was talking about Zershin and his success when it comes to entry fragging outer, but we are talking about now a playoff game. And when we go back to the T side of Inferno, it was again a bit of an underperformance from him. Lowest rated player on that half.
Oh, you see this, Isa? You hear?
Spinks. And if Spinks is going to
See, we should do this more. Actually, though.
That these at time nervous players offer Mouse, then so be it. This time, nothing able to happen from
Holy shit, Logan with the 5, 10, 15, 20 gifted members on YouTube. I know 21 gifted on YouTube and 5 on Twitch.
He opened up as well as a player.
Is the TSM project dead? Oh, I have no idea, man. I mean, they never announced, so like, it was just a bunch of rumors.
He was kind of their only good player. Like they just did not frag enough behind him. It's not that he wasn't getting impactful kills. It's just that the conversions.
Meet me on the dance floor. Ah, shoot.
Jimmy,
yes.
You know,
by the way, guys, if these games stay on time today, which based on that Inferno game, they will not. I'm doing variety with the boys today.
It's good info gathered. Zershin keeps coming forward.
These are just MP9s. At a bit of a further distance, you give the edge to Zershin, but he does get softened up to 59 health on the crossover. All the while, of course, we are setting up what is a ramp hit.
Wait,
and
there's no one here.
No, the ramp
guys, we're running it back on the ranch. We're playing Ranch Sim later today. Wait, no, we're not. No, we're actually not playing Ranch Sim. We're playing Hell Let Loose. Oh my god, that's right. Dude, I'm going to be screaming medic to where my neighbors are going to call the fucking cops.
Of Mouse's lower play.
Dude, it's going to be insane.
Every rotation is in place.
They're going to try to jump at him.
Okay.
That's one way to get the job done. Famas in control gets spotted. Ah, that's not ideal. Device was just
Red, thanks for the 9-month primer. Thank you.
Approach from Mouse that remains on high alert. It's a bomb plant, uncontested.
Opening this door is really great. It's just so hard to get down here. As much as it looks like it's open for the CTs.
Oh, did he not? I think he saw his head.
From every angle.
Single side opened up. That's Jabby to find an angle. He's trying to wall bang into the feet of Brolin.
Oh.
Torji walks forward, offers up man advantage. Now we get that retake coming out from ramp in a
Oh, he really didn't have to do that, but he felt pressure because nobody had the control doors for him. Oh no. Mouse, that post plant was... Oh god, they overheated hard.
Upgrades. Astralis not only to the 3-0 start, but those MP9s replaced by AKs, and that's offering up a bomb plant, but coming in with a retake.
I think the important part about that is they were hitting shots.
2 minutes remaining, chat. Space Monkey, thanks for the 43-month reset. Thank you.
Duels in the ways they wanted to, but Astralis just outdueled them.
Death Incarnate, thank you very much for the 5, 10 gifted subs. Thank you, gorgeous. You're stunning.
Astralis had full control, and you know how hard it is to win a retake on this map.
Didn't realize Mythic was playing today. No, it's Nuke. We're actually okay on Nuke. Specifically on T side. Our CT side, My upper bomb site player got Glock last game, and honestly, I'm not going to let him live it down until I get Glocked. That's the rule. Passive aggressive about it until then. Sneaky next to the 5 gifted. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Device on an
I have 20 gifted on Twitch and 21 members on YouTube.
And down he goes. Cadian right there to support it. So nice ramp play. Now it's a position for Cadian that is a bit of a question mark still.
Are we qualified for playoffs already in advance? Think if we win 1 more, we're almost guaranteed. If we win 2 more, we're absolutely guaranteed. If we win 3, I think we're like top 5.
Brolin just spinning his tires in the mud here as Mouse are left with a very difficult task. How the hell are you
Fart Boner, thank you so much for the 5 gifted on Twitch. You look incredible. Thank you.
Of Astralis.
Yeah, sometimes it's tempting to just wait the round out. While
what a name every time. I still don't like fades on the A1S.
That's down. Will not get caught off guard. There's a first.
This is considered like a really nice fade too, right?
T's just looking for some duels.
I'm just not.
Oh, it's a Tech 9
I like my Glock fade, but I like my knives with fades. I like my Glock, but fuck, man. The off fade, I don't care what anyone says, is poo. I don't care what any of you say. Slash Dorito, thanks for the 39-month resub. Thank you.
Galil gets the trade frag, but it is a fast response, and Astralis is just ready to sign up for early fights.
Nice hat.
Don't worry, they won't let you down again.
Don't get everybody's hopes up.
It's a good start. That's what it is.
You can't make that promise.
Well, you trying to catch a fade? What the hell, dude?
You're right, I'm projecting.
They can't make that
You trying to tell me you're going to give me a haircut, dude?
As we see again, quality starts.
Am I weird for liking low percentage fade with the silver barrel? No, I've seen those. They actually don't. For some reason, they don't look like
They'll close eventually.
worse to me.
Mouse can't simply start slow every single half.
Thoughts on Skelly fade? I traded mine, but they're really nice.
Although so far they have and up a map. Jabby.
I got a Skelly for it back, but I got some other stuff too.
Same aggressive stance. Oh, Jimmy, nicely done. Snaps it for
Not a skin guy, exactly. Damn, Jimmy with the fucking 3K in the lobby, just like me for real.
And he takes down a trio of Astralis players trying to
That was
take
nice
over that
though.
lobby control.
Guess it just took him half a map to warm up.
Man, we got to see that from his POV, but now only on 5 health. You think the other players from Mouse are going to have to end this if they can. Device and Stown stepping forward. Torji ready for that one. And Stown so far removed from anything. He just looks for a fight outside. Loses his head. Xertion's getting online, and that's Mouse's first round by way of Jimmy.
Yeah, there we go. Again, tough.
Jimmy had a
tough
pretty rough
first half of
Inferno.
the day. First half of the map for Jimmy, but second half was a big recovery. Now map 2, look at this play here. We didn't see anything like this on an
Oh, that's just like a brawl. That's a scrappy way to get a 3K too. That's impressive, man.
From 3 different positions.
Good on him, too, to not get fixated in on the second player he saw.
Hey.
There he is. eBay. It's got to be a special moment for him, you know?
I am glad he made it here, dude. I felt so bad when Navi skipped this event. Like, dude. You have like, dude. Did you imagine how fucking crazy it'd be if Navi was making a run in playoffs right now?
So, quick timeout here, huh?
There's way too many events. Ah, no, bro. Don't buy that bullshit. They all skipped. The big boys skipped because they're trying to get paid.
Pretty consecutive lobby crunches. And now Device putting that AWP.
No, do not get it twisted, guys. They
present Mao's approach. We're not going to get to see these Oppers duel despite Device having started all these other rounds on that ramp room. You can see Torji maybe signing up to try to find him. He won't find anything because, again, this is a moment where Astralis play
chat. Twitch chat might get less gifted than YouTube. From Flom, can we get 5 gifted? Brother, no way. You're trying to pin the... Stop.
Man,
I'm not even...
too big of a gap, my friend.
Jack, thanks for the 107. Thank you.
Weird.
He was so confident.
107. God damn.
Has an
Touch
entire
grass.
team inside of the
To
ramp
grass?
room ready to go. I suppose at least
Like
it's Astralis downstairs.
He ran over to Molly.
Oh yeah, he was.
Wait, where's our ramp player, guys?
He had drank that cool.
No, I mean, Gazer, it's definitely a valid thing to say too many events, but when all the players that skipped it say they would have rather have played.
Down dies.
Utility in front of it. Oh, Jabby's got a chance.
Like, let's just have an honest conversation here with one another.
I really want to read.
Do you think players wanted to play this more in front of the crowd or Pro League? Also, wait, where is Pro League this year?
For a second terrorist round win to the Mouse Camp.
You know, if you condition your opponents.
Actually, it's not in Malta anymore, right?
Oh,
hey,
it's not too bad.
Damn, that sucks. I feel bad. See, that fuck feels even worse.
Your opponents, then you can
Stockholm.
earn the
Shit.
ability to.
Death Incarnate, thanks for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Some kind of lean, but with the amount of like guns and utility they had, it looked like they just made a mistake.
Are you 30
Especially
gifted on
with how
Twitch and
frantic
21
I
on
was with Device
YouTube?
Getting into Turnpike and realizing there was no teammates there.
DG, thanks for the
Make early
3-month
rotations
primer. Thank you.
downstairs, which is nice.
Still no crowd, if
But
I
the reason
recall,
that
or
you need
tiny
to hold
crowd.
on to ramp even though you can't plant is because it's an open route to get to hell as well. And then if you have that gap, then suddenly upstairs player can't focus on the floor. They've just got to focus on the ladder.
Oh, Logan, it doesn't matter, man. Whatever you prefer.
But for whatever reason, Mouse found that easily.
Yeah, people that are worried about what's... I get the same cut from Twitch and YouTube. You're good, dude. Just watch and enjoy wherever the fuck you want to watch.
While Hut remains smoked. And we got Device in transition, but is this going to get caught out? Oh, the timing was nearly there.
Spinks is really worried about this.
He's able to climb up. Device seems to be
All right, that's it for the scammer boys. That's insane, though. Thank you.
Problem here because if he can't get back up to heaven fast enough.
Once again, we're fueling up for the 7th mansion. Appreciate that. Oh, but the trade from Torji.
Recovery here from Torji. I mean, we'll dissect it in a second.
Fresh,
Right
thank
now,
you
we've
very
got
much for the
main pressure,
42.
45 seconds on this clock. Jabby playing behind Petrus. He gets cleared out. Instant headshot. Jimmy.
Damn, what the fuck, Jimmy?
Locks in.
Jimmy Neutron, man. How did he figure out that crossfire
That's
so perfectly?
insane. What?
No one peeking from opposite vents. That is
Bro, that's
Right,
disgusting.
Let's
What the
unpack this
fuck?
one with Device.
Isa, why can't you do that?
You know the player's up there. You do a good job. You know you can catch him before he
What
can
the
get into
fuck?
heaven.
I like removing the problem that way.
But Device obviously just kind of lets his guard down and ends up getting clipped by Torji. That's what opens up that main hit.
Well, you got to take some risks. That's why I say that letting Spinks get up there was the problem in the first place. Obviously, he didn't know he was low, didn't want to take a shot too early, and barely had time to even put that together. But a lot of situations you could have got that kill and just ran back into hell. But you don't win. You don't win in CS by taking no risks at all.
And then we just get this really silent walkout from Jimmy, who goes up 6-4 off of that double kill.
That was nasty. I mean, it was a perfect read on both players in the site. I don't even know if sound was made.
Goofball, there's a shooting yard? I know.
4-3 lead. Mao's catching up early.
Because he's playing with you? Dude.
Yeah,
I'm looking to get carried out here. They're still not carrying me. It's kind of pissing me off. Yeah. Too heavy, all that. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Why is there a shoe on your head? I realize people are more likely to give me money on the internet if I put shoes on my head for 5 gifted. Turns out I was right.
USPs. We've got a Zeus on the field. That's always fun.
There's another PGL event in Bucharest, so maybe Navi agreed on going to that. Maybe.
Expect nothing less.
Raven cost 6 to the 3-month primer. Thank you, dude.
Quick with some of these outer timings. There's always a world where maybe Torji gets caught.
What about 2 shoes? I do have the ability to put 2 shoes on my head.
And it's currently in the middle of this outer pack.
How's the DDoS situation going? Well, there could be other exploits, but Valve at least patched the exploit that they used recently to grab people's IPs in Counter-Strike, so hopefully okay.
Spinks making sure he keeps eyes on the corpse.
Yeah, T's just getting to all the good positions. Not really response just yet. No massive rotation from the CT side. They are playing active spots at least, but
launch CS then, coward.
Not great guns.
Nice tethering coming out of Mouse here, making sure nobody has to do too much on their own. Always a teammate close by, and every teammate at the moment.
No, we'll make custom. We can continue to make custom signs for different scenarios. I still have it close by.
The way that Mouse are working this comeback right now. Anti-ecos look safe, methodical, but moving with time. Found ramp open 2 rounds already of these 3. Now the last kill looks like it'll just be a formality. Spinks waiting, watching for this eco frag.
Although I did have to read Reddit comments of a guy that got his IP fucking exploited the other day, and a bunch of people on Reddit saying he just fucked up.
Again, pistol conversion.
Still insane to me that
this has unfortunately become
there was only an IP grabbing exploit in the game, and not a single person in that community wanted to talk about it.
All great, but
I was like, what the fuck?
Leads being lost.
Bros have lost the sauce.
This one's kind of hard to fight back against, though. The X Factor Jimmy showed on 2 of those rounds.
Yes, sir.
Both rifle rounds inside a lobby, holding the super aggressive push, and it was a 3-piece push, right? He killed a squeaky guy, a ramp guy, and the hut player at the same time. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Why the top teams not at this event? Top teams aren't at this event because ESL and Blast created incentive programs where they pay the orgs directly.
I think Jim Pat last
it's very
year,
public facing, so like any org can technically qualify for this rev share, but the top teams that are able to basically skip because they have enough points, I believe it seems like they're trying to pressure PGL to do the same type of structure. PGL is putting up just as much money, if not more, for their prize pool, for those of you that aren't keeping up. But they just paid out his prize pool, which means the orgs then, depending on their agreements with their players, might not get that. So these orgs are like, you're not going to that event.
This one looking more like it. So fast move, device ready.
And that's kind of what it seems like is going on right now, unfortunately.
Alluded to that. This dynamic Astralis Starting positions never too clear.
Like for those, like prize pool wise, this is like one of the biggest events of the year. And there's real repercussions for. I mean, I still think Liquid really fucked up. They could, if they don't do well at Pro League, there is a very real chance that they lose their invite to other events now because of them skipping this event. Which,
makes it the instant 4v4.
Not trying to be dramatic, but that just seems like such a shitty risk to take for you on behalf of your players, especially when the Liquid players all came out publicly and said they wanted to go.
You can see Device through the concrete. It's a matter of patience, and we know this position so great for that consistent op fallback. Control of the A site opens the door for the vent rotate, so Device doesn't need to panic on this one, and he's going to await this. 3 players come at him, but he starts to leave just as they get ever closer. We hit 40 seconds. Device gets down onto the staircase. Good. At least he doesn't get caught out in the open. He could pop up, and will do that. Thirds.
Put on a
right
show.
There for the taking. Brolin, though, able to get the headshot back. This would be a 2v4 recovery. Back turn to Jimmy.
Yeah, FaZe plays after. FaZe vs Falcons after this.
Katie spinning around like he doesn't know the guy's right there. Jabby's inside.
What the fuck is happening? What? Oh my god.
Now things get really weird.
Go for it.
Jimmy's got to drop down into event versus Jabby. You'd think Jabby gets this every day of the week, and he will. Closes down on it. And good on him to drop bomb on B. You know, Brolin thinking that with main opened up, maybe he should come up A. They didn't know about
Valve doesn't have any rule in that you can't have teams only go into a certain event or something? No. But that's, to be honest with you, dude, like the more events that the top teams skip to try to pressure PGL, they're just... I'm pretty sure it's I don't think they realize how aggressive the rankings change. So, and all it takes is one of them to break. Like, Liquid can't afford to skip another event, I'll be real. So Liquid's going to have to go to another one. They can't keep skipping. If they do, their team's actually just going to be so fucked. And then if you're those very tippy top teams, it'll take longer, but if they don't perform well at one of those ESL Blast events, they will have to go to PGL events. So
I love this. Already starting to compromise this backline. They'll never see
it'll kind of I have a strong feeling it might work itself out anyway, which I think PGL realizes as well.
And Spinks has been super active, but now we see him in a rare 1v2
VRS ranking
situation.
is correlated to prize money, meaning them skipping one of the biggest prize money tournaments of the year means a lot of people are getting skipped up right now. And by a lot of people, I just mean Liquid, because they were the most susceptible.
I think, you know, he could totally take this ramp if he wants to, but it just makes it such a long round. Instead, he's hoping that
Alexander, I saw you put it in both. Just stop baiting, brother. I appreciate it.
Delaying for time resets where you could go. You see Astralis now looking at other avenues. They cannot afford to get flanked. All Spinks is doing is opening up timings as he goes back into upper, and it's worked.
Liquid isn't even #1 in Americas anymore. Pain overtook them.
In exchange, though, you allow them.
Some of those top teams are very lucky. Mongols bombed out.
Can he get off the site? Does anybody give him a fight?
If Mongols made a run here, they might have jumped all of them.
Key here.
Or been close.
Player waiting, and he's managed to get off of this. And right now, Device wary of some kind of a squeaky push, but also approaching it to
squeaky. Well, how could you assume? Spinks has taken the reverse route. Cadian up here in heaven.
Wait.
Spinks comes back outside. His Cadian out. There he is. Contact made. Clean headshot.
Doesn't know about Device. Device starts running.
But he's got a couple flashes. And Device with that.
Oh, perfect bait.
He's missed his first shot. Spinks dives back in. This is what they need from Spinks. Big ticket player.
Wow, he's
clutches. 1v2. Neither op able to find him. They had their shots. But this is Spinks going map to map, back to back impact.
Wow, this is so awkward. There was no gun for them to change to. Obviously, they would have loved to
Lolero, thanks for the 15. But also, HLTV does have some cool shit now. Let me see if I can find it. It's all the way at the bottom, right, guys? Look. You can see what happens to each team. So, this will like, you can see where they'll get moved if they win or if they lose. Unfortunately for Astralis, it kind of just keeps them the same, but Mouse has the potential to go up a ranking here with this one win.
And then he made that move without waiting too much longer, right? There's a world where he waits a bit too long. And
I'm going to Dallas? It doesn't seem like it, brother. Sorry. They also added cumulative rating on the match page. Ooh, can you link me that?
Trying to get out of his opening spot. That double off that they are able to put forward last round ends up being costly. We now have limitations here. Double SMG for Astralis.
Yeah, I feel like...
Any updates on Awesomer? Should be done soon.
I feel like this makes it scary for the TTs about upstairs now. You know, one committed rotation has come down. They're looking to cross up and chase down this player who's low.
Next Mythic match, I think we're going to have a match Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. And that'll finish out our advanced season. If we win one game, I think we're pretty much in playoffs. 2 games for sure. Playoffs 3 games, I think we're like top 3 or 4 in advance.
Oh, nice one from Stair. But they actually double back.
But we also, in one of those, we play one of the top teams in advance as well. We beat one of the top teams on Train, but...
Oh, no, he's going to get spotted. Oh. And that is the double-edged sword of playing a spot like that.
Yeah, he starts asking himself, why am I on this barrel? Realizes he probably shouldn't be there, but then unfortunately gets caught in transition.
Man, why did he have to worry?
Sorry, I'm just opening this up for later.
Teammates there as well.
This is a crazy wrap back around. Think about the route that not one or two, the entire Mouse team was down secret, came back through garage, now to ramp.
No smokes.
I'll never see it coming.
All right.
Time is a problem.
They
can go for the Astralis plant. Cadian could dive it. Oh, he's going to find a big opportunity.
Drops an incendiary of his own. Spinks is carrying that bomb.
Does that stop the molly? Or does that stop? Oh, no.
Just enough time for put this bomb down. They're going to rush at him. Cadian comes out with another kill.
Wait, they all went single door. Wait.
Brolin's got to go big.
Whoa!
Snap it.
No way he meant to do that. No way he meant to drop down, right?
Take a bow. Cadian, the only piece downstairs, just
keeps
that pressure up. Sure, Spinks is allowed to plant. But Cadian comes swinging out that door with the second front.
Bro went fucking flying.
Smoke's going lower. It's always a really tough thing to do. Upper, you can plant just watching heaven with one other player or whatever the case may be. Lower, you need control side or you need a smoke for decon. In this situation, I thought Spinks made the winning play though. Being able to cross to the outside of the site. This is just
more hats. We have like an essentials hat that we'll probably restock if you've seen it, but not the trucker hat. No.
Yeah, and I mean, Torsey just ends up looking a little foolish there, playing on the Astralis.
Trucker hat was more of like a team thing for Dallas, and we're having fun with it. I don't know if we could run it again at some point, but not yet probably.
To try to get Astralis not only back in the lead, but to maintain it, and it is him again to get aggressive.
My dog ruined my trucker hat.
Performances he had back on Inferno, but
damn, he like fully eat it or just a little bit? Because if it's just a little bit, it's kind of a vibe.
His 12-round half looking for a 7-5 lead. Cadian again into the kill feed, helps out Outer. Man advantage for Astralis. Mao's gonna look to keep this one simple, challenging.
Whoa, Stair.
Incredibly awkward. Torsey's gonna capitalize. Open A site. Nobody to stop this.
He was solo. His position was kind of weak solo, but he got caught trying to.
A bit more of an option. Now he has an entire belt of utility. Another molly, another smoke.
And they have hut left over here. CT's roaming around. They've been pretty good in these retakes.
That hat no longer had a brim. Yeah, that's tough. Okay,
causes a problem. They're gonna try to burst it open. Brolin almost caught as he decides to go over onto second vent. He
customized it into a beanie.
His original position, Heaven Flash.
It was a 2-in-1 merch drop.
In front sight to hold back on Device, who eventually has to come out, and he's going to try to charge through.
Oh man, that kill from Stair, or that death from Stair is brutal feeling.
4-0 start. Astralis yet to start slow, but Mao's yet to get back into these halves.
Yeah, and
it was right here, right?
From the last
is this
match
what I was?
And how well Mao's played, and we know if we look at the odds of this game, it's Mao's who should be favored, but Astralis showed they could keep up. For me, this half is still good from Astralis. It was successful in the comeback from Mao's, but we had a lot of rounds with ideas. I don't see them winning some of these plays.
I'm stupid.
Some of the earlier decisions to leave ramp open were a little
You
strange.
see these club share things, by the way, chat? You see this? This is why the orgs are making their players go to ESL and Blast events.
You'd love to have it 8-4 or even above that, but I think they'll take it. Astralis on their best day.
It was lower. You saw the heading.
It's just... it's hard to pinpoint what's stopping them from being consistent.
Oh shit! Yeah. So this, damn. There you go.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
We had Inferno, bro.
Just a cool guy, hands in his pockets.
Yeah.
I love the aggression that Cadian.
That's cool that they show you like the results of their VRS ranking after the event.
That's so uncomfortable for Stair. He takes like a second to shoot, and then he jumps as well. It's just everything went wrong. And
very
that was
awkward.
That was like a round-winning sight hold for sure if he just got that first kill. So Pistol, let's see if Astralis are going to win 4 pistols in this series.
Or do Mao's finally get one? It's smoke in hand for the door. Oh, love a P250 and a pistol.
Yeah.
That's Torzi tapped out of the round. Ooh, Sershin gets aggressive with Berettas. Compromising the lobby controls, gonna flush Astralis forward. Looking good for Mouse, at least for a moment. Brolin in between a couple more. Jimmy's got one out from heaven.
Oh, get you one more. Come on, just swing him.
Hands of Device. Jabby trying to find impact somehow. He is swarmed, but that's still not gonna stop him. 1v4 demanded of him, separated duels, player up in heaven known to him, and now this guy behind is on a reload. They're coming at him, and that's going to be enough. 2 kills into the 1v4 cut down. Mouse find their first
Fantastic with his number 1,
series.
Americas. So this is saying G2 is number 2 before they lost 3 and then they went 5. Oh my, dude, look at Mongols.
That's kind of where you want to be, but Mouse.
Wait, that's points. I'm high. They were already 3. Oh, +4 on vitality. Damn.
Really ask for more outer than dropping a
+8 on VP. Jesus.
I mean, the IGL
that's a big one.
+8
is kind of crazy.
The T side was so good from the perspective of conditioning. I think it's the single most important thing to be regarded as a good.
Do they have that for the tournament so far? Like, does it update live or only after? Oh wait, there's not a new Valve ranking right now, is there?
Hit the entries that he did, I think speaks volumes. Brolin.
Yeah.
Will still need to think about himself as an individual.
Ooh, Zershin trying to challenge top main, actually drops an M4. Ooh, this one could be a great moment for Astralis. That's a weapon to be retrieved. They're going to try to drop down over main. Oh, Brolin's now been damaged. He'll get dropped by the Tech 9.
It's top 12 go to like those super exclusive blast events, right?
Spinks has caught Jabby elsewhere. More chip damage done to the CT towards his spawn. They're definitely making Mouse work for this conversion.
Yeah, it's a crazy move,
Careful,
actually.
Torzi, knife out!
Oh, he's dead.
And that is a bomb carrier.
The fact that we have 2 ranking systems that never agree with each other. We don't have 2 ranking systems. One is an actual ranking system for what we're doing, and the other one is just basically opinion at this point. I like HLTV, but that's just the truth.
He's going to try to keep that pressure up, and all this does is buy time for Jimmy to come out. More damage. But the SMG is able to thrive at least for one more. Can Stare post 3 kills in this force buy.
Yeah.
Jimmy is on top of that bomb, and this is a 10-second defuse. And that 10-second defuse beyond the halfway point, you got him off. Just that one step at the base of the stairs.
Man.
Stare is going to be found out eventually.
He actually played that so well.
But he doesn't have time to run back to that bomb.
He's got to get out of here.
Astralis.
It's impressive to see Stare make that type of crowd play, though.
Well, Astralis. 3 pistols, and they denied the conversion. Even
that's crazy that he didn't even come around the corner.
That's a great look for them.
Imagine he peeked because he thought he was still on it, too. Oh, my God.
Jimmy went into emergency protocols, and he had to expand.
Might as well stick at that point.
Take fights on the way.
No, he shouldn't, because he knows he's about to get swung because Stare can hear the crowd. So then Stare's baiting with the crowd with his footsteps on Jimmy. That's why, yeah.
Someone who's trying to cross up the heaven. He can stop them from getting to help from there by keeping range with his weapon. It's a great spot to play to start. But when you get spotted, this is a moment where Astralis are like, all right, you're getting farther away from the sights. I'm going to take this secret.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. HLTV is more of like long form and showing like who's the strongest at the time, and then VRS is a system in the short term to get out invites to teams. I do think VRS also prevents and punishes teams for doing what some of these top tier orgs are trying to do and squeeze PGL.
It's a low util round, but Nuke is a scary map if you are just a touch uncoordinated on T side. Calling has to be
60% of EPL prize pool goes to orgs. Can't skip EPL, baby.
Eyes are going to be turned back outer.
They're threatening the rat, but they're already taking over Vents control downstairs. Limited knowledge here from Mouse as to where everyone is.
Wombo, DRS active.
Behind this smoke.
I mean, it's 3 people downstairs. Bomb's also going down. Commitment's coming in. Torzi, how far will he go?
Thing is, Stare's already locked into decon door.
Well, the CT's starting to leave as well, because again, they don't have info. Seeing no one outside.
All right, the org's trying to squeeze PGL because they want different agreements so they get paid directly like they do with ESL and Blast.
Behind you, Torzi's got a guy towards decon.
But wait,
the fact he's able to get out is one thing. Zershin's now going to have to play the floor.
No!
Brolin!
He was on the ladder.
Off of the ladder, gets the kill. Stare again, just stopping players in that vent, can take the bomb and go upstairs. Now that is a wild evacuation.
Oh, I was thinking they're going to take the vent upstairs, but in this spot, they had someone in the vent. And Brolin, he should have died. This guy was definitely on the ladder. We need a new icon in the kill feed for that kind of frag. For him, it's simple.
Jabby hangs on to the heaven control, so
Mouse kind of looking a little.
thrown at this, but I mean, you're
They're looking uncomfortable on these rotations.
And then all of a sudden, we're going to get this rifle duel.
They're getting work.
3 Fomises in hand. Losing the heaven player could be critical. But yeah, Mouse, you're not getting out now. No chance to get back at this site. Dude, Stair was down in the moat with the crocodiles.
Whew,
and he
scary.
still gets both kills as they emerge from that.
So great mid-round moment for Astralis, and they get the conversion. They deny the force back. The
These
3
rotations
boxes
right now
that
to
come into
Mouse
this
just
round.
look so whack.
Keep the lead
Like,
once again. I mean, this game is narrow margins, man. Every round going back and
it looks
forth.
like they haven't played it much together, but I think that's less what it is and more like whatever Astralis is doing is either they don't have a lot of practice against it or like reps
Eventually, this is going to set up a
or they're
perfect
feeling
moment
it a
for
little
Astralis to
bit.
just have a clean advantage over a bye.
Because they're just they just have some big glaring gaps and like you can have timings and gaps in your rotations and that's okay, but they don't seem to be aware of them.
Not only does he have to play his role very well without having someone to kind of manage him as well as Shuhei would have, but he's also just trying to offer up more support as a space creator so that guys like Jimmy can get in.
Cadian has been so good this match. Oh yeah, no, Cadian played rough yesterday. But he's been stepping up today. Stalin, unfortunately, did good yesterday, and then today, like somebody already said, he woke up and realized it was playoffs.
Just
So
5-7 in hand over towards that ramp.
No one Turnpike to take attention away. I mean, decent protocols.
that's
make sure that Spinks
he's
doesn't get a
back
kill.
in his normal form here.
There's of course that one Galil floating out there in the hands of Zershin.
It's I mean, it's got to be so frustrating. Like,
5-7 bested. Torres going to try to spam a smoke with a USP.
I don't even know how you like what you tell a player like that. That's clearly just like has such a mental block like he does.
Oh, be careful.
And he's always so fast with it, it's actually impossible for us to see both kills because it's instant.
He's desperately holding on to this information, but the smoke and decon is hard to disrespect.
Nice
Perfect
move.
call here from Astralis as they take up. Yeah.
What's wrong there, Launders? Nervous?
They nailed it.
Understandably. Stair has been remaining a key piece, I think, to keeping these options open. We saw him last round.
Gaslit him
down
into
towards decon.
telling him it's group still.
Towards he did get by him.
Hennessy, thanks for 30-month primer. Thank you.
Coming up next is the full strength buy here for Mouse.
We'll see if Zershin can rack up any kind of a cost. No, it's in fact 4 players to survive here for Astralis. 9-7 on the lead.
It's only 7 o'clock.
Jabby coming up from heaven. Good ramp to heaven move from Astralis. I think showing a little bit of dynamic approach here on the T side so far.
Or do I rank Cadian as an IGL? I mean, I think undeniably, I think Astralis was kind of in a fucking downward death spiral before he got here. I don't...
No retakes here from
Like,
Mouse.
actually, though.
Just don't lose the bomb sites.
You guys remember how grim it was looking for Astralis
Well,
until they got
anyway, so I guess
Cadian
that
back?
makes sense.
Sounds simple.
So I think there's definitely
In a sense,
something
we'll see
positive
if this
he's doing
ref
on the team.
continues in a way
Like,
that isn't comfortable for Mouse. They will play to save with majority. They're really just hoping a mistake gets made for the opening kill.
yeah, but Device was IGL back then. Yeah, but he was only the IGL because they didn't really have other options. And then they gaslit him to make him think he wanted to do it. That was great.
He has hit his presence really well.
Finds the garage player. A little more damage on Stair.
Bomb
Jimmy's
gets spotted.
here, but smoked off. But because the bomb gets stopped,
I've been to the
Stair
SW
runs over,
Steakhouse
picks it
at
up.
Wynn.
You've got a
Yeah,
player still climbing up
not
into
my
heaven
favorite.
slowly but surely in Stair. But you've got Jimmy waiting to get the ball rolling somehow back.
Actually,
in favor of Mouse.
a very
Meanwhile,
unpopular
players dying
opinion.
elsewhere.
I
This is
don't like
looking
the win
a
that
prime
much.
chance for Astralis to pinch down onto this A site soon. Not yet. They'll still have to cross
That place
back
is
over and
gone.
try
That
to
place
do
is
that.
making more and more money, and
There's
it's
a
just
great
like,
chance for the
that
finish.
shit's in the bin.
Also bested.
What a shot,
And
Jabby.
these are CTs dropping.
I don't think I go there
nothing to
for
show
any
for
food
it.
options anymore.
Zershin on the recovery up into heaven denied. 4 stand tall. Astralis 10-7.
Hey, that was amazing. I mean, from the perspective
There's so
of
much better
shots,
places
getting
out
Stair
there
up
and better
down.
price, and yeah, no.
They had it all going that round. That was
The restaurants in Wynn have like completely fallen off. They have like some classics where like you'll get your cookie cutter stuff and it won't be bad, but you're paying like, yeah, it's just.
Again, 3 pistols. They lose
I
the
personally
fourth one, but they deny
would
the
not go.
conversion. And Astralis kick off 4 halves in a row the right way.
People used to think Win was related to the Mafia. Well, that's because Win was good friends with Sinatra, which,
To give up that
if you know anything about
outside control,
Sinatra,
there will be moments
that would be why.
where Spinks can die in mini to an up, where a trade can happen like this to Torju, who doesn't know what's going on. On Nuke, you can't simply let people wrap outside. But at the same time, we saw the utility left over for Mouse. It's not like they could take full control of everything.
Go-to food spot in Columbus,
Shouldn't be able
probably
to take
Pearl.
control of anything here in the 18th. Pistols around
The
for
Pearl.
Mouse. It's an 11th round prime for Astralis.
Sinatra wasn't in the Mafia.
That's another
No,
round.
he was
No
not.
silly mistakes here for Astralis, and at this point, it's not like they've been egoed 5 times. They've been
But
doing
he
a
did
great
have
job on
connections to them.
anti-egos.
Yeah, it's not. You don't need to be in the mob. That's just where a lot of that stuff comes from. That's all. Somebody asked why,
Their sights on this A-site.
or said that Win had a lot of, you know, people like associated with
A
it.
little wild. Second player tries to get out from heaven. Flashback. They're wary of backside. Roland gonna get dropped by it. And
Don't
so
got to be in the
Katie
Mafia to have
position
friends.
here.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
Whole collection of utility up into heaven to make sure that Spinks can't get out with his 5-7. And so the Danes do a great job
solid
of
once
just tiptoeing their way through the A-site with nades, with
When was the last time I was in Columbus? Well, I was in Columbus a lot last year.
With the wraparound from smoke. Yes, it gives Brolin a chance to kill somebody else in Hut, but even if that starts to go south, Cadian in a great position for a recovery. So it's got to be said, the team plays looking
Sinatra had money
good
connections
for
with the mob, right?
And individually, right?
I'm not quite as well versed with the history as much as I want to be, but
don't seem to be a problem. You've got
Sinatra was a crazy gambler, so everybody wanted to keep him happy. All the casinos did, not just because of his musical performances. He brought crowds with him that also gambled a lot, hence the Rat
They
Packs.
won't let you down again. Katie dies the bomb, still 3
So
alive
there's
here
a
for
lot of
Astralis.
people that circulated him at all times.
Who wants map 3? Want the full show.
Rat Pack dropped sacks. Bro, it was literally fucking funded casinos. They lost so much money out here.
I mean, Astralis, I think at this point you kind of just keep it calm, like keep working. Good ideas coming out off the
Best
tap
part about getting
pauses.
Sinatra to play at your
T-side
venue is whatever
looking
you
sharp.
paid him, you get back at the craps table. Exactly.
CT
Yeah.
side maybe wasn't what you wanted, but you make up for it by denying the second pistol conversion. Put yourself in a great spot.
Frank Sinatra was saying about the Valorant player. No.
Careful now.
But again, the last time Mouse didn't have the utility to make all the moves they wanted to. Now they have that utility, less of an excuse.
Jimmy's gonna have his hands full.
It's kind of cool learning about that stuff, though.
Pop that smoke open. Jimmy's good to go. Torji, can he recover the control of ramp? He'll bring one down, and then he uses that as a chance to escape. Big pickup. Stair has been good in these mid
Stair's
rounds.
been
Just getting that edge back.
minus that one death on CT side. He's been finding them. Just like the one.
I love this reposition. I find Stair.
Look at how small this map feels now for Mouse. Like they just actually are in some really tough spots now. Oh, we didn't see him, I don't think. Oh.
Crazy row up into heaven, gets found out.
Oh, that disengage is beautiful.
Brolin can't
Oh!
do it. He's not supposed to. Turns back. I mean,
Oh,
you had to hurt the player drop out of heaven until you had to worry about it.
I mean, the disengage is fantastic out of Stown. He doesn't need to win that duel. It's a spot where he could have taken it.
Oh, that's
risked
brutal,
it, but
man.
Instead, it's what gets the Hut player
That
dead
is
on his
fucking
side.
brutal.
There's a guy who's overstressed in that spot. It's more important they take upstairs than fight the extremities.
All right,
And look,
well-
now Spinks, all he can do is fall back.
If you've ever died like
12
Brolin
rounds
just
again.
did, 07 in the chat, please. Thank
Lo
you.
and behold, the Astralis on 12. With 5 rounds to close this map. Where have I seen this before?
It's an easier comeback than last time, actually.
Yeah, but that's why they won't do
Put
it.
that way. Mel's already having
Let's be real, we know it.
Man, but to be honest, man, this CT side has been non-existent.
Yeah.
It was a pistol round for Mouse and then a choke to convert it.
Yeah, 1 rounds.
6 rounds ever since.
No, it's been a good
rifles.
series. That's why I felt really bad, like hating on Inferno, but also like I hate.
Round T-side comeback over on
Yeah,
Inferno.
no,
to
it's
get
been
us
a
into
good
the-
back and forth.
It's going to have to be 5 straight here. Astralis, huh? 2 wins back-to-back in the playoffs, Launders. I thought it was impossible.
They're so underrated. Cadian's calling. Cadian, I think, like I said, I think he's been doing good. There's no denying that, like, Astralis was just crumbling, bro. Like, dude, they...
It seems to be an
before Cadian got back here, or not got back, but you know what I mean, like with Sound and Gabby. Dude, they were just like...
Gabby's flying.
He's levitating.
Oh, that's how they... It's witchcraft. It's at least a full-blown buy.
Well, I'm stop feeling bad for the players and just hate watch like a normal person. Hate watching gets tiring, bro.
It is ancient needed, if not for Torji finding a 5v4, but you've got to give him credit. Astralis have been able to recover from early.
Is it just me, or does it feel like Astralis is winning this series? Well, it's because
that's the end-all be-all for the squad right now.
You've seen Mouse go on one singular large run to close out the first map, but overall it didn't really feel like they were necessarily being the better team. And then on this map, Astralis has overall just been better.
Not scared. This will have Jimmy recede. But there's no over-adjustment here from the CTs. They've still got 4 upstairs.
Like, that's why is like it just feels like it's the Astralis is in full control until that one moment where that run happened.
You don't want too many question marks, but there's a lot of players allocated to taking over ramp.
Yes, and
hate watching gives me purpose in life. No, that's fair. I just,
Jimmy to help him get
like I said, for me, it's like exhausting to do that all the time. It's not my nature, I guess.
T is down to a double smoke, double molly execute.
Unless it's Inferno.
At 45 seconds. Of course, we've still got utility defensively for Brolin and Torji to also be offered up. Brolin
nah, Jared, we used to play with him. I don't know why he does it.
Looks like the smoke just ruined.
I can tell you it goes one way, and it's definitely pretty shitty.
Incendiary in front of it. He cuts off the front runner. That's a bomb in the background. It's great damage offered up by Stound. They try to open up that squeaky smoke. Here comes Cadian, and that's going to get caught by Brolin. A third.
But it got done Van. But I mean, this is kind of like whatever. Oh, and he won't even get bombed down.
Sits on top of sight. 5 alive for Mouse. And those are the sorts of rounds that they will have to piece together for the next 4 to push
nah, guys, that shit is fucked up.
That one froze your eyebrow a little bit here from Astralis. I mean, it is a round where they start off 4v5, so it's never easy, of course.
Yeah, you might think it's funny, but it just leads them to the most heinous shit and shit being targeted at people. It's not fun.
Come and help Jimmy re-clear the ramp early. Then they come back upstairs with a lot of confidence. And again, no overcorrection. They just left Jimmy downstairs the entire time just in case.
Is Astralis throwing again? We'll see. They're on T side and their loss bonus is going to build up, so they're going to get a fair amount of gun rounds. Oh. Just takes one upper. Oh, that man advantage. Man advantage for Astralis. Torji. Oh, he's going. That's it. Yeah, fair.
Mouse, who looks solid in the
yeah, Rack. No, it's not cool.
Had pistol in their back pocket and allowed Astralis back into this game, back into a semi. Ancient separates them from grand finals.
I have no idea what they're saying.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me. But I love you.
Anybody know there's? I have no idea. Chad, I gotta run an ad. Heads up. That was, dude. It did not sound like. I did not hear Astralis at all out of that.
What's going on?
Yeah, I heard Navi. Like, I don't know. It was weird. Oh wait, I owe you guys 30 gifted on Twitch. Crowd, subscribe to the Flom Clips and Highlights channel, true. And subscribe to the YouTube stream and like the stream, thank you.
Mouse, under new leadership from Brian, looking to show us all what he is capable of and grow as a player to bring them glory.
Brolin able to peek off the flash, hanging on with just amazing the flashes.
Everyone on this team has the potential to pop off and take over games.
Was it 25? I thought it was 30.
With Spinks bringing the extra experience this
I'll
squad
just do
needs
30
to
and somebody else
succeed.
spot me the 5. I think it was 30 though, but
Now is the perfect time for them to show it.
Ford, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Luigi, thanks for the 48-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, we've got a semi-final on our hands. Astralis able to tie things up on Nuke, which the desk thought was a distant possibility. We're going to talk about that. So, I mean, look, you saw the reaction from Katie at the end as well. He's trying to win the crowd back with performances.
That math is not mathing, Luigi.
They'll probably boo you tomorrow if you're in the final, but whatever. We'll talk about that later. I thought it was a really, well, just a much better performance than I thought Astralis were capable of.
Reggie, thanks to the 56, and Luigi, thanks to the 48, and Promo, thanks to the 9. Thank you.
To those of you just tuning in now, Astralis leading, 12-5, winning that map, winning their own map pick, then heading into Nuke, you thought it was going to be over. They get off to a good start, they win the pistol, they convert, and then what happens again is that Astralis lose grasp of the game, so they constantly had to find a way back into the game, and they did that. So, for my money, that Astralis were able to show such a maturity as a team. First and foremost, shake away the Inferno loss. Second of all, reinventing themselves and refining themselves in that second half T-side on Nuke.
Nah, Rack, I haven't.
Was hella impressive. That's something I did not expect coming into this.
Yeah, I really want to key in on that second half on Nuke.
Ancient Mouse Astralis.
Just play diverse counter
Is it weird that I think Astralis is actually the favorite going into this? Is that
pressure to all various points, keeping Mouse always guessing on where the hit was really going to be coming from? I thought particularly what they did very well was they're one of those teams that when they get outer
can't get prizes if you don't pay them.
That typical smoke wall that everyone uses, they don't just like always want to creep down back halls. They're very good about breaking 3 players off and having one guy threatening heaven, having one guy threatening mid, and just like keeping the upper split option open.
It really does just feel like right now Mouse has had one good run of rounds.
Very hard on Mouse Sports, who are dealing with it. Spinks is a new player defensively, Brolin is a new caller defensively, trying to figure out how to manage those situations in those mid to late round moments.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there was some really good individual performances in this moment, in this map for Mouse, but ultimately it was Astralis that really kind of came together cohesively as a team and executed on that T-side.
Yeah, I think the T-sides for Astralis so far tonight has been fantastic. The man, obviously showing the most emotions right there, Kadian, is the architecture behind all that going on. He did.
Be careful with Yabi's arm. Like, you don't want to break. Yeah, exactly. A lot of that going around.
Yeah, but I mean, Kadian has had a fantastic game so far. I mean, he's bottom of the scoreboard right now, 80 hours, but look how close it is on this side of Astralis. Everyone is chiming in, everyone is chipping in, everyone had moments in the game where they were making the difference, in particular Yabi in that second half. You speak of T-side impact, I think he was the guy that you could point out that really stepped it up, find an awful lot of impact early on, as you can see as well.
Got bronchitis, bro, goddamn.
The trajectory he's been on, he's been Astralis' best player at this tournament, and he's had a decent
Lord,
show
thank you
so
again
far.
for the 5, bro. I appreciate you.
That could be another issue at Mouse's hand.
I hope it stays this way, but
these semi-finals, it's also one of the
I don't remember the last time I've gotten like super fucked up. Like,
really, yeah.
I had that thing a little bit ago when everybody was sick around me and I was kind of like ill for like a day.
And you can see there on the timeline just where he's having impact. And again, I thought a lot of it was just how well he kind of helped them start off on the CT side, helped them get those first few rounds, but also credit just on the second half. He's kind of one of those guys that's like more of a roamer, right? Stairs kind of your main entry point on the yard, but Gabby, kind of has that tendency to kind of just be able to roam around.
No, I'm not getting a monster off the bottom shelf.
Kind of find like little, edges or openings or create a new angle or something like that to keep things
fresh. I mean, Hunter, you can. As long as it's consistent, you can play well. But yeah, I mean, there's better stuff out there.
Really, I thought Astralis exposed heaven quite often throughout this second half. It was actually really huge.
But isn't it fun whenever we see
Keem,
play well?
or yeah, Keem. To your question about CS Money, like I've never done used another site.
They're buying into that style of being all over the map.
Yeah, I'm sponsored, and yeah, they make you pay a premium. But I've talked about it before. I'm not dealing with people, dude. But the way I trade is different. I'm not worried about min-maxing my trades. I'm just literally, I just want to go get some shit, call it a day, and be done. If you're trying, there's other places where you could negotiate min-max a little bit better, but I don't want to do all that. I'm just trying to move my shit.
But we gotta say, this is the best version of Astralis that we've seen for quite some
So
time.
yes, Keem, the short answer is yeah, that's all I've used, and that's all I'll probably use because I don't really have like an investment in trying to like min-max it.
Final irony, you have to become the thing you try to destroy to succeed. Look, Jimmy over on Mouse, we got to talk about that guy. That was a monster performance. Definitely didn't deserve to be on the losing team, but sometimes that is the way the cookie crumbles. He really showed why he was so highly sought after in that player break, you know, when Rostamania was popping up.
He was the one that
I just want something to shiny look about. I don't care about profits. Yeah, like, and some people are like super into that. They're trying to trade up, make some moves. They're trying to build some shit. Like they're trying, you know.
Mouse alive in that first half. He was the one that
I
almost say single-handedly guaranteed them 4 rounds to make it 4-4, which made the game competitive to begin with.
Yeah.
Last time I ever tried to use another site and I tried to like actually set up a trade, I just had a bunch of people trying to lowball the fuck out of me. Like it's like, dude, come on. It was so fucking exhausting. Like
it's not just some lurker kind of
the mental tax is worth the fees for me.
They often use him in the slot to trade, you know, trying to flex his aim in.
And like a bunch of people always trying to scam you on that shit. Navigate it.
It's comfortable doing that very quickly, which is nice to see, and it just shows that he does maybe have a little bit more versatility than just being an anchor and being this extremity player. He can help fulfill other roles on this team.
And it's hella important because he was nowhere to be found on Inferno. Again, Nuke, he had a good T side right here, a good couple of rounds, but overall,
Facebook marketplace kind of mentality. Yeah.
See more of Jim Fat.
Oh yeah, and he seems to be the player that has kind of maybe his personal game has been the one that's kind of faltered the most since Spinks has been added. Is there a reason for that at all, Jacob?
I think it's just a lack of shape as of right now. You know, individually, he's still playing the same roles. He's very much left by himself. He is the typical anchor of the team as well. Surely, whenever you bring in a new guy like Spinks, which is also a player that has a big voice, it can sometimes interfere with you. But I think it would be dishonest of me to say that I think that's the reason why Jimmy is not playing at his highs right now. It was a player that was sought after by both G2, FaZe, Falcons, whoever. He could have gone anywhere, you know, during the player break. He decided to stay in Mouse, and maybe that got a, you know, maybe that played into him. Maybe it was a bit of a stressful period. He had to start over the season.
It always is, sure.
It always is for players.
You can afford a new PC, go ahead, but I think bang for I mean, if you have like, I'd focus on like getting a better PC first. Like, if you're like, dude, my PC is kind of on the lower end, I wouldn't worry about getting any new upgrades of monitor or anything else until the PC is like set.
It's going to be ancient, guys. Lots to talk about with this one. We wanted it to kind of be this map pool, this shared map pool between these two teams, so it produced an exciting semi-final, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, Astralis has won both games they've played so far in this tournament, and really what it's come down to is, again, dynamic offense, particularly Stare, not only being used as a mid-controller, but also being used as a nice entry and trade fragger on executes. What I love about the attacking side of Astralis is that you never
really like, no need to like start getting like a nicer monitor or something where like your PC might be able to perform well with it, you know, it's just going to feel worse.
We'll be testing Brolan and Spinks in that CT.
I agree.
Spinks is playing into a new position. He said it himself. We spoke with him during the group stage as well, asking in for it, and he was saying, yeah, sometimes the timings of that B-bomb side, I can't really figure it out. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get better. That was a clear weakness for Mouse in that CT side, so that's something you have to test if you're Astralis.
Yeah, I think that's right. Spinks,
I think I'm on 2 mech, but I honestly don't remember. I don't think I'm on default.
Mid-aggression to not force Spinks to have to anchor, quote-unquote, as much. But what I will say about Spinks is he slotted in pretty naturally on this D side as a trade fragger, particularly on these B executes behind Brolan and behind Xerxin. Obviously, Xerxin's going to be a key factor in middle, creating pressure. Again, this is another map where Jimmy gets a little bit more active. He'll be going mid with Xerxin.
Do you watch boxing?
Trying to take map control, not just being some typical A lurker.
I watched boxing highlights from back in the day, but boxing is now not anymore. Root, thanks for the 11-month recent. Thank you.
They don't want to put themselves in a lot of mid-round situations. You're going to see a lot
We've
more
been
set pieces
cooked,
and fast
dude.
plays.
And I love the little sequence we have here on the graphic as well. Cadian and Yabi sometimes switching over. Of course, you have Cadian being the main anchor, so to speak. Yabi sometimes plays that position as well. The man on the screen right here has, in all silence, I'd almost say, had a pretty good game from an individual perspective. Coming into this game, he was the lowest rated player for Astralis, one of the lowest rated, if not the lowest player, the lowest rated player back in the tournament as well. And so far, he's been holding up to his own. Now, he will be tested as well.
Yes.
Your mouse sports, you said it yourself, a lot of out-of-spawn calls, especially on Ancient in the group stage. They love to do the B out-of-spawn, rush straight into it. And guess who we're going to find over there? That's going to be Cadian. So I think Spinks will be tested. CT side.
Flom, you're goated, man. Los Polos,
cubic
hairs.
I think Cadian's the wild card on this map because on the T side, he's going to be everywhere. You know, a lot of in-game leaders call from the BK's position on T side because it kind of gives them a central access to information.
That is
but
a
Cadian's
name.
the type of guy who'll just go lurk A by himself, or he'll try to poke at middle with Stair. He's going to be trying to.
That is a name.
And defensively, it's the same thing. As Pimp was noting, yeah, technically he's the A anchor, but sometimes he'll swap with Gabby. Sometimes he's going to pick up a secondary op and maybe do something crazy with it. Sometimes he's just going to push A all the way out into T spawn and try to see if he can catch somebody off guard. I think he is kind of, the one that you always have to try to account for. Maybe his frag is not always at the highest level, but he's going to be a thorn in your side that you have to try to figure out where the heck it's coming from.
2.5 minutes. All right, I'm running one more. Heads up, heads up. 1 second. I'm getting a snack.
The good news is he is fragging out in this series, which he hasn't always done. He seems pretty dialed in. By the way, when you heard the crowd chanting again, that's Cadian on the stage. He's like playing with the crowd now. They're starting to learn to love him again. We'll see if that holds during the game. But anyway, obviously, Ancient, this is going to be about protocols. You know how, technical this map is and how you really have to play it with precision. And so this raises the question once more about Brolan. I think he's playing well. I think he's calling well. But each map, it's a brand new challenge.
Yeah, it's a brand new challenge, and it's definitely going to be a big challenge, heading into a third deciding map, especially going up against a guy like Cadian. Brolan CT side on Ancient, he's playing towards Cave. That's also something that will be tested together with Spinks. We spoke about it already, but I think you're looking towards Torsi if you want that immediate impact on the CT side. He is a player that kind of gets, dare I say, freaky with it sometimes with the AWP. He's sometimes a little bit hyper-aggressive in middle. He's taking duels you don't always account for, you don't always expect. We have praised Torsi for his T side on Inferno, but apart from that, we haven't seen much from him. CT side Inferno, nowhere to be found. Nuke, he didn't have the impact that we would like to see. If Mouse are to win this game, I need to see more from Torsi.
Yeah, so you're talking about the CT side really quick. I just had to make this point. On Inferno, Mouse were timid. They played on sites. They weren't very proactive. They weren't doing a lot for me. What I saw them be successful on Ancient in this tournament is when they were pushing Brolan through BK. They were pushing Xerxin top middle. They were even pushing Jimmy out of the A slot and really kind of forcing him into some active moments. Try to disrupt Cadian, because if you give Cadian space to get a little bit of map control and give him an opportunity to call a little bit of mid-rounding, that's where things get hard to read and you're going to have a hard time rotating. And look, the test will be on Brolan, because at some point he will have to make a mid-round call that's going to decide things. And he's going to have to be able to live up to it when that moment comes.
Yeah, and it almost certainly is going to come. I mean, look, the key component here is I haven't really been convinced with Cadian's calling, his level of tactical acumen. What I do like when Astralis do is when they do the simple things right, that's when it works for them. And so it is going to be interesting to see which of these IGLs puts together the better program, so to speak.
It will be. I think this is a game that is obviously very important as well. Look at it from the Mouse side of it. You bring in a new guy in Spinks, very important. You bring in Astralis into the mix as well. They've been fighting for the VRS points. They're now in a position where they're one map away from guaranteeing themselves $187,000 and a chance to play in that grand final. It's almost like if Astralis wins this game, they're almost guaranteed to be part of the next major, which for this organization would be a huge step in the right direction.
I think that's a very good point, Jacob, as well, just to kind of, relitigate what the stakes are here and repeat how important it is. If they win this, it's going to keep them pretty cemented where they are. There'll be a big points buffer, and just to remind everybody, in the new world of the VRS, if you are in that top 10, you're going to be able to skip the stage, skip the qualifiers, be in the major for real. And Astralis, I'm going to just tell you from talking to people behind the scenes, because, I still talk to people in Denmark, obviously.
You do?
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Not you, I never called you.
No, cool.
But no, I do talk to people in Denmark, and they've told me for Astralis, that That's the project. They don't really care about trophy wins. They care about getting back to the promised land of a major because it's got embarrassing missing 4 in a row.
So here's the thing. That trophy on that stage right now represents an opportunity for both of these teams, but in a very different way. For Mouse Sports, it represents an
Should
opportunity
lose the happen again? I imagine they have a problem right now, which is why they're stalling.
Still indeed a top 5 team in the world, which they spent most of the time being last
That's why
year.
they're also
They
kind
wanna show
of
that they haven't
stringing
slipped at
this
all,
along.
that they're still very capable
Somebody's
of
probably
holding
having a
that
small
position.
issue.
For Cadian, this is about
I
redemption.
got 10 ads,
You
bro.
came onto
What?
this team hoping to be the
And
new
look,
leader that
you
Astralis
missed
needed to
nothing,
reach new
right?
heights, to finally
I
get
got
back to
you.
the major, to finally become, you know, a title
And now if
contender
this
again, a name
game is
that was
super
relevant in
close
international
and
Counter-Strike.
crazy
He had that
hype,
last World Final where he did have that little bit of a
you won't
spark
get
where
an ad
something
in
worked for him.
overtime.
But then we all know what happened with
It's
the major.
annoying,
We all know
yes,
what happened
but
with the first couple of
you're
events this
welcome.
year. But this moment right now, this semifinals against Mouse Sports, if he can get to that stage and get into a grand final, all of a sudden he gives new hope to Danish fans that maybe, just maybe,
Yeah, I know
Astralis
everybody
is
thinks
on
that
a
these
road
guys
to
like to just hear themselves talk, and they probably do to a certain extent, but when the timer counts down and they keep talking,
Pretend you're a fan.
it's usually because they're stalling for people on the stage.
This narrative throughout the tournament that Cadian is playing for his life. I think that's still the case.
I think the Knights make any move at the deadline. I don't know if they can. I haven't been following closely enough, to be honest with you, dude.
The next day when he gets
I agree.
My first instinct is knowing where our cap situation was at before, and without Stone magically injuring his back again, I don't know if we'll be able to. We desperately needed somebody to just push over Stone during the Four Nations game.
The deeper we get into the season, the more unlikely it is that we see Mouse or Astralis in any semifinal of any capacity, because the scene is just going to grow stronger. However, we are looking at a situation right now where they're just one map away, so everything is at stake for both of these projects that are relatively new.
And let's get into that map now. It's going to be the decider, brought to you by
June, thanks for the 20-month primer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. That's right. Here we are in the stage, ready.
People act like the analysts just want to talk and purposely delay. Yeah, it's because people at 1 are stupid, 2 reactionary, 3 stupid, and 4 don't have any idea how any of this stuff works. And 5 stupid. Those are the top 5 reasons.
And to bring it forward here so unexpectedly. Just days ago, we had them losing online matches and looking like fools. And now here they are.
They lied about it 3 years in a row. They'll do it again. Okay, no, I definitely think Stone was hurt each year, to be completely honest with you, but did he maybe stay on there longer than he needed to or something like that? For sure. No,
about the T side on this map. It might be their biggest test.
Bro literally had surgery. I don't know if that... I mean, listen, he might have, like, oh, fuck it. As a Golden Knights fan, at that point, if he did a surgery just for the fun of it, like, my God. That'd be, like, fuck it. At that point, surely we just get to do it, right?
Since 2021. Wow. It's been a long time coming.
What's that?
I think what's more likely is he actually got injured each time, and maybe they kept him on there a little bit longer, you know?
Ninja's jersey. Frag grenade for Xerxin. Right. He's gonna get killed.
I think that's the very likely scenario.
It's a chance to get it going.
And the Knights weren't the first to do it, not the last.
Team kill? What? Somehow Device ends up shooting Jabby in the back of the head. That opens up the door for Mouse to flood out. And it's Mouse to take a second pistol.
All right, well, Mouse heard me saying that I thought Astralis was going to win this shit, and they said, go fuck yourself.
Listen, 3 out of 4 pistols, they won. The one they didn't win, they won the next round. Can still leave that record open here until round 2. Oh, a little unfortunate, I guess.
For it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, nice start here for Mouse. Last questions here on Mouse's.
Yeah, so they kind of knew what they wanted to do there. I think that's safe to assume, guys.
Kind of like seized up a little bit for sure. You know, didn't play really thorough rounds and defaults, and I think we're intimidated
Damn,
by the
Jimmy.
fact that it was
I think they still know based on how, like, Jimmy playing Deddy here and then
improved exponentially over the last week.
I think we could be watching Xerxin really just become a beast as this one goes on. We'll see if he gets unleashed out through.
Oh, he got dinked. He got dinked.
Another challenge comes at him inside a donut.
Oh, he's going to run down for sure. Yep.
You know, they were hunting for that bomb plant, but now Jabby's feeling pressure. Stout's turned around the D.
Oh my God.
Now it's a 2 versus 1.
Oh.
Jabby's grabbed an M4. Mouse can't afford this again. No.
Oh my God. Again, it happened.
Mean nothing.
Pistols mean nothing.
When the force of Astralis comes through.
They've won 2 pistols in the series and got ecoed right after. And Cluj,
Okay, now I hear it. Now I hear it. Yeah, now I hear it. Dude, before it was out of, I'm deaf, so that's probably what it is.
Third map goes on. Who has changed from cheering from Mouse to Astralis? Nobody? Is it still Mouse? Mouse win this? They'll have to rebound. They'll have to tap into the potential we've seen. 5-7 up for Brolin. Oh, come on. Pistols go both ways. You know, if Astralis want to take the gloves off and fight fast, that opens up a world where Maus can unleash. But it's a man advantage established as they come up from that ramp.
Yes, it is. Bomb planted. Stera will get the reload off.
I don't know, man. There's an electricity here. I feel like the tempo of this third map could get quick. And we'll see who can thrive in that kind of an energetic scene. We saw that Cadian pop-off happen when they win map 2. Trying to convince Cluj that Astralis is their team.
I definitely want to see a lot of confidence calls from Astralis, and that's like very simple B takes. I want to see them try to bust out middle. I think right now they've shown that they can keep up on the firepower. Both teams have spots, entire halves, where they look off, and then they totally change that story in the second half.
Yes.
They were kind of meeting each other in the middle in that sense.
Yes.
It's really just about who's going to make less mistakes over the course of a whole map. Who's going to be active on T side and CT side in the same map. That's what Ancient is going to be about with these two teams. And for Maus,
Gold, I'm sorry that happened, but brother, let's not do that, okay?
Understand, love.
What's up, Pavix? How you doing, man?
So long at such a high level.
I will say, with both them being red and white logos, looking at the previous maps at the top graphic in between rounds is really fucking confusing.
Earlier this event, where he said, you know, this is more heroic than Astralis when we talk about the core accomplishments.
There's like some metaphor here where we're our own worst enemy or some shit. Havoc smells? Probably. He is a FOM sub after all. I mean, do you see his fucking badge? There's a good chance this guy hasn't showered the whole time he's been subbed to me, aka 46 months.
And again, it's the buy-in, right? Because it is 3/5 of heroic. It doesn't have Tessus, it doesn't have Shush.
To be honest, I think both teams have to clean up their game plans to be effective against Falcons or FaZe.
And they would follow.
FaZe, I think less so, because I still think that while I think FaZe looks so much better already,
to a new lineup with new players, you've also got to create a new system.
I still feel like it's maybe too good to be true.
Like Device, who don't play like that in
like,
general.
Right?
That medium has been the challenge.
Anybody else? Maybe this is just me as a North American Counter-Strike fan. I'm not used to seeing things actually like make sense and go according to plan.
Looking to bust down mid as well as take A control, excuse me. Jimmy stops him for the moment.
Jimmy can be such a frisky A-main player.
That's the NA paranoia speaking.
It's hard to keep him under
well, I just mean like out of all the teams left in the tournament,
he sticks around a bit.
The team that probably has the deepest playbook, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is Falcons.
To a bomb site that looks incredibly compromised. I mean, we can hear the wall bangs
it would be FaZe because they also only made one player change, but the amount of change that FaZe went through to accommodate Elige is much more significant than they did for Falcons with 2 players. And I'll keep using Kerrigan's quote because it's to try to prove my point, to make me sound smarter, but... Oh, hold on. Oh, nope. Kerrigan talked about adding a Legion to FaZe was basically like the equivalent of switching out 3 players.
From like just a perfect shot, and I think he would have taken it if it was.
And that's because Elige coming in,
halfway around
Rain and Frozen, who are already butting heads on spots, not like they dislike, but they just shared a lot of spots, right? Elige also plays those spots, and they want Elige to have those spots. So to bring in Elige, they then had to basically change almost all of Rain's T side and some of his CT spots, keep some of them. Then Frozen had to do the same. And then Elige is brand new in the lineup playing certain maps with him. So that's why it's like, where on the flip side with like Falcons, you actually picked up 2 players that play similarly to the 2 players you no longer have and play in similar positions across the board. That's why it's like an interesting dilemma because, yeah, like at least to me, I would assume Falcons can maybe dive a little bit deeper than like FaZe could right now. In terms of just like, if things go wrong,
This is wild because
they have more things to try.
Like, how can you be ready for this?
I tried to make that point back on Nuke where like Stare, you just lose track of the guy.
No, Rain needs to be studied, dude. I'll be like,
no, that's such a good way to
some of the performances I've seen out of him in his new positions already do not like, nah.
This is going to be critical economic damage that he's able to rack up versus a Maus that had a chance at early CT success.
Like, I had faith in him, but it's kind of like that too good to be true type thing.
Actually in a position to try to retake. Stare was so far out, but catching that rotate early just shows Maus how done Astralis field around is. No money again. I set it back on Nuke, man. You can't start slow every
No,
single
and
time.
like what's crazy is it seems like Frozen moving around a little bit to accommodate has helped him play better. Rain literally is turning into a fucking lurker and it's going well. It's all going a little too well, man. Like I'm excited to watch them play, but I'm scared, man.
That's that kind of emotion that I think
Seeing a North American player playing on a Counter-Strike team where it's not a complete clusterfuck at all time, it's fucking weird, dude. I don't like it.
Brolin's a new IGL, but he's actually had some good halves. Okay,
good setup. That's a USP to just bait the M4 in. Spinks still a part of this pack. Brolin should never be allowed to get away with a USP kill, but here we are. 2 casualties out middle. Astralis remain intact. His 3-player core quickly climbing up to try and get away from this M4. Gotta be careful.
Power of Kerrigan. Well, you know what's interesting is Kerrigan's letting a Liege call CT sides, which is normal, by the way. Like most teams have like a CT caller that isn't like your like Nico called CT sides for G2, and now Hunter is.
Is off to this type of a start. Right? 6 and 4.
They're coming in slowly. I don't really know if they have a world where they think they can actually win the retake, but they don't know Device is just floating out here in the open. So just looking to punish exits.
You were in an abusive relationship for so long that this new good man makes you crazy.
Because you do see halves from both sides that aren't
Thank
great.
you,
Some
YouTube
are
chat.
great.
Thank you.
And for Astralis, that's like an uptrend in performance. But it's also for Mouse, who Brolin is just getting his toes wet as an IGL. And I think even seeing the T half of Inferno where he made that comeback happen, those are the moments that are really important for building.
On that note, YouTube chat, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and like the stream. Thank you.
Shoes to fill with Shuhei, and well, it's in the name, I guess.
And remember, subscribing, I'm not saying like the Twitch subscribe, I just mean like follow. And hit the bell. Thank you.
Improve is a great goal, but today, right now,
we're currently crushing my YouTube goal at least this year. My Twitch goal was fucking lofty, so there's I would have to double my average follower count and have the biggest year I've ever had on Twitch to be able to do it.
Chance at grand finals.
Bit lofty.
Making the most of it early days on this T side, flashed it.
But the YouTube one, we're on really good pace.
Stair could get fast. Oh, they line up, but it's just damage. Good enough. Spinks clears 2 and a third.
What a hold.
Able to stop everything now just to the sidearm. USP with it.
What a monster.
If there was one thing that Mouse were supposed
that is
to
the
have
diff.
with Spinks inclusion,
that is the diff, right? Like,
man, that should have been a play.
That is why he's here, right?
That USP
like,
as good as an op. Cadian is just left wandering. This should have been a
you know, I know like he wanted to leave Vitality, and I know there was like a lot of just like weird what the fuck is happening stuff, but there's no denying how good of a player he is. I think some of that stuff
his 2 teammates died in the back of the site.
distracted people from that aspect.
That's clean rifle work.
Makes sense, given that the IGL usually plays a boring CT spot that having teams call. Yeah, sometimes. It just depends on, like, a lot of CT setups are called more so by rotators, yeah.
The tide has shifted.
They have really won him over.
2 players who were tagged up very well by Brolin. The USP kills icing on the cake.
That's a different spot than he had on Vitality, right? Spinks? Well, Vitality doesn't play Ancient, so yes. That is their permaban, so yeah, that's a new spot.
Numbers for Astralis outside of the A site, and the defense is really just banking on Torji and Donut.
Yeah, I mean, you could avoid mid, but it's still going to come back to haunt you. We've got the double donut set up as we've got Astralis now looking at the A play, but this just looks like too simple of a call to be able to work out as easily as they hope. Full B control, and Astralis will respect this. This is nice. This is something that Astralis haven't done all the time. They've decided to just keep a quiet map, go for the exec, but they realize something's wrong.
Javi maybe raising that red flag. Spinks confirming lower ramp control for the Mouse camp. Minute to the clock.
And CT's peeled back out of deep B control.
He gives Zershin a flashbang so that he can set him up to re-engage on ramp. Spinks wants a piece of this, but he goes at it a little too soon. He's not wrong. They are gearing up to get ever closer, but he just kind of makes that move before Astralis are truly in position.
The only molly on this side of the CTs is over on A.
Device is going to offer up 2 smoke grenades. That's going to block off both lanes of this B site. Brolin's going to be key inside of Cave. Trade found immediately, and there's no additional damage done. So I think Astral is content with this. Spinks at bat again. Oh! Locks down 2 kills.
Bro, maybe they should have been playing Ancient on Vitality. If Spinks is doing shit like this. God damn. Bro, that was clean. With an A1S.
Analyze these past couple of rounds out of Spinks. He shuts that down off of his own.
Have I ever hung out with Launders at all? I feel like I constantly be laughing at his humor. A couple of years ago when they had the esports award in Vegas, I took out Maui and Launders for dinner. And yeah, it was a good time. It was good vibes.
But it's overall the map control that burns the clock off. Spinks supplants his teammate's position inside of Cave. And that 2K with the
it was a good time.
Flash is all they need to make sure there's absolutely no chance. Like, even if Spinks gets 1 less kill there and 1 less
Did
kill
Maui spend the whole time critiquing the meal?
These are situations where Astralis could plant.
No, I think he really enjoyed the meal, so we were all good.
But the fact is, now Spinks is crushing their economy as well as winning these situations.
Where did you and Tota go eat? I mean, a lot. I've taken Chris to a lot of different restaurants, so.
B-bomb site looking solid.
I don't know. It depends. I've taken him to a lot of restaurants, brother.
Again, still a good look within that round, just to tap back into it. The fact that Astralis didn't go sprinting into what could have been the A stack, right? They feel aware of the threats, and prepared to try and piece together solutions.
Tota is get right.
They just can't seem to get Spinks out of the way.
Yeah, seriously.
He takes to the top
It's his nickname, though. It's not a.
I think if Astralis
their
approach is to try one extremity, then realize that Mouse are definitely going to be taken over mid, then go back to the other, they won't have enough time to do that. It is a long pendulum all the way through spawn. To try every round, and their odds don't really shoot up.
Have you playing more dates with Get Right than with Nori? Of course.
There was still just 2 players holding on A. They just had donut control, and they knew mid was open.
What's the worst place I've taken Get Right?
Someone in mid, they would have heard it. Then
well, we did take.
We need to think more about middle.
So Chris used to not eat like fish at all the first time he came out to Vegas. And then then he came back out again after COVID, and he said he was trying more fish, and he was enjoying sushi more, so we took him to. Oh, we really tested that limit. Let's just put it that way. We took him to an omakase place that is only sashimi and sushi. To be fair, he did like it, but there's certain things where I kind of figured he wouldn't like it, but I really wanted to test it. He doesn't like uni, which, if you're not a fish person, or if you're a newly acquired taste for fish, you probably still won't like uni.
Simply swing into this.
Yeah, you should know better than to take this Pete, Spinks. You can do it with a flash if you want to.
No, he didn't like it, no.
He can jump spot, though. That's a nice way to get back into it.
Even me, like, there's only certain types of uni that I like.
That clearly, Mao's having ideas as to what's up, so odds are he won't give you a second chance to pull that trigger on him. Device using this as an invitation to try to find different angles.
Hey, but he liked a lot of stuff. He tried a bunch of different things, and it was really cool. Like, he enjoyed a lot of it, but certain weird texture ones are a bit tougher for him, I think.
At a moment's notice, CTs could swing, and everybody could die here, but Device finds that one.
Uni's just the urchin. There you go.
Dies right after, and that op changes hands. Now Stare has it, and Cadian's got the deagle up to try to give cover. Again, comfortable for Mouse, but this looks doable. If not for Brolin, who brings it back, surely not.
Oh, I thought that hit. I thought that hit. Okay. Nope, his deagle's like mine. Never mind.
Tie this game at 5.
Hey, Astralis always make it scary with
these. Have you ever been to a good poke place? You know, we were just talking about this day, like the other day. There's a lot of good poke in Vegas.
He's gonna set up a decent shot, and the pistols were right there on his heels.
Vegas is nicknamed the Ninth Island for Hawaiians.
The Heineken Tower is complete.
There's one, I forget the name of it. It's like a very generic, like Poke Express type name. It's off Stephanie, though.
This is the
oh, fuck, what is that? It's like off Stephanie and 215.
I think they're trying to make the Astralis logo.
It's right across from that, like that Starbucks and shit, but I can't remember.
To the bars.
Ooh. Into middle.
Oh, well, goodbye.
Yeah. No, that one.
What the fuck?
Okay. That one not so pretty.
Well, maybe that's why they haven't been trying middle.
To be fair, I feel like Mouse have leaned back slightly. in comparison to this round. They thought maybe they'd get through that elbow smoke. They end up looking foolish. And I mean, a 2v5? Never, right? Stown able to get up from top ramp. He's got the bomb on his back, but blindsided. And now that's total control of round 11 here for Mouse. So again,
yeah, they tried to, I don't know.
Stronger if they were able to convert their pistol.
I like that Astralis is still trying to contest things, but man, it looks a little sloppy right now. It looks uncomfortable for them.
How much of that game came down to mid control?
Yes,
they
sir.
just agreed that even if it gets extremely ugly inside of middle, this is what matters on Ancient right now. If you're the best team or you're better at taking this spot, you're going to fight for it no matter what. And here, as soon as Astralis decide to participate for the first time, they get crushed. They get stopped.
Big triple kill from Jimmy.
I don't think Astralis can avoid this problem. Like, if they could go again for the straight sight hit in the beginning of the rounds, if they full commit, but the rotation's back without mid control, I don't know. Here comes the A hit.
Gonna fall back, drops the utility. He hears stairs stomping.
What's up, Tony?
Smoking Donut makes it weird, but the Opera rotates over. Nice line from Torchy.
Oh,
we got
the double fake. It's a double fake.
But there's no bomb behind this. Sure, you kill Brolin, but what does that draw back?
Wait, this is kind of wild. I mean, this is a full commit with these two rifles, while the pistols.
They got to
are on
get
the other
this
side
bomb
of the
down.
bomb. I mean, this will at
Just
least
plant,
elicit
just
a
plant.
bomb plant.
Otherwise, they're not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is working now. Now they for sure think it's B for a moment.
But the CTs are still retaking.
Yeah,
guys.
because that timing is really huge.
Now they're starting to double back.
Oh, Katie, don't. If he throws them all.
Oh no! Jabby actually still able to offer some kind of helping hand, and
oh, that's insane.
They're already running past Donut.
They don't even see.
Oh, but back with Deagle. Oh.
Cadian's able to hit the back of the head. What more can he do here? His teammate needs him. Device was trying to buy time. There's a frag for the diffuser. There's damage on Zertian. He's still got 48 health, and he's on the diffusal.
Oh,
okay.
That was a cool idea, though. Blurry cams? All right.
Maybe if Cadian took the fight on the first
I know
one,
you guys just want to see all my
it's a hard
crazy
decision
hair right
because
now.
he's
I got
probably
you.
only going to get one in that spot.
Also, Smoke's covering it.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. Zertian has cover to go hit sight.
True.
Hell, I mean, I'll give Astralis props for even getting that bomb down.
You almost never see a fake like that because again, it's the bomb is there with one other pistol. The B walk up with two rifles at least gets kills. Jabby does a good job of grabbing a second. They made it confusing. But Mel still get their 7th. Just like that, the half's done. All things considered, I feel like, if that half played out, and again, this is because Astralis are doing a great job of either winning the pistol or converting. Their first half always looks solid. Mels were clearly the better team there.
We saw some solid looks from Astralis with that forced by round win. I think making the most of some weird moments too, right? Getting bombs down when it was just that one op on Device, for example. But it is very clear that Maus won middle.
They won middle. Spinks was the better B player. They had a great sight holds. And yeah, a couple of awkward moments. And as it all pans out, we've got Maus 7-5 in the lead.
Final half of this matchup. And it's going to be a slow start out of the B gate. Look at this lean back from Astralis. Cadian is going to have his hands full. Now, he does have the kit, so if he dies, that's good for the retake. You know, my one concern is Cadian was being praised by the analysts coming in and showing good performances in the semifinals. He's sitting 6-12. How clean's that USP going to look? Not so much. That's him to drop the kit inside of the smoke. And of course, with the T-smoke down at his feet, it's going to be a difficult retake for them to try to push through. Look at the way Maus have leaned forward onto this retake attempt. They're still just going to try to burst their way through, but they're met by another smoke. And Astralis never even given a chance at this retake.
Sorry.
Again, you've got the kit.
Well, I'm rating his fridge. Well, no, I rated it earlier, and I prepped something for now, you know?
Just met by resistance. The T's are up in their face, and this is Maus to win.
I'm living my best Saturday morning life. Ah!
Okay.
Oh, I thought that was him that got it. That's too funny.
Their head spinning.
Welcome to FaZe.
I already got some mini corn dogs the other day, and she told me they're in the freezer. I was like, hell yeah, I haven't had those in a while.
Never won a pistol and a conversion. They broke the curse by winning a pistol. But if they don't get that round right after, it doesn't matter, because then it's going to be 3 back for Astralis. Here's where we find out if Mouse can win their first anti-eco.
What kind of
10
challenge
a.m.
does
corn
Astralis
dogs?
throw out?
Yeah,
Well,
fuck
it's
it.
one that features a single MP9. And it's not one that takes control of cave or tries to even pressure lane or even takes a fight out middle. This is Astralis just leaning back for a moment. You know, it feels to me like Mouse have been able to kind of power up. Contrast to the first half of this semifinals when they were just timid in their bomb sites. It's really thick wood, nice oak. Xertion, angle inside of the cave. I mean, the pieces are in the right position. Astralis, they're getting their defense into the stack. A flashbang into cave could be disastrous here for Mouse.
Jimmy's playing anti.
Oh, misses the first shot. Deagle on the doorway, MP9 behind him. Device, do you swing all the way in? He'll go trying to jump
I know my
forward.
camera's off. I'm eating corn dogs.
Looks a little awkward.
I'm living my best life. Okay, well, that's one way to do it. The fuck? All right. That's some mini corn dogs right now.
It's their first pistol and conversion of the entire series, and what a time to do it.
All right, buddy, you start it.
Yeah, you got to start it.
Good luck.
Cadian could probably start it while he's playing. Well, this is a bad sign for Astralis, isn't it? First pistol and conversion. This already a lead here for Mouse. This is the scariest it's been here for Astralis, and the wave is officially going, folks.
Yeah, the wave of Mao's round wins.
I'm living my best life now.
Red room popped open. You got 4 players up in there. Xertion ready to challenge through. It's not pretty, but he gets there. Couple taps out. You guys got to keep this going until the round's over so everyone at home can see. You've committed now. You'll entertain yourselves as this unexciting anti-eco comes to a close. Keep it
I've got surround sound right now.
Clean as can be.
There we go. You know some people's thighs are getting tired.
It's a Counter-Strike craving a decade in the making. A return to a city that
They said, fuck it, full USBs, we do the wave.
Gotta say, well received.
Yes. Everyone's been fantastic.
Back to the gun rounds, 3 away. This one looks a little weird. Looks like a tech out of spawn.
I just wanted to watch the wave.
Pretty cozy little arena. Looks cool. Yeah, I think PGL did a really nice venue, to be honest.
This crowd today,
A packed out arena with a full crowd, even if it's slightly smaller, definitely clears a large arena with like a 3/4 crowd for sure.
In terms of kills at the top.
Or fuck, it would suck, but like a half crowd.
Here.
I mean, Dallas is a great example of that, to be honest with you.
Difference to what Astralis first walked out to, but it's got to be said, the quality.
Like
of
Dallas
Counter-Strike
is a
they
super
brought to
small
the
venue,
stage,
and
looking better.
last year, clearly,
quite
you know, the
some
crowd
time.
is going apeshit for Stewie, but
Everybody loves
you know the crowd was crazy when Nico comes out and says Dallas was like the loudest crowd or the craziest crowd he's ever experienced.
Yeah.
But a part of it was because the venue is smaller and it was completely filled to the fucking brim.
Device not being in a grand finals since 2021. Cadian not being
So like,
in one since 2023.
like some of these smaller venues is actually pretty sick. Like I'd say it's probably a better experience a lot of the time.
5 majors now, they've missed 4 in a row. That is, you know, a crazy thing to have to say, especially considering they are the premier Danish organization. They're the team that everyone recognizes. The reason that you walk down the street in Copenhagen, people might know Astralis before they even know esports. That's how big this team is and their history, storied their history is as well. They're trying to get back there. That's pretty much the only bar they have. They've stuck to Danish players all these years.
I mean, Mohan,
they've tried it. Everyone that you can think of, really. Like in terms of, it's config, blame it.
I'd also rather see a musician. Yeah, exactly.
Stare.
It's a way more fun
They paid a lot
experience,
of
to
money
be
for
honest.
him. They've tried to create a situation where they can get the
What's up,
most
Air? How you
out
doing,
of
man?
the current best Danish players, bring them in the.
Well, while we have a little pause here, chat, any primers, prime
That is
for
the
getters.
last
And
player
YouTube
that
chat,
would
that goes for
expect
you
ever see
too.
wearing an Astralis jersey. They want
You want
win
to stick it
again.
to Twitch
They
and
are
be mad at them, that's
willing to
good. But if you have Amazon Prime, make sure you
I'll add
use
to
the
that
Twitch Prime over here.
The last
Otherwise,
time
you're just letting them keep
Astralis,
money.
As an organization, we're in a
Morning,
big event,
Caspian.
land
Wait,
grand finals.
isn't it like
was
2
with
a.m.?
That all-time winning team, 2019 in Bahrain. The last trophy.
Prismatic, those corn dogs are gone, brother.
The World Final in 2000.
I didn't make that many of them. I wasn't in the mood to make brekkie right now.
Not featured this logo in a grand final.
Why hating on Twitch? No, I'm just incentivizing the YouTube chatters to use their Prime, okay? Let me cook.
This was going to be their chance, but seizing the day yesterday versus Mongols, a massive win. Had a chance to do it versus Maus, but again, you've got to find some kind of an uptick.
Cammy, thanks for the 12-month primer. Thank you. Someone, thanks for the primer. Thank you.
And on an individual level, they are tapping back into that. Jabby has disappeared. Cadian gone.
Adam, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you. Hey, Fom. Hey.
Able to beat the Mongols is because individually, Astralis started shooting back.
Oh man, Acadian's walking away.
No, you can
They're
all use it on
taking the
Twitch,
A side.
right?
There's this window lurk. They didn't come back to take over middle control. At least Cadian gets a kill.
Sound, wake the fuck up. Oh man, who's gonna tell him, Chad?
Cadian
Who's gonna tell him, man?
Fights, doesn't have tempo, doesn't have red room. His donut player and device is just holding off on middle. No fight for him to be into. And so it's a comfortable moment here for Maus early on the T side too.
Just for a moment though, Xerxan has to play his cards right, and he does come out for the peak.
It's flame and it's really toxic, but it's also unfortunately just the truth, which is Sound during playoffs typically is.
There's still room for Astralis.
I don't know if there's a player that plays better in groups than in playoffs than Sound. Like the drop off is and the difference is truly crazy.
Incredible.
Rips the head off.
Like it feels kind of fucked up to just always mention it, but it's so prevalent, man. It's so prevalent.
The kind of player, doesn't matter how much HP he has, he doesn't get scared. He still plays his percentages perfectly. In fact, he's got different ways of playing at different stages of health, and he knows how to use his HP to his advantage. They got him close to dying every single peak, but they never took him out, and he kept advancing his position. One of the most
fucked up to speak the
annoying
truth.
players to play against when he's
When
on
everybody,
form,
when
and he is
most
right
people
now.
know the truth already, and you're reiterating it,
Astralis don't have a single rifle
and it's
to
just a
defend
negative thing,
against
it can be. It can be a little fucked.
Grand finals point.
Sphinx, fast fight. Oh, MP9s, but a team kill. As if that's what Astralis can afford at the moment.
Well, good trade, guys. Good trade.
It was a 5v4 in hand. An awkward move back from Stair, but at least grabbing the AK off of the dead body. And he'll peel back from Stown. I mean, it feels like Astralis in this kind of a position, trailing by 6 rounds, still have to.
Do you think Cadian was in on the stabby shit?
But Jimmy is just simply
Are you implying that Cadian wanted to be cut from Heroic and then simultaneously completely dissolve their roster to force him to go play for a North American organization, then eventually come back to Astralis?
skate through this CT side like it's nothing.
This is the first time they are in the lead. It'll have to be Astralis to make the comeback.
You know,
They did it
could
yesterday
have.
versus
Fuck
the
it.
Mongols,
I'm
2
here for
maps
it.
in a row. They showed us some great CS.
Honestly, I think he was in on it. Yeah, you're right.
At this point,
Yeah,
it's
fuck
looking
it.
like they're the weaker team in both halves. They need to go to a level of Ancient that, once again, just like Nuke, they can do. It's just that today, is it there? They didn't seem to believe in their tools of taking mid-control in the first half. Now they're running into so many money problems. And it's very possible that they go out of this game in a whimper. Astralis with the full investment.
Scriptwriters
just
are
a
too
single
lazy
kill on
for that
Sphinx
storyline, true.
As they listen to the bomb tick and Maus hit 12.
It's a bleak feeling when you're down at the bottom of the scoreboard. 4 kills to Stown's name. And his team trailing by 7 elimination points. Maus obviously just breezing through this third one. The only time that there was any kind of success for Astralis. Forced by win in round 2.
Awesome.
They had 5 of the first 7 rounds in this map, and they have not won one since.
Elimination looms.
Silver lining for the Danes, working with guns, full-blown rifle round, and a chance for Rugga to come in to smooth things over.
At least they've got an op for this. Device can put up a final stand. We haven't been saying his name too much.
Giggles?
What happened to those
Mick
Astralis
Giggler.
chants?
Thank you very much for the Twitch primer.
Things
Thank you.
have gotten quiet.
Do you think he giggles?
As the Danes fizzle out in Cluj. Exceeding
the IP
expectations,
exploit
earning
get
a
fixed?
big win versus
Yes.
Mongols. That one shocked the world.
Who knows? There'll probably be another one already running around here soon, but yeah.
It's been a roller coaster of a weekend for Astralis.
I'm actively annoying Pwn. Yeah, he didn't shower yet.
Not able to put a dent in mid-control throughout the first 12. They chuck out a few grenades to try to stop Xerxin, but I mean, this guy is a boulder when it comes to rolling forward with momentum. Doesn't actually follow through. And that's going to create a question mark for the Danes to have to deal with.
The way Heroic handled it was weird, to be honest. Releasing the statement knowing that Sound and Yabby no way of defending themselves is like pretty school-age behavior. You mean an organization just simply stating the actions of two of their players that completely ruined their top 10 roster for no apparent reason otherwise than just being fucking children? Honestly true. I think Heroic should have just not been upset whatsoever and not said the truth, so that way when they removed KD and Stalin and Yabby, that they just look like absolute incompetent fucking dumbasses. You're right. In fact, I think you're absolutely right. Sorry, that was in YouTube chat, but that's also fucking insane that you say that. Imagine waking up one day and Heroic just drops Stalin, Yabby, and Cadian. For what? Yeah, that one. Yeah, you're gonna explain. Yeah, okay.
But that's just going to put them on a silver platter. Spinks has been the difference.
He sniffed that.
That's fucking wild.
Deep control into this A-bomb site. Astralis will come scrambling over as they have not been able to find a foothold throughout this critical third map. Maus with a late roster change, the most criticized move of the offseason, and they prove that Brolin can call. They step forth in a mighty Maus moment for grand finals.
Did they prove that Brolin could call, or did they prove that Spinks is just undoubtedly still a top 20 player in the world and probably a top 10 rifler?
Some inconsistency, but within this series, it could have been a 2-0 for Astralis, and we never get to see this. But a wonderful
We won't know about Brolin's calling legit for a while, guys.
In his inauguration tournament as an IGL.
I can't imagine they've added so much stuff, like, now that Shuei's been out of the roster for, what, like, not even a month yet? And they've had very little practice because they just go straight into events?
Looks comfortable with this lineup.
It's a team that was brought forth in form.
I have a hard time believing they're calling a lot of things that Brolin wants to do, or, like, having a lot of new stuff.
And they have all said that each and every one of them needs to step it up if they are truly going to keep themselves at similar heights.
Who do you want me to ban?
And Spinks did what he had to. Firepower at an all-time high. And another
Yeah, let me see. I'll do this real quick. Let me see what he typed. /user. Let's see what he did.
I think Scrawny said it best when he said it's the mighty Maus, but it's also the mighty Spinks in this one. Spinks, just talk me through this game, because this was hard from start to finish for you guys.
All right.
You were 12-4 down on the first map, and then Brolin calls this amazing T-side to get you through to it all. What was going on in this first map?
Dude's having a great Saturday.
We definitely fucked up the city side, but we didn't even think about the win. We just said let's grind some rounds, so we have momentum for nuke, and I think Brolin just have an amazing T-side as an IGL.
FL0
Every call he did was the perfect call, and yeah, I'm proud of him.
And you should probably be proud of yourself, though, because you really lit it up on that second half, right? You started dominating.
All right, maybe Brolin is the GOAT IGL. Fuck it.
Call a bit of your own game.
Yeah, just taking some duels, and I also think I need to help the guys a bit, because of course they're not the most experienced on arena. So I thought the best way to show them is to do it yourself, you know?
I like that mentality, but you said about having this momentum and carrying it through. Didn't kind of work out on nuke. What happened there?
Yeah, I think we did a good inside, but we were afraid of winning in a way. We were afraid of winning, and it fucked us up a bit. But we fully reset for Ancient, and I'm happy we won.
And I bet you are happy you won, because it's the first time you're playing in the Maus jersey, the first event, and you make the grand final. Did you just like bring this together and think this was possible from the start?
we were really good on practice. I think we all believed we could have won the tournament, but we are still checking how we play on officials. We, of course, practice doesn't show how we play on officials. So far, we are doing a pretty good job, but it's still the first tournament, so much more to see.
I think you're doing more than a good job right now. Anything you want to say to all the fans out here?
Thank you, everyone. It's been amazing.
I think he means winning in an arena, Ziv. Jam, thanks to the 48-month primer. Thank you.
Thank you for the support, guys. It's really enjoying to play here, and thank you. That's it.
And with that, our first team through to the grand final, it's Mouse!
It certainly is, James, and with each game we get closer to answering the riddle of the Sphinx, namely...
Mouse Falcons has to be the most unexpected finals if it happens, right?
Is it going to work with Brawl?
Most? Out of everybody in the team? No. Or out of everybody in the tournament?
Every test that has been put
No, that's... You're doing the internet thing.
Because every time they're doing interviews...
Like the whole tournament? Nah, like, it's not that crazy. Like, it's definitely not what I would have expected, but most...
It's a vibes thing going on right now.
Listen, there's no conclusion to be made already, but I think you're right in saying that every single step we've seen so far has been a step in the right direction. Every single indication we've seen so far has been a good indication for Brolan and Mouse as a whole. We all kind of feared that when you got rid of Shuhei, there was a big identity of the team, you know, a big in-game leading talent. We're talking about him potentially taking over for Karrigan in FaZe one day, maybe going to G2. So it was a big capacity that they let go, and it was their own decision. Now, this is not
getting ready for Brokey to play.
But it's as close as we get to it outside of those big tournaments. And to be in a grand final where you already guaranteed yourself a shit ton of VIS points, $187,000 as well, and a chance to win the grand final, that is the best possible start you could wish for if you're Mouse and Spinks.
We're going to come back and break it down in more detail. Now we're over to James Banks, who's with...
Let me go to complete ranking and then go to the important ranking.
Thank you very much, Richard. I've got Cadian standing by with me here, and yeah,
Bruh.
that's right. Come on, Cluj.
Bruh.
Now, Cadian, this was... They might boo you at the start, but they still love you no matter what. Okay, this game, it was tough. It was not an easy one. You're up 12-4 on this first map, and it slips away the way it did. But you didn't break after this. I just want to start by looking at this Inferno. What do you feel was the problem for you guys there? Because it was in your hands.
James, I have to address the crowd first. I have to. I want to say a big thank you to all the Romanian fans. You guys have showed that PGL made a great decision to come here. You should...
Cadian's got that aura, dude. He said, give me the mic.
You guys showed two important things. That you come, even though there's no Romanian teams or Romanian players. But you also showed up in the signing session for Ime. I saw the video and the queue was unbelievable. So let's give some love for Ime if he's sitting and watching somewhere.
Girl up, chat.
Ime. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you guys. You created an amazing atmosphere. Cluj has been amazing. Bucharest was amazing for the group stage. We definitely want to come back, so thank you so much for the support. And now I can answer your questions, James.
So yeah, you got to talk to me about this Inferno, because it was yours, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that the Inferno was... I mean, we had a 12-5 lead, and we threw that one away. And the series would have been very different if we would have won that one. But I think also in the end, they changed up the pace. They played insanely well. We didn't make major mistakes, but we made a lot of small ones, and they capitalized on that.
But it didn't affect you going into Nuke, and it seemed like you guys were ready to fight the whole way of it. But I just felt like we got too many different sides of Astralis, because then we come on to Ancient, and we don't seem to seem level. This seems to be a problem that continues to be haunting you at the moment. Why do you think that is?
I mean, I think we've grown a lot throughout this tournament and throughout the last few weeks. So even though we lost today, I'm actually insanely proud of the guys. We have endured a long month with both online qualifiers, Blast Bounty, Katowice, you name it. And we weren't sure we were going to make the playoffs here, but we've shown great CS. So I think overall the takeaway is that there's still plenty of work to be done, but also that we've shown great progress.
You can't have your star player doing that as often as he
Tomorrow
does.
you'll play the third place decider as well.
Oh, it's not even close, Tony.
But it's incredibly important for you guys, especially with the rankings right, and see what else you can do. How confident do you feel to be able to just reset, get ready, and make sure you deliver then?
I think the third game will probably mean more for us than the other team, which should be a good thing. So, yeah, I think we'll be ready.
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much for your time, Cadian. Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. And as I said, look, Cadian, a master of his craft, and I'm not just talking about IGLing.
Like,
I
that
am,
just
of course,
can't
talking
be.
about the way he can work a crowd. He's one of the most mentally tough people I think I've met in Counter-Strike, in the sense that what he's doing there, when he does these theatrics, he is doing it, as you said, Dust, to be that lightning rod. When you're talking about Cadian and how frustrated he makes you, or how angry he makes you, or his over-the-top reactions, you're not talking about Stown missing a shot. You're not talking
Is
about
Romania a good choice? Well, I think it's where PGL's based, and I mean the crowd seems to be like, I mean, bro, everything's been good.
He used to be.
I don't know why it wouldn't be good.
And when he is front and center, that is good for those players. They get room to
But
breathe.
also PGL is literally, I believe, is based in Romania. So I mean, for them, it makes a lot of sense to do this as well.
I love seeing players with personality.
Crowd showed up. It's been packed. Like, good energy. I'm really curious to see how it's going to be with Nico in here, with FaZe as well.
I think he's given so much to this tournament here in Cluj, and it's great to see the fans give back to him.
It's also a great way of, as you said, alleviating the pressure.
Shut up, Chewy. Thanks for the 121 months. You're fucked, buddy. Also, Tony, thanks for your 35-month primer. Thank you.
That's what a great leader does, you know. He's almost like a Jose Mourinho sometimes, in the sense that he's always center of the attention, whether you're winning or losing.
Aren't they doing another event in Romania this year?
Indeed, yeah, he definitely is.
Might be doing Bucharest, right? And that's what I'm saying is like PGL, this is their first year getting to do events that aren't majors because the circuit's actually open. So I think them starting in their own backyard makes a lot of sense, right?
I feel like in this game, when you look at how Ancient played out, there was two things that really kind of stuck out to me.
If you're not, if you're PGL and you're not having successful events where you're literally based out of, I think that's like a.
To be able to use that, which is normally a good outlet for them to kind of build from.
I also think Romania, like location-wise, is pretty good for, and a lot of accessibility for the CS scene. In that area, I guess. Obviously not for North America, but. Oh, Bucharest is just a studio event. I got you.
He delivered on a couple of occasions and also helped really get them some big.
He's been sub for 10 years. You could at least do a small dance. If you've seen the heinous shit he's typed in here, Mick, you would never defend Chew in your life. He's lucky to be able to speak.
And he was delivered.
And I think that's exactly
that's
what
crazy, man.
is banked on, right? We said it coming into the game that they have
He
to
thinks
test
he gets a
things,
small
they have to
dance.
text
Absolutely not. He's been here for this long. Don't. You don't know like I know him. It's parasocial as fuck. This motherfucker's crazy, man.
Doesn't feel comfortable over there.
You can't trust these guys, dude. You're really gonna sit here and think that this motherfucker isn't crazy after being subbed to me for 121 months. You're fucking crazy. Chewy's nuts.
Was okay. Apart from that, a little bit lackluster. He found impact. He was at the very least installing a fear in Astralis with the AWP. It wasn't always as impactful as you have seen Torsi before, but just the fact that he has a presence on the server, he kind of ran circles around Astralis, and for that he got to get credit as well.
Dude, and also just look at Sershin. We talked about how much of an impact he can have on the game as the mid player on the T side. He got at least one kill every single round in that second half, and look at that heat map. They're all coming up middle, putting the pressure on Red Room, putting the pressure on Donut, opening up space for Mouse to thrive, and man oh man did they.
And crucially,
it's happening in the semifinal I've been playing Mythic the whole time.
Because that is historically where Exertion hasn't done his best work. You know, there's jokes online. They call him the ghost of the stadium because he's always missing, floating around, ephemeral. This was a legit performance that put his team into a final.
Now, I don't want to take
any time zone with me is okay after Shanghai. Ren, thanks for the 83-month primer. Thank you.
Final boss to do it against, and that's the top echelon of teams. Now, he's never been in a better position to do it. You have 2 arena games in a row where you farm confidence. You know you're the difference maker for your team. So heading into the grand final tomorrow, hopefully we get to see more of that exertion. Because you're right, that's the one thing we can still hold against him in terms of the critique. Is he showing up in the biggest of big game? So far he's done it, but he got to prove it once more tomorrow.
Yeah, I just, again, huge credit to Mouse Sports for being able to put together a 7-round CT half, despite some of the, you know, trials that they're trying to go through with Spinks getting and learning B, you know, actually dealing with the team that's very hard to contain. They did contain them, and they did it very well. Then in the second half, Brolin in, knowing that, hey, this is our chance to close down this third map and move on to the grand finals. Yet again, called a really great game. Again, obviously, we saw Zerch in control.
Mick, thanks for the 6-month primer.
Jimmy,
Thank you, beautiful.
again,
Appreciate you.
more
Oh no, he's
straight
gonna be at
He
121
was
before he
swinging off
knows
the
it.
DK. He was cutting off people trying
It'll
to
be
push
just like
middle
Chewy.
defensively. So you really did see a lot of different people step up at different moments from Mouse Sports. And that's
One off
what
the
gives me
scammer,
hope
boys.
that this is actually a pretty nice little spot that they found themselves in right now.
Yeah, I'll end the segment.
If I see Sound in a meaningful game on Ancient, I already know the result before the match is played. Dude, I don't want to keep beating the dead horse. He just,
but I do
he's never played well in playoffs, man.
Once again, we've had another Stown incident where, you know,
It
he's
is
like
painful.
not performed in a big game. Really
Tyson,
put
thanks for the
forth by him
4-month
on a
reset.
map
Thank
play.
you.
You'd
Appreciate
expect
you.
A player of his caliber and experience to be able to put up numbers and understand what he's doing. And right now, you know, it's a bit of a cruel term, but we're going to talk about it anyway. I've said probably in terms of all of the star players, the theoretical star players, I don't think there's one that goes as missing as often as he does. And I don't know how you can fix
now
that
they're
moving
doing it.
forward, but I know that is key to Astralis ever doing well and having aspirations of lifting a trophy.
Doesn't happen often, but I 100% agree with you, Richard, in that regard. I also do think Stown is not the player he was 2 years ago. Stown is not the player that he was in Heroic. We haven't seen that kind of consistency. We haven't seen that kind of individual output for quite some time. I even said it here, the first 2 games in the group stage were lackluster from Stown. Then he stepped up. He had a good couple of maps. Even in the quarterfinal, he did okay, and then he goes missing in the semifinal as well.
Jay Better's probably Twitch still, but both are good.
10, top 15 player in the entire world of Counter-Strike. He's nowhere near that conversation right now. Can he come back to the level? I hope so for the sake of Astralis, because you're right, without Stown, they lack a bit of firepower in the rifling department.
He's just a wild card player, right? I mean, he's a guy who usually used to be a playmaker on the extremities, a great trade fragger behind Katie and her stare, a guy who could be impactful on the CT side with aggression, but as you said, it kind of comes and goes right now, but they need him more than ever in this third place decider to keep Astralis on the right path VRS.
I can give it a run, Ravenous, and see for yourself.
We are going to have a quick break. When we come back, we've got a banger. It's going to be Nico versus Carrigan when FaZe take on Falcons in the second semi-final. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves
Tomorrow, best of 5? Yeah, third place decider tomorrow and best of 5. Falcons versus FaZe should be really good, actually, though. I'll be right back. Let me turn up the ads so you guys can hear them better. I'm running an ad, using the restroom. Might get a monster from the bottom shelf. We'll see when I come back. See how I'm feeling.
We're bringing back how to become a professional player, and someone who can definitely talk us through this is Frozen from FaZe Slam, because your journey is very unique in how you did it, especially with how young you started, even entering into teams. So I guess for you, you grew up in Slovakia, you were grinding a lot of CS, but when did you first touch CS? When did it start for you?
I think the first time I touched CS was when I was like 8 or 9 years old.
Okay.
I remember, you know, it was a chill evening. We went to see my dad's friends.
Yep.
His friends, they have a son, 2 sons actually. Don't want to listen to adult conversations, so you know, we would just bounce to the room and yeah, I mean, to see the guy playing some weird shooting game, you know. And I know from that day, my brother asked for it's illegal, but CD, you know, like he had to. I don't know what's the English word for it, but he put a game for like to.
Oh, the CD key.
Exactly.
The old school way of doing it.
The old school way,
not
right?
just buying a game anymore.
Exactly.
CD keys.
So that's how we got the CS first time. And I mean, at the start, I was just watching my brother play because if you have an older brother,
he's bullying you out of the seat. You're not playing.
Exactly. And we had only one PC, so most of the time I would just spend my time watching my brother play.
Okay.
And once he had a mood to let me play, I would have my 20 minutes of fame and you know, play a bit here and there. But yeah, that's how we started.
So let me look at this then. You're playing on these public servers. It's 1.6, right?
It's 1.6,
So
yeah.
you started on the good game. You're
Yep,
grinding
the
this
best
out.
one.
Yeah, so exactly. He remembers well. But then obviously there's a time, I'm guessing, where you started to play maybe more than what your brother did. So when did this change happen?
Well, there was so after we had CS, maybe like 1 or 2 years after that, I was begging my parents to give me my own PC, you know. I really wanted to have my own setup, and I just didn't want to wait for my brother to be done playing so I can play. And I mean, my first PC was I got my dad's old notebook. It was like an Acer or something. It was.
Oh, so you were playing on a laptop then?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I was a laptop player at the start. Yeah, I mean that's all I could have back then.
Yeah,
That was great.
Hey, you don't complain. You
I
just
don't
take
complain.
That, yeah?
I have my own laptop, so I'm boss now. You know, I'm playing in the living room table. You know, sitting down. You know.
Was it a laptop when you're playing? You start hearing the fans go because you're trying to run it real deep.
It was overheating. Yeah, and I remember having this little it was like a little Logitech mouse. It was so small. It was like I think it was like this.
Oh my.
It was so small. It was so small.
You have to like claw grip the whole thing?
Yep. I mean, I think that's how I kept my claw until now, you know. But, you know, I think at this time is also when I started to like search a little bit more about CS.
Okay.
You know, I would go to YouTube and see like there is tournaments in CS as well, you know.
Ah, so this is how you saw like more of the competitive scene by looking on YouTube.
Yeah, that's how I started to figure out like there is actually more to the game than just public servers, right? And then I came across some frag movies. One that sticks out till this day is Annihilation.
Yes,
right?
No one's watched Annihilation. That is epic. There's 1 and 2, and both of them are crazy good.
Yep, and in one of those, there was a Slovakian player featuring called Devi. He had this insane clip in Lower Towns with it was a USB silencer 4K.
Yep.
If you know, we played 1.6, silencer was fucking useless. So, but
you just always took it off as soon as you spawned.
Exactly, but he made it like crazy highlight. And you know, I just remember going through this and I see a Slovakian flag down in the corner.
Yeah, but just so people to know as well, if they haven't seen the movie, it was like his name and then the circle and it was the flag.
Exactly. And I'm like, is that a Slovakian flag in there? You know, and I mean that's how I was like, man, we actually have some Slovakian players like playing at a high level.
Yeah.
And I mean that's like slowly how I started to feel different about the game. You know, like there could be more about this. I mean, obviously I had to keep good grades. I think, you know, behave good and everything like that. But I remember there was one Christmas, I think it was 2011. I would really love a PC for next Christmas, you know, so I had to wait the whole
Oh, wow, you waited a whole year?
Yeah, I waited the whole another year to actually get the PC.
You've got the PC, you've got the setup, you also understood what was going on in the competitive scene. So then where did you take your next steps into maybe joining a team or playing with friends? Like, how did we get into you wanting to go competitive?
So there were like these websites with their own servers.
Yes.
Whatever was the name, I can say, but I'm not gonna. They also provided their own TeamSpeak. So, you know, if you played, I don't know, you played public server, they had like 6 public servers. So they had the different channel for every server, right? And every mode. And I remember somehow I joined the room and there were people talking about a thing called gutter.
Ah, yes.
So now I started to not play public servers anymore.
Yep.
I started to grind gutters.
Okay.
Which, if people don't know, it was basically 10 people on the TeamSpeak.
Yep.
2 were the captains, and they were basically choosing the players until the very last one. And I mean, what team you end up with, you end up playing, right? And you have to keep in mind that at this time
In 2012, you would have been 10, right?
I'm very young, so my voice is very tiny. So most of the people, they didn't really want to play with me.
Chat, stop looking.
So I had to make my voice a little
Pay
bit
the tax.
older, you know.
You just tried talking.
That's not the tax
Of
bill.
course, but I mean, if you're that young, it doesn't really
Hey.
matter. It doesn't matter, man. It's like there was always gonna be people who's gonna say that they're not gonna play with a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just glad there were some people who actually gave me a chance and really picked me into the team, and there were people calling me cheater, you know. Yeah, but I mean, I went through this gather for like 1 or 2 years. This is what I played.
But like, how did we go from the gathers 2 years later into this?
In one of these gathers, I meet
This
some
time, thanks to the
players
forum and
that
primer. Thank you.
actually had some sort of connection to like actual professional player, like
Elvis.
OG professional players on like in 1.6.
Nice.
Like the teams that were on the top in Czechoslovakia back then, you know, which for me was
that's huge.
That's huge, you know, like. This is the people that I see in the frag movies, you know, like Oscar back then, you know.
Yeah.
Like he was my idol for a very long time, you know.
Okay.
And I just remember somehow like meeting these people, and there was a guy who I don't know. I mean, I guess he just believed in me, and I got the chance to join the team when I was maybe like 12.
But going from public servers to playing in a team is a very different thing.
Completely.
So how did you kind of learn your way through that? Just trial and error? Did you have someone that kind of guided you through this?
So the guy who I met on these gathers, he was one of my first, like, you could say like mentors, you know?
Yeah.
Like he really took me under his wing at the start. I was so young and he gave me a chance to actually play, and you know, he wasn't making fun of me because I'm young.
Yeah.
He took me seriously for what I was back then, and you know, I really took my time and tried to understand like what they are doing. Like if I'm doing something wrong, I try to understand it. And I mean, this is a transition already where like CS:GO is kind of starting.
Yep.
And 1.6 is coming to like a dead end.
It was
you
a
know.
very big end, yeah.
Exactly. So now CS:GO is starting. We are discussing if you know we should move to the other game or what. But again, I'm so young. I don't have money to come to a different game with my PC, you know, because I waited so long for this PC to.
Both teams won't go down, but both teams can go up. CS is such a big spot for both of them.
Hey, first half a year in CS:GO, I was playing only D.
No, I see it, Tony. Might have to refresh. I see it though.
Version, you know, like with the 2 letters at the both sides. I got a little bit tired of it, you know, just playing against bots and.
Hoops, thanks for the 10-month primer. Thank you.
Is like same as 1.6, 640.
640 by 480.
Exactly.
How do you FL
This is the resolution I played.
0M?
That's the start of CS:GO. You have
Bro, your consoles and all the buttons must have looked so big.
Bro, it was so ugly. It was so ugly. But again, the 1.6 was dying. The tournaments, there were suddenly less and less of them.
No, one more best
You
of
know,
3
these
coming up,
websites,
guys.
suddenly new
Top left.
CS:GO things were popping out since CS:GO was growing so much. So, I mean, the only future I really have in gaming was to, well, beg my parents to get me a better PC again.
Again as well, right? Because you're too young to work. There's no options of doing anything like that.
So, okay, coming back to one of the websites I played the tournaments on.
Yeah.
I stumbled on, so they would have these, you know, weekly tournaments. And occasionally I would see a LAN popping out there as well, which was in Košice.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And I think this LAN would happen every month.
Yep.
And you know, I would still appear on the like playing the gathers and everything. And like most of these people that I played with the gathers, they knew about this website. So Czechoslovakia is a small community in CS, especially back then. So there wasn't much to do, and people knew about everything in a way.
Happening.
Exactly. And I don't remember how or with whom, but I remember signing up to this LAN in Košice. Coming with like whatever lineup, I don't like. It was some, I mean, people not gonna know the names that I played with, you know. But I'm 13 at this point.
Yep.
I'm going to my first LAN, which is just in like a small cyber cafe. In
Fallout,
Košice.
thanks to the 49.
Yeah,
Poll,
but
thanks to the
before then I
14.
have
Thank you.
Coming back, I'm going to a LAN, bro. I'm going to a LAN, bro. And it's
Countdown's
like
top left,
70
evil.
FPS, you know. I don't care. I'm now.
You're all on the same PC, so I guess
Exactly.
it doesn't matter.
Actually, no, some pieces were better than the.
Oh
the
no,
other.
they were like mixed in.
Exactly. Some were better, some were worse.
You have to try to get the good seat.
It didn't matter to me. I know I got the A's on the first LAN. In the first game, I got an Ace.
Shout out Match It All gifted on Twitch and YouTube.
Please let me out of your basement. It's been 33 months now, and my family and friends
that was my
miss
first LAN
me.
when I was 13. Fun fact, I mean, I jumped on the train. I mean, first of all, I had to beg my parents to actually let me go to the Košice because it is, you know, across half of the country.
Yeah, it's all the way to the east, right? Slovakia.
Exactly. And I mean, I hopped on the train myself, went to Košice.
That young, they let you just go on the train and
Yeah.
go.
I mean, my parents must have crazy faith in me to.
Yeah, you had a lot of trust.
Yeah, to just let me go.
Did you used to have like, I had forms, like waivers that my parents used to have to sign for me to go even take part.
No.
You didn't have that?
No.
Oh, the Czech and Slovakian way, it's like, the kid will be fine. Let him go.
Yeah, I mean,
he can do what he wants.
I'm glad they gave me the chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember pulling up to Košice, you know, a teammate waiting for me at the train station, you know, blood smoked already like 3 packs of cigarettes. You know, we go from a train station to the cafeteria, and now I come, half of my team is already full drunk because it's like, you know,
they're
like, this is what the LAN party is about, you know, having
Was
fun.
there a big age gap between you and them?
Hell yeah, these guys were like above 20 and I'm 13 years old. Yeah, these guys were like way above my age, all of them.
Shout out to them though for taking you with this
Hell
whole thing, because
I mean,
they took on the journey.
Without them, I don't know where I would be. To these Košice tournaments, I would go with different lineups, and you know, later on, these people, like, they would obviously be way more familiar with the whole scene, so they would, you know, tell me about the, you know, there is, you know, Czech Championship. There was this LAN called Landcraft it was in Ostrava in Czech. It was the biggest BioC tournament that it was in Czech Republic, and that in my eyes was like
the holy grail.
That was I need to go there.
It's Pet and Doggo. Jiff Chaff thanks for the 33.
To Czech Republic.
We talked about this. I don't have a basement.
My monitor, my full gear. My parents actually, they since
being
I had to
cute.
carry so many things, they offered that they would drive me there.
That's a big win.
Third place tomorrow is at 5 a.m. Pacific, so 8 a.m. Eastern.
Plus 2 of my teammates.
And then finals are at
amazing. This is dreams.
10, I think.
As a kid doing this, you
No,
can't ask for much
8.
better
They're
than
at
that.
8.
Yeah. So my parents, they took me, my 2 teammates, with our full setup.
Felix Silver needs
Go
5 more,
to
boys.
Ostrava.
Get up in
The
there.
best team that there is Neophyte.
Oh,
With
yeah,
Stico,
yeah.
Oscar. This is the #1 team at this point in
And
Czechoslovakia.
they're expected to just clean up, aren't they?
Brother, this is
Yeah.
like I just wanna see them go around me, and I'll be shaking, you know.
Do you know, I fully understand you. I fully feel you.
This is where I wanna play now, you know. So somehow, some way, we set up. We go into different games every day. We play like I don't even remember how many games.
And you like probably start really early, finish really late. There's delays.
Hey,
and all
I
sorts.
remember playing until like 2 a.m. Then my parents are calling me because they obviously were there, right? They booked themselves a hotel, and they're like, "Are you guys done? You wanna come sleep to the hotel?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're done, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna sleep here next to my PC on the chairs."
Classic,
So I line up 3 chairs. I lay down, have like
Done.
4
You're
hours.
sorted, you're happy.
4 hours of sleep. Wake up, pop a monster, go play again. Yeah, we beat Cyber Factory.
I'm standing.
At this game, which later on.
It's crazy we're getting
actually get a
these
spot.
monster ads in here.
Because of that.
Good job.
Yeah. So we ended up, I think it wasn't crazy, but we ended up on 6th to 8th position.
Considering how highly you put that event in your mind as well,
It's not.
that's
bad.
gotta feel damn
It's
good.
not bad, and I see like 4 places above me is Neophyte, you know, and Esuba and all these teams that were like back then like competing for like #1 spot, you know. So for me, it's very motivational to see my name or like our team very close to them, right? And I get a friend request on the Steam from a guy that I played against.
I still have it, Zol. I just don't walk as much.
Before. He was playing for Cyber Factory.
Yep.
And he asked me like, "What's up?" If I would like to try out for their team. He obviously knew how young I am, and he was at that time, I say, 28.
Okay.
By the way, he is my best friend till this day.
Really?
This guy. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, so he gave me a chance. I know he would tell me the story later on that, you know, when he was writing me, in his head, he was like, there's no way he's going to play with a 13-year-old kid, you know? So they tried me out. I remember first game we played as a Mirage. I think I had close to 30 bump on the first practice.
So you dominated, yeah?
Yep, communication was all right, you know, for a 13-year-old. So after the first game, well, I get a message that I'm in. And now, well, I'm making my entry to the biggest Czechoslovakian tournaments where actually I get to play on the stages, I get to play in front of the crowds, you know, and actually making a little bit of money for myself.
I don't know, man. I prefer standing most of the time during these co-streams now. It feels easier.
Well, I mean, if you consider something professional, you are you're making a living out of it, right?
Yeah.
At this point, I'm not making a living out of it. I'm going to a tournament. I'm going from tournament to tournament, getting a little bit of a money from prize pool, stacking it up.
So you're just splitting the prize pool and getting
exactly,
money,
and I'm just stacking my money and trying to upgrade my setup, you know. From Cyber Factory, we later on we went to Neophyte because now Oscar and Stico are getting picked up to...
They've gone elsewhere,
They're going to Hellraisers, so now there is a chance for a new guy to come in. At that point, it seemed like way more serious organization, right? Because, well, back then they were playing against Flipside. They were making a good name for themselves in the international CS. In Neophyte, went to the biggest tournament in Czech Championship.
What a wormy.
We won that.
Ooh. And you were like 14?
14 or 13, I don't remember.
I am.
I'm definitely the youngest to win it.
Of course, yeah.
Definitely the youngest.
Still probably.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, from Neophyte, we made our way to X-Status.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the guy from X-Status coming to us on some tournament and, you know, telling us about, you know, getting all these sponsors, maybe potentially even having some money to, like, on the side. So my first salary...
And you're still at school.
I'm still going to school. So my first salary joining X-Status was 80 euros per month.
And I bet your parents were happy still.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to school. I'm able to buy whatever I want, you know? Like, I'm able
At that point, you feel like a millionaire as a kid.
I'm good, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting my money from gaming now. Later on, he actually got a bigger sponsor. which is one of the biggest, electronic stores in Czechoslovakia, which is pretty huge at that point, because
I'm hoping they hooked you up with some gear.
I'm getting PC. We have a Zoe as a sponsor. I'm getting mouse. I'm getting mousepad. I remember buying myself a HyperX headset, the red one. Everything was red and black, so I had to. My Forest was my idol, so Forest mousepad had to be there as well. And now, since we have a new sponsor, we're getting all these things. We are getting as well more money on top of it. So now, I'm getting my first huge salary, which is somewhere around 600 to 700 euros at this point, or I think 800 maybe even.
And then you'd be what?
This is 15 years old, I think. 14, 15 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. So now, well, we are playing here. We are also close to being like top 40, 30 team.
Yeah.
So we are already going through all these online tournaments on HL TV. Maybe, picking up.
Yeah, Goldman, they did, yeah.
Qualifies for the major as well.
For sure.
Yeah, that's why the first one I saw.
Yeah. So when I was like 15, I told my parents that I would really like to move to Bratislava to go to a high school there. And since I was earning money from CS and my good friend who picked me up to
I've made my own a few times, Glory, but no, I'm not using one right now. Nori has one, though.
Friend, and at this time, I asked him if I could live with him. FPL at this time was just the top teams in the world getting invited. Like, you play good tournaments, you getting into FPL. Yeah. So now FPL Challenger is a thing, which in my eyes is pretty close to FPL already, right?
That's pretty damn good, man. Especially the players that would have been in there.
Exactly, but now as well, I have a chance to earn more money on top of my professional salary. I can earn money from Faceit as well.
Yeah.
And later, as the FPL Challenge is, improving, FPL qualifiers are popping up. So yeah, I mean, this is basically my start to.
Did you qualify first time?
No.
Oh, really?
No. I think it was like to the second or third time.
Okay.
I think I even beat Robs in the qualifier. Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
Hey man, these qualifiers, like the pressure I felt there to make it there, and the relief I had once I actually made it, I think I almost cried that day.
Wow.
Because now I'm in a...
That's how much it means to you, man.
Bro, I'm in a league with the best players in the world, and I'm so young, and it means so fucking much to me.
Do you think you were the youngest?
I think this match will be good. Yeah, I think this is low-key out of the remaining teams. Probably like, arguably, I'd say probably the final.
So yeah, now...
I would expect either one of these teams to be able to beat Mouse tomorrow.
Yeah. So now I'm really seeing where my level can be, I think I won it one time when I was 15.
With the guys who are full-time, best in the world, fighting at like the top majors, this is the elite.
And at this point, my first big money was like, what, 5.5K I think I earned from FPL. Hey, I'm 15 years old.
That's a lot.
That's a jackpot, brother.
Damn, and you already had the PC, so you didn't even need to upgrade. You're good.
Now I'm good, yeah. Now I'm just stacking.
You've got a bank.
Now I'm just stacking.
Is your
my
PC
money,
so far away? What do you mean?
From the get-go, and
what you want? What is it? That to be right next to you?
I'm starting to think about what do I want to do in my future, because I feel like if I want to, do something with a career, I should move in a different direction, because it's obviously nice to collect all these land wins in Czechoslovakia, but that wasn't it for me, that wasn't my end goal. So,
like
there was a time where I took my chance. It was very hard to say to the guys that I want to leave, because they're basically the guys who took me under their wing when I was so young.
They're more than friends at that point.
Exactly, and I mean, it was very hard to make the decision to actually leave. But I mean, Crystal Rodney, shout out Kevin. He
had Dev Walk as coach, right?
Dev Walk as a coach, man. Michael Ella there.
That must have been. Is it crazy for you though when you think of the names you were joining that team with?
That's like.
Because that's like
this is.
You got a major champion coach and player.
Like for me now, I'm getting closer to somewhere. Maybe okay. What was the downside was that the team maybe didn't have an organization. It was a mixed team, but the players that are there, I thought to myself that I can learn so much now, because I mean Kevin gave me so much, Crystal gave me so much at the start.
So smart.
I'm so young at that point that and he has so much knowledge.
And you're just soaking up.
I'm just like I'm a sponge. I'm just absorbing everything he's saying, and well, that was my basically, you could say, a breakthrough to international scene, because we were struggling for a long time to find an org, and I'm making my name, and suddenly, a few months later, I get a message from Kerrigan that Mouse is building a new lineup, and he gave me a chance to.
Did you just call Frozen dude on the left? Come on, man!
Because Mouse Sports.
No way, he called Frozen dude on the left.
Professional team. So is that where you became a pro? You think Mouse? Yeah,
Mouse,
in your eyes,
definitely.
So Mouse is where he became the pro. Then Kerrigan kept his promise to you and took you over there to FaZe. And now you're still making history. And it's crazy, bro. When I look at this and I look at your career and why I wanted to do this with you, you're still 22 now. Like, you're very experienced. I'm not going to say like you're young, but if I'm comparing it, you're still such a young player with so much more ahead of you. Are you
Hunter Killer thanks for the 10-month primer, thank you.
Are you more motivated than ever before? Like, tell me your feelings now you're going into all this.
Well,
Metal Side 6 to the 5-month primer, thank you.
Always the highest, right? Always the highest goals. You know, Katowice, Cologne, all the majors. I want to win it all. I want to win it all multiple times. I'm not going to say we're going to win it this year, but, you know, we are definitely on the right track.
Yeah.
At least with how we're starting at the moment. And, yeah, I mean, I'll make sure to put everything in my power to get my hands on those trophies one day.
And you always have, by the looks of it. This is a very interesting story, eye-opening for me. Thank you very much for sharing it with us all, Frozen.
Thank you.
This was how to become a professional Counter-Strike player with Frozen, and this is a crazy blueprint that if you can copy it, well then you could be a professional player later on in your career as well.
Oh, it is. Wow.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Yes, make some noise. We're about to have the second semi-final. We're going to be chopping it up on the desk, but we have swapped out the
So we've talked about this. He doesn't like to be picked up.
Me, of course, the
He's laying on my
fantastic,
foot right
fabulous
now.
Blair, and joining him is Maui Snake. So, guys, I know you're excited for this one. FaZe versus Falcons. This should shape up to be a banger.
Listen, Richard, like any day when you have FaZe and Nico in an arena, it's a good day in the office.
I'm just excited to see who's going to be working in the Turda salt mines after this one.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you because James Banks is on the stage with a couple of special guests.
Yeah. Just some Romanian royalty, I think, Richard. This is a true home crowd advantage.
I was looking down. Hey, and Jaxie?
How does that sound for you, mate?
Crazy as fuck.
Crowd, though, I think you're missing someone here. What about Jaxie? Jaxie! Now, Jaxie, you've been commentating the games from here inside the arena. It's home soil for you. Just describe to me that feeling, mate.
It's insane. I have no words. I can describe my feelings right now. This crowd is really, really insane, and I think we deserve a major here.
And for you, just imagine having a major that you can come back to, be home crowd, second major for Na'Vi, or that's going to be just Austin?
I mean, speaking about major in Romania, I would be crazy, but we need to see if it's going to happen or not. But until that, we're going to try to have another major in Austin, like you said.
Oh, yes, that's what it's about, challenging for that major once again. For you right now, though, you're also commentating with Jaxie. How's the commentary life going? Is that what you're going to do when you retire?
I think it's too much to say that we comment basically nothing. We just watch the game and see, maybe this guy can do this and that and that. And it's like full watch party, you can say. It's more a watch party than commenting the games and stuff like this.
Two friends having fun. All right, give me your opinion on this game that's coming up. Who's going to make it to the grand final, Falcons or FaZe?
To be honest, I think I'll go slightly towards FaZe, but I think it's going to be a banger of the game.
The king's spoken, so the crowd must listen.
Yes, but all I want to see is 3 maps, intense maps, and to have some fun.
There's a lot of fun happening in this arena. And Jaxie, lastly, what words do you want to say to all the fans out there who also aren't Romanian, just to kind of hype us up and get us ready for all of this? Because so far it's been crazy, and you're a big part of that, man.
Thank you. For all fans out there, please, I mean, my community wants to hear something. Yeah, for sure. And also, we should prepare for this game, because this game is gonna be fire!
For sure, it's going to be too much fire in this game. Our Romanian legends are doing a fantastic job. The crowd is doing a fantastic job.
Shit.
Our desk, well, they're just amazing.
Ponalone is literally amped right now that he just called it fire.
So a couple of things. I do want to say, do it on the desk. The growth of Jaxie and what he's done for kind of Romanian Counter-Strike has just been an amazing story. He's actually working alongside us. We get to see him work. He's been so passionate, had so much growth, and has been a big part of hyping up the crowd. Great to see. And Immer as well. Listen, I'll get a bit spicy with this. I think it's a shame he was denied the opportunity to play in front of this crowd. And I'm glad he was here to see you all and to make his feelings known about how we should have a major in Cluj again, maybe. So, anyway.
The crowd loves that. They love that. Yeah, they love that.
All right, no, hey. It's been great, but let's now dial in and start talking about the game. FaZe versus Falcons. It is going to be an absolute banger. I have no doubt about that. We're talking about a much improved Falcons, but before we do, we're going to talk about the tournament favorites of FaZe. A new look FaZe. Karrigan again, rebuilding a roster. This time doing it with the Bald Eagle, the greatest player that NA's produced. Elige in that FaZe lineup now. Guys, tell me how you see this.
I think if you're talking about the favorites of this particular tournament, Maui, we had FaZe, we had Eternal Fire, and we had the Mongols. Where's Eternal Fire and Mongols right now? Nowhere here, right? They're out of it. But FaZe, they have delivered. They've proven they're coming in here.
What's going on?
They're coming in here with that championship.
Dude, for real, I thought they pulled up a fucking table. It looked like a table for a moment.
The last time I played in the S-tier arena was back in fall.
Dude, I was like, how the fuck did they get a table in here?
2023, when he lost to FaZe. So it's kind of interesting that now he's in the FaZe jersey and back in the arena as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at FaZe, they are without a doubt my tournament favorites. The Elige for Rops move didn't
Pop him,
bear
thanks to
fruit in the
22 month
very
resub. Thank you,
beginning, but
dude.
at this point, we're seeing that the pieces, they're starting to connect, that Karrigan is making sense of this
So why isn't it
constellation
fucking
of
starting?
players,
'Cause they're
and that Elige is finding
letting the
his
players
form.
get all
But
set up,
on
dude.
top of it, Frozen is
Settled
gonna
in,
give it a
and you
new
do the
lease
player
on life.
walkouts?
He has been fantastic in this tournament.
And speaking of constellation, you'd have to talk about stars, right? And I'm looking at Frozen. I'm looking at the side of Brokey, and I'm looking at Elige as well. Now that
That's
they've had
cool.
a few reps
Holy
in
shit,
a couple
that's
of
cool.
Official tournaments thus far, it seems to be kind of coalescing together right now. They've been looking fantastic, albeit
yeah,
I'll just say
Elige
they
and
haven't
Frozen
played
looking
too many
crazy.
games so far because of how dominant they've been. But at the moment, the three Musketeers, they are shining first, third, and
Look at
fourth
this
so
shit,
far
dude.
at the event.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Frozen there, but that's actually because Frozen's doing so well. He has been incredible, a revelation. Obviously, we've talked a lot about him, and maybe his stats are a little bit inflated because, you know, you play Sora a couple of times, dead team buff, etc. But I just love seeing this version of Frozen. He seemed to be in a really bad place coming out of Shanghai. A lot of fans were putting the blame on him, saying, you know, maybe it's time to cut him, look at someone else. He's answered that in 2025 with such grace under fire, and he looks like, I don't know, he looks integral to FaZe's plans.
Anybody that said that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah,
that's trash. That's just a trash opinion, okay? I'm known for trash opinions. I can recognize it when I see it, okay?
That's a trash opinion. The devil knows his own.
No, I mean, the thing is that when you have Elige and Frozen, they are so complementary. That is what I love about the move. Sure, you could say Rops, in terms of just pure ability, might be a side grade with Elige, but overall, Elige taking the point, going in first, allowing Frozen to be the trade fragger behind him, that is a match made in heaven because Frozen wants to be a mid-round player. He wants to be a late-round player. Elige welcomes those opening duels. So to see them be the 1-2 punch of FaZe, and then Brokey almost just feels like a luxury at that point, it's a perfect trio.
Frozen might be statistically the best player at this tournament, but we are talking about a generational talent is in the building. We have to talk about Nico. He's been playing lights out. The fans have been so far behind him. They were chanting his name when we were on a break. They are absolutely amped up to see him play. Tell me why.
I mean, Nico, speaking of aura,
It
this
is
is the
Nico.
guy. This is the guy. Second highest rated player in the tournament. And listen, man, this Falcons team so far, Maui, despite a few stumbles, despite a few struggles early on, this guy continues to deliver. The impact he has on whatever team he joins cannot be understated.
Pure blockbuster. Nico is everything you want from high-octane Counter-Strike, and he can do absolutely everything. Early round, mid-round, late round, one of the comprehensively best riflers that we have in the space, bar none. Whereas Donk is phenomenal in the beginning, Nico matches that. Whereas Rops is great in the late round, Nico can match that. He can do absolutely everything, and he's been a one-man wrecking crew, a guy that, in some ways, is saving this Falcons project game to game.
Well, look, we saw the three Musketeers. Now we need to talk about, is Nico going to get a wingman? Is Maverick going to have Goose? Because Dexter has obviously had one or two good maps, but it hasn't been consistent.
I think that's the biggest problem with this Falcons lineup is we've seen some great stuff coming out from a lot of the players, but it's been inconsistent. And I think the one player we have to highlight has to be Dexter,
Oh, it's a
right?
good-
This is
it's
a
a
guy
good
in the
little
group stage
bump
who
up.
completely was
Anti-Stalin
so quiet.
stats
His
right
impact
here,
was
dude.
nowhere to be found, and I was critical of his performance, but we saw him under the lights yesterday, Maui. He came alive, and he was so pivotal in Falcons getting the win over Eternal Fire.
Dexter just never embarrasses himself on stage. That's what's so impressive about him. That's why he's created a lore around him that so many people were awaiting his return to Tier 1 CS, even on OG, on Spirit. These kind of rosters that in some ways have no business being as good as they are in arenas. It's because Dexter elevates them. When the lights are the brightest, that's when he shines the brightest. So Dexter overall, it's good to see him back on this kind of stage because, yeah, in group stages in online play, I've been wanting a lot more from him. Unfortunately, we just had the cans fall, and
that's a disaster before this.
We need to get a cameraman on that. Yeah, they love that stuff.
We'll try and fix that. Just some thoughts about Dexter, Blair?
I think Dexter, I agree with Maui right there, and I feel like his impact when he's on form, when he's on, that's when I can see this Falcons
Not the
making
beer
it
can
deeper.
wall,
That's
man.
when I can potentially
Tough
see
times out
an
there.
upset taking place. But again, man, just the sample size of just one game, I'm not fully sold yet.
Yeah, well, look, we're going to introduce these two fantastic teams with James Banks on the stage.
And that's right. For our second semi-final, we have an absolutely incredible
Yeah, to email
game.
him, Connoisseur. They
Cluj,
posted
are you
an
ready?
email for you to hit up.
Oh, I'm sure you are, and you sound so good. You have impressed from start to finish, much like this team that's coming to the stage first. They bring a new player in, they cruise through the group stage, and yesterday was relatively easy for them. This is a team that powers up in the arenas. This is a team that knows how to get it done in playoffs. It's FaZe Clan!
My God. My God. Well, you should come out with the purple wig. Could you fucking imagine? Oh my God, I'd lose it. I'd fucking lose it, dude. Whatever happened to FaZe Clan being bankrupt? What happened to that? They got bought out by Jerry Jones, a $1 billion valuated company that wasn't really worth that. Got eventually bought for like 15 million in basically stock options, and they're private again. They're owned by Game Square.
Well, Nico
Not
is a
private,
big
but they're owned by
fan
Game
favorite, but it's
Square.
going to take a lot more than him in order to get there. There's no easy fight for these guys. But
I don't think
they've
any
shown
cash
up
was even
and
really like
beat a
moved.
team yesterday who they struggled against already in the early parts of this year.
$1 billion to 15 million in like 6 months is impressive. FaZe is, they didn't fuck that up. It was the investors at FaZe before got all their money and then got the fuck out.
They're laughing around right now. Rain, come join me up here. Magisk, Wakey, you come join me as well.
I just said me.
Were you having a little laugh before the game?
Yeah, they don't know how to work on stage, you know?
It's been a while, right, for them, but for you guys, you're very used to this. But I want to talk about some changes for you, Rain. New positions, new way of playing, new style. How much are you enjoying this?
I'm enjoying it a lot. You know, I get to see Counter-Strike in a completely different way. So it's definitely been a fun change so far.
And how confident are you guys feeling right now? Because obviously back on the stage, it's the first playoff game we're released. We say all the time how you guys play better when it gets to this moment. And everyone seems to think that this trophy's in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, we feel very confident. There's, of course, a lot of things we have to change with the new positions and everything, and things to get used to, but we feel very comfortable and very confident coming into this.
And obviously you've never
Grow up,
played
Tony.
Falcons, right?
You're not
So
doing
this is the
anything right
first
now
time you
anyway.
get
I
to
saw your
head-to-head
tweet.
with them like this.
You're probably
Do you
just
feel
playing
like
well
this is
anyway.
a team that's comfortable for you potentially, just in the way they play, what they have to offer?
I don't know, we're going to have to wait and see, but I have a good
Christ,
feeling.
Tony.
Ooh, he has a good feeling with a smile on his face as well. Magisk, it's been a long journey for you in the Falcons jersey already, but this is positive signs. How good does it feel for you to sit in this position right now?
I mean, it's better than going home, so that's a good start. Yeah, so it's a good feeling.
And in terms of it being a good feeling, we're seeing you guys improve. We're seeing what it means to you guys after every win. For you still, someone who has done it and achieved it all, how badly do you want to be in this grand final beating phase to get there?
I mean, every tournament is important, and it's part of your legacy whenever you are done. So, you know, every tournament has a meaning, and for me, it's also important to redeem myself from last year. So yeah, it has a lot of meaning for me.
And for getting this win over phase and making it through to the grand final. Obviously, you haven't faced them yet. You've seen you struggle against maybe opposition not up to the same caliber of them. But do you feel like you've improved enough to get it and be in that grand final?
I think we have been improving game from game and playing better all the time. So I definitely believe that we have the players and also the team to beat FaZe today. I mean, it's 2025, so it would be embarrassing for them to lose. So.
Well, let's see what happens when we get a server. Fist bump, shake hands, whatever you want to do, boys. And take your seats. Cluj, are you still with me? All right, we're going to do this again. This side!
They getting drug tested? Nah, dude, they're all fucking drugged out of their mind, man.
This side!
You've been losing your matchmaking games because these goddamn kids. You're less likely to lose because somebody's on drugs and more likely to lose because somebody drank chocolate milk. I'm going to be real with you.
And what about Falcons?
The chalky milk is far more fucking dangerous, trust me.
Falcons! All right, let's give this semi-final match what it deserves. One last time, make some noise!
Oh, buddy.
Yes, indeed, it is time. You saw two stalwarts of the scene there on stage talking about their competition, their legacy. But one thing that stood out for me was what Magisk said. Redemption. It is about that. Falcons had a terrible 2024. He needs this now. This is a winnable tournament for them. They've looked good here, Mal.
In the last 6 months of the previous season, the best team that the Falcons defeated on LAN was Virtus Pro. They beat Eternal Fire, the number 4 ranked team in the world, yesterday in an arena. Falcons are already on the right trajectory. This is already the best version of Falcons we have seen. This is the best 5-man lineup that have donned the green jerseys, and there is a chance, Richard. My favorites are FaZe in this matchup, but to say Falcons don't have a chance, that would be foolish.
I agree with you, absolutely, but this is going to be the toughest test for this particular lineup thus far. You're talking about a FaZe clan in the arena. That is the boss you have to go up against. We're going to jump straight into the videos here right now, Maui. The usual bands coming out. What do Falcons go for? Is it
next to the 19 with Farmer, thank you.
Dust 2's been the pick that they've been outlining for the last month or so. Second pick, I mean, for FaZe, they've been
Ancient.
I think it's got to be Ancient. Kerrigan's known for a curveball here and there, but there they go. Okay.
You know where chocolate milk comes from? Yeah, of course. What the hell, chocolate cows?
I'm thinking it's going to end on probably Mirage, maybe Inferno.
FaZe banning out Nuke, that's a usual second ban
That
for
was
them.
a
They're
stupid
not
question.
super comfortable on yet.
Okay.
And it is going to be Falcon safe.
No Inferno, God bless. Wait, did the crowd just cheer for no Inferno? Or am I hallucinating?
Oh, absolutely. But let's start by talking about the one that we've got, which is obviously Falcons. We've seen what they can do on it. I believe you've got something for me.
Bro, I'm pretty sure they just cheered when Inferno got banned. I love Romania!
And they've been
We
looking
have
great
to
on it.
get a
But now
major
here's
here.
the problem. Against Eternal Fire yesterday, against Mouse in the group stage, they got smacked around in this
We
particular
need a
map.
major
And
here
a couple of players
immediately.
we have to point the fingers to
They
has
deserve
been a
it.
spray lord. That's been Tessa's. He's been struggling a little bit on the CT side, on the T side, looking in the upper dog position, and he's been having a bit of a rough time. You can see his position, Tessa's towards upper dog. Whenever they're going for this mid to B hits, it does feel like he's not really in sync with the hits coming in. And that for me is going to be something that FaZe
Holy
are going to
shit.
take advantage
Shibuki,
of.
thanks to the
It is
19-month
something to
farmer.
worry
Dude,
about
thanks to the
because
37.
For the
Chatting
first
primers,
couple
prime
times that they
forgetters out
played
there.
Dust2, in my opinion, the reason they started picking
Also, if you're on
Dust2
YouTube,
is that
don't forget
Tessus
to
was
like the
wild
stream.
card. He was the guy that
And
you could let
subscribe.
him off the leash. He would just go for the
the
entries,
follow
find
version,
his
not the
own timings
money
on those
version,
picks into the
and hit
bomb
the
site.
bell.
With first bullet accuracy, that was
Please,
bewildering.
thank you.
But on stage, this is where, unfortunately, we've seen Tessus do some of his worst work.
Deegs, thank you very much for the 3-month
jersey.
primer. Thank you.
He's going to have to take some of the energy from these vetted stage players next to him. Dexter, Nico, they may have to pay.
I'm upside down.
Again, I
I
don't
don't
want
feel
to
so
point
good.
fingers, especially with a game of this caliber right now for Dexter. But the last 3 Dust2s he's played, the CT side, where you expect the primary operative team to pop off, he's been miserable, Rich. So right now, it's time to step up to the plate.
Well, we're about to see. I now hand you over to 2 of Counter-Strike's greatest storytellers who never get phased. It's Sponge.
Well, I heard that cheer against Inferno and applied for a visa.
He's a sweetheart, he really is. And this one could be a bit of a banger. Sure, FaZe favourite, a first clash, but how far do the Falcons soar?
Look, new year, new rosters, first final for one of the 2 of them. So let's get this one underway. Some good maps to highlight what these 2 teams bring to the table. Got some instinct-based, high-octane Counter-Strike on the table this evening. It's a Saturday night.
Fuck it, I'm going out. Fuck it. We're going out.
Good energy. T-Start, Nico P250 spotting out
Better
for
than
the cross.
Inferno
And there is
still, Tony.
a lot of bodies in middle. 2 surge forward, 2 towards the lower
Aggression.
tunnels. A lot of aggression on the menu from FaZe. They want to hit them with some disrespect early. Elige spotted by the jumps of Nico. But you know, there is a wide open bomb site and a wide open skull. Bullet finds Brokey. Bomb site access granted. Their aggressions have been thwarted.
Tough retake right now. Sure, they have tunnels, but there's 2 loose pieces that can come in
Oh
late.
my. All right, pop up.
Oh, they just lost Carrigan as well. Yeah, okay, spotted. Kicks it. He's playing it safe, playing it conservative. And they've still got Magisk with a molly all the way as Spawn. Now spotted out. Dexter does stick around. Deletes Elige. Things are flowing very nicely for the Falcons start on their home turf of Dust2.
Oh!
Frozen on the way back in.
Bro, Rain's
Sure,
view model
they've
with
gotten a
these
couple.
fucking dualies is
Time
tripping
the
me out.
main
And by
factor
view model, I
against
mean
them
it's
here,
because
as
he's
well as the 3
lefty.
players sticking around. Tessus in the window in trouble.
Oh my
He's on the
God.
bomb, guys. Do we get nervous? We don't need to get nervous, right? I mean, I know he's still on the defuse. I know that, like, that bomb is still being.
Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Right?
What a calamity!
Oh my God! They just hit a 10-second.
Face says it all. They cheekily.
I
got
don't
away with
understand.
that one. And you ask yourself how.
They can't keep getting away with this shit.
They had the side, they had the
No,
loose
that's
pieces,
only the first
opening
round.
kills, the man advantage.
What the fuck?
And if you're looking for frustrations early, there's one for Falcons. Check
What
out how
the
it started.
fuck?
It's crispy. Desperation from Carrigan. Dexter takes the window fight. This is a 2v5 situation.
How?
How is right?
How?
Okay, well, that's not the start they were hoping for. See if they can reset. Bomb goes down. Nico into an AK-47.
Dude, that's insane, bro. First fucking
Clear aggression to start
Cinema.
the CT side
We're
off,
so back.
Can fight middle. We'll need a likely flash. So the M4 on cat coming up.
Okay, so Brokey, he gets a freebie. An important trade from Tessus. Just rocking that Deeg and down, double Deegs. Kickson, now Nico.
Damn.
Clears out the lower tunnels, but are they expecting rain as well? He's going to be flanking. Carrigan abandons his post on long, going for the long wrap around and into the site. Nico and Dexter partner up to try and rectify a fumbled pistol round.
Carrigan couldn't retake through long with that MP9. Wants to group up with Rain as well. Let's see if they can trade off of one another. Carrigan to go first, Rain to trade.
Yeah, it's just a flashbang, a single flashbang on Rain to set up that Carrigan swing.
Tough fights ahead.
Yeah, especially with Nico on the other side of things with an AK-47. He has designed Counter-Strike.
Lots of fat mid. Oh my God!
Tap to the skull, but
Oh,
Rain can
Rain
still do
said
one
nah.
better. It's Dexter cowering in
Holy
fear.
shit, he's got
He
the
is
USB.
incoming, stampeding feet. He's on the reload.
Oh!
Just in time.
Holy shit.
Force by
Jesus
converted
Christ.
pistol shortcomings rectified.
Important they got away with that one. This is exactly what we said on the way in. These 2 teams, they like to
My
play a
God.
similar style of Counter-Strike. And well, stage fright when you have an Eternal Fire, when you have a Mongols. These 2, very experienced in a battle like this. Now, maybe not for the Falcons roster.
Bro.
But for the players, for sure. Dexter fortunate to stay alive and sticks the landing on that one.
I want to know how many bullets he had. Why is he reloading? Crazy.
I'll force my back, scout out for Brokey. He's only the 1,400 loss bonus coming into this in the Liege. Just going to search straight out. Cat putting his deagle on display.
Easy right up. Top of the head from Nico spotted, but he continues to advance. Stubborn in his aggressions. Door smoke lands. Freedom to activate.
That's a head-to-head we need to keep our eyes on. Liege versus Nico throughout. He's playing the same roles on the CT and the T sides.
They tried to set up Brokey, but nothing on the clear.
Giving the map control and all 5 of them through the mid corridor. A late piece of Magis just to deal with any long pushes. Sinja toes, short, kicks in-game leader. The front of the pack calling the shots. So smoked off.
Oh, I think the cans just fell over. I think the cans just fell over.
In the crowd as more cans hit the deck.
I think I heard them.
Guys, put your cans in the air,
yeah, you
not
missed
on the floor.
Well,
that's kind of... Don't make them throw them.
Falcons.
Alex, that's not...
Enough utility for the execute if the molly lands sight.
Somebody's about to have a fucking beer can thrown at them,
Like
bro.
he's destined for nothing here.
He's on his own.
Yeah. It'd be amazing to see him actually manage to make something out of this. Just one man crouched out behind the boxes and a chance onto Kingston. He makes good use of it, spammed away. 1 point of health for him. Finally felled, and the round should be converted comfortably from there.
Tough retake for FaZe. So
actually, they can clear out Magis.
Liege will have to hit quite the shot. Mantle's up, spotted now, and Magis continues to take the duel, able to convert a double. The Dane just delivering.
Never mind.
Magic from the man
JK.
to deal with the force.
JK.
Just one to find. Beautiful work. Okay, they get the eco up now. That's a great round. And that's really important that they reset from that pistol loss. Right, you lose to the defuse. You know you should have won that round. It could have really spiraled out of control. Great news that they win their force buy back. Nico's AK in play, and then they deal with it. And there's a man under a lot of pressure in recent years. Popular individuals. A very popular team in FaZe. As far as the big names concerned, they've rocked up. And they're the front runners as far as
the
favorites
classic
of the tournament
one
go. Now the
flasher.
Mongols and Eternal Fire have been eliminated.
I love this proactivity from Tessus. I mean, he's just playing. He knows it's an eco, and already it's drugged up some
Tessus said,
util,
"Guys,
claims
B's
B
clear."
site for the boys. Now, last time this happened, of course,
Somebody's seen
was
this
in the
anti-eco
Take this
before.
moment on the eco right now to reiterate the nice little graphic that the
Bro
Jets
just
brings up
solo
with
went
these
out B and
positions.
just started throwing
Both
the
of
full
these
nades
teams
to
are gonna
take
have
the
in-game
side.
leaders playing long. So for the first half of play,
Bro
we'll be
said,
focusing
"Ah,
on
fuck
Falcons,
it.
the
You
long
guys
anchor.
are A.
Brokey
You guys
is
are
all
long."
going to be rotating here, there, and everywhere. Elige is the A rifler, taking that away from Rain. Rain heads over to be the B anchor, and then Frozen your mid to B player. And that's a big talking point with this FaZe roster, is just how many preferential positions, as Nico's going to farm up some Eeks. It's his time this time. But yeah, for Elige, he's been given everything. And Rain did it before as well. When Frozen came in, sacrificed some of his positions, gave them, not all of them, but gave some of them to Frozen.
Do you see his
now with
answer?
Elige,
Like when James asked him about it, he seemed genuinely like.
well, you want to put a positive spin on it.
Yeah, but it didn't look like he was kind of faking it. He had a smile on his face. Maybe he's just a good actor, but he was kind of saying he's
No,
seeing
I
Counter-Strike
agree
new,
with Alex.
light new positions.
The way that I frame it is, if you're going to give these spots over to Elige, he has to deliver in these positions.
Yes,
And the same to be said for Frozen. If these are your 2 stars, the players of the future
But
for
I think
FaZe,
Rain-
and then Rain becomes more supportive.
I think
Or an
Rain
anchor
is
player with
genuinely
the opportunity
responding
to
that way
deliver.
because he's
Dexter
played
going
for
a
so
long
long
pick.
that he's actually getting to do new things.
Can Elige get on the board? No frags from him yet. Dexter braves the smoke, pokes his nose.
Aw,
Right
fucking
off
man.
Elige. Oh, and a leg shot too.
Holy shit, he legged
That's not
Kerrigan.
bad.
What the
Aggressive
fuck?
opening out of Dexter.
I can't believe it's transitioned back there. Elige isn't the long anchor, right? So he wants to set up Carrigan, but they knew the extinguish came in. They heard that.
Really cheeky. And despite that man advantage,
My
Nico
goat is
goes
0
broken.
5, chat. I'm
Let's
currently in
hope drop.
shambles.
CT smoke as well. There's a lot of
Miracle
pressure from
X,
the
by the way,
Falcons
we
side
got
right
your
now.
profile.
no AWP in play.
I'll sign it in 6 to 9 business months, but it is
So know
in
that
the
they might be
logs.
defense split 2-2. The mid to be pressure draws back one of those A players. So right now, as FaZe, you have to gamble. Do we play for long? Do we worry about the mid to B? Do we focus short?
Who's
You have to
IGLing
drop
on
something. You
Falcons,
can't
guys?
hold it all.
Kixon.
Don't have enough resources.
That guy's trolling you or doesn't know in the YouTube chat.
Just going through
Either
the
one.
moves to clear out
Somebody
close
said
long.
Nico.
Smoke lands, flash over, and he will concede. Carrigan, look, the fact he's already so low, what's he meant to do?
And he knows Long was occupied, heard the shots. He's alone.
I think if Carrigan goes down without anything, it's likely a save. Brokey can't help him from CT. And there it is. Now, do you let the dogs off the leash, Kixon? Do you send them out for the hunt? Do you try and wipe the board? Simple as that.
I mean, they have so much money,
And not
Falcons
really
should
simple,
hunt.
Right? They head the good spawn of Dexter towards long. They go for the extinguish, so the Molik doesn't count. able to take the pick to corner, gets another shot off, does a lot of damage, and right now these three carrying
Juicy,
over
thanks to
towards the
33-month
side.
primer. Thank you, beautiful. Thomas,
Brokey,
thanks for the
Rain, and
15.
Frozen really want to hold on to these rifles. With the lost bonus building, they should be able to get a gun round out into the next, but it'll be a while before we see Brokey's AWP. Now having a look, but 10 seconds left on that.
Can we hate a bit on Nico's view model? Yeah, bro thinks he's Immo. Who the fuck does he think he is,
Residual
man?
cash built on all the members of Falcons for one more buy.
You think he switched it so the Romanian crowd is on his side?
Looks
It's
like
kind
they
of
get to hold
smart,
on to all of
actually.
it. So now the question, do you want to take a timeout? Do you want to bring Neo into the conversation? Because you could buy back in. You could drop some M4s, it's fine. Or you could use these
Tony,
three M4s,
shush.
just go for some pistol upgrades into the next
You're
game
not
of
even
buy
a
rounds.
professional
I think
player
we'll likely
anymore.
see
You're
that.
washed. Welcome
And
to the
it
wash
has
life.
been a counter-terrorist tactical timeout. So FaZe will bring Neo into the conversation. And likely just to settle things.
Hey, he's officially washed his own tweet as of today, okay? That's how it works.
It's a worrying sign early.
Right, and they did lose a 2v5 in the first round of play.
Yeah, which felt unforgivable.
Tell him how you
but
really
they've
feel.
already
That
made
view
good on
model is terrifying.
So wiped away
That's
the
how I really
concern,
feel.
but for these two teams, right, you come into this year, you're not looking at a lot of officials, are you? Never had a head-to-head between the two of them. This is only the third event.
Is that full roster
FaZe
just
with the
done then,
Elite
by the way,
only had
Tony?
25 official maps under their belt. For Falcons, it's 28.
Yeah, and you know, we've used the word like vindication for Falcons, and that's more just as a roster in general. Leash, his frustrations there visible.
Yeah.
From Dexter's aggressive AWPing.
They're playing
But, you know,
so gotcha.
from Magisk, he was talking about personally. He wants to kind of redeem himself from a rough year last year. Different pieces, though, for Magisk and Zonic into this 2025
It's been
season.
pretty good for Zonic, hasn't it? You get Device in Astralis, you get Zywoo in Vitality, now you've got Nico on Falcons.
Yeah, he works well with a Hall of Famer.
Right now, the rifles on shore of Rain and Brokey have my interest the most. It's the pistol starting over towards B and 3 rifles over towards A. As Nico's spreading his wings, taking mid control. Tessa's probing out the other side of the map, forces block utility. These three are the difference makers.
Flash, swing, Frozen and Rain. Taking out Nico.
Magisk is starting to investigate long, so he's got a lot of room. Could work on an A split with this type of space. You need Tessas to come and deal with the mid to B push and a re-aggression from Rain. It's on the way.
Tony
He's
can
got some
only
support
op.
from Frozen.
Holy shit. I don't know if you see my op in scrims lately, Tony, but I might be NA's best opera again.
Short, that's the distraction they needed. Kickson unable to
Crazy.
convert, but it's good from Dexter's AWP. Removes the car player. Frozen gone.
Tessas needs a kill.
Yeah, Tessa stays active. Elish tucked.
Again?
Not
Yeah,
jumping.
again.
Again, FaZe does two, and people jumping.
Sorry,
On
you're
that
right.
east
Always
side,
have
Dexter
been.
puts Brokey down.
Tessa's on the way.
Is there a conversation to be had here? Not if you're caught jumping. Okay, Tessus.
Oh, shit.
Let's see what you've got. Mantles up, catches, catches hot lead to the face. Elish quick with that one. That's his first kill.
All right, there we go. Hey, we take that as the first kill. Get it rolling here. Come on.
The exchange at long between Magisk and Rain. Hopefully that's not permanent. That's a big first kill, right? And those two out of position. So the way that they've called this, let's send all the rifles over towards A. We'll just get the pistols over towards the B site. Likely force them into searching into shore, and they do that. Some lovely shooting. Oh my, giddy up.
All right, all right.
Dex is on one. Does better in the spotlight, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Maui said it best. The playoffs, he just becomes a different breed of AWP.
Damn, they were not letting that happen.
Rain, not used to that feeling, huh? How does B-side anchoring feel now?
Mid doors, that's
Dude,
one
that's
of the
fucked up,
worst
guys.
deaths you can give over.
Brutal.
Just feel absolutely helpless. It's even with the change, right? You can't just stand and spawn anymore. You got to drop into suicide. Still hitting a couple of those.
Ghosty, I've been calling him out for like years, so
Maui said to me, hot tip.
eventually
don't
he
jump.
had to play better.
Is that the strap?
Well, look, if you cross closed doors, it's hard for them to hit that shot, isn't it? The boost you have to worry about, sure, but the hang time of the jump is problematic.
I've seen Donk's pathing where he kind of takes a couple of steps towards the doors and then like knife out, gets across.
That's why you still see teams using the HEs, smokes as well. It's such a useful resource. Now we have Two-man
Is
advantage
Dexter
for
not
Falcons.
good at CSU? He was insane in Go. Dexter is the style of op that he played in Go didn't work in CS2, so he had a lot of growing pains.
Okay,
It's my favorite term lately, but
info there from Elite. Don't know how much he saw, but he certainly did chip
the
away
demand
from it.
resources from your team and actually try to carry your team hard carry with the op is just not really a thing that happens in CS2 at the moment. So he had to kind of reinvent is a bit bold, but he's definitely had to change how he plays quite a bit.
This could work out to deny the plant. Kicks and spotted. Can't hit the shot. Can't hit the shot.
Oh no!
Smoke just too
Might
deep
go.
to find that high advantage.
I don't think they were on the traditional elevation. They were a little bit low on that ramp, so couldn't get the height he was looking for. Now they'll back off for the save. The fact that they won the previous round while retaining money is all good in the hood for FaZe. They can buy into the next, but
I don't think Brokey stood up the first time, chat, by the way.
Falcons extending the lead, 5-2.
Brokey said, my bad.
The run so far for FaZe has been a bit of a walk in the park. Opening match against a dead team, took down Saw 2-0. Dealt with Mouse, their little brother, 2-0 as well. EF took a map off of them. It's a team that's been putting them under some pressure, but that was to qualify for the arena. And then took on Saw again in the quarterfinal.
And if I'm not mistaken, do correct me if I'm wrong, but with no Eternal Fire, no Mongols, FaZe hot favorites for the trophy.
Yeah, and I think coming in, they would have been the favorites over those two names as well.
Yeah.
But those were the three that you were looking at to contend for PGL Cluj-Napoca.
And yet here we find Falcons kicking up a fuss, kicking up a stink. 5-round T-side.
I think they have a lot of players who can do well in an environment like this, Nico and Dexter namely, but Magisk as well with all the trophies in his cabinet. So 3 players who on the stage in a pressure match, especially with the type of Counter-Strike we see between these two names.
No, this is definitely Falcon's best map by far. We'll see though.
Instinct-based.
FaZe, there's like levels to everything. The fact that Kerrigan has 7 DAR is a problem right now.
There's a whole story there, but you've got 4-time and 5-time.
I will say he's had a little bit of a rough one at the moment.
Magisk, I feel like that's something you can, maybe you can learn a thing or two.
Well, you're going to spend the money to get a franchise player like Nico into the team. You need to start delivering some results. And still, it's early on in the season, but this is a great way to show your intent. Using the decoy again is Dexter. This time he's not going to take the pot shot through mid. They're going to head over towards B quite quickly.
Okay, so a test for Rain and Frozen. Decoy AWP, far enough shots, good chip damage from the HE. Nades back, do nothing. But the block smoke will probably channel them into this default, even pre-aiming the boost is Elige. A lot of responsibility on this position.
Completely on his own. No support, no flashes available. And again, the head-to-heads against Nico going through lower tunnels to take this map control. Going to stress the mid to B by the looks of things and then still try and finish towards the B site. Falcons' current positioning, very telling that they already...
This is a really interesting setup out of FaZe, I'm not going to lie.
Spawn. Sure, it's not a rush.
Brokey's solo anchoring long with the Legion Cat. This is
toggle of the X-ray. This
is like should be in reverse almost, I feel like.
It wasn't much, but Tessus, it was enough. He takes down Rain, Frozen under a lot of scrutiny now. Nade could expose, but yeah, Nico finds the head of Carrigan. It's a Nico.
Oh my god, bro.
Such precision. Match is still lingering short. Brokey once again finds himself resided to the save. No other options really available for Brokey.
How do you use ADR?
Up against knows how
Most
much
will just say
territory's
DAR.
been lost.
Like,
Nico's already stepped at CT, jumping around doing parkour.
Important he holds on to this. We can start doing a bit of quick maths. So into the next round, 2,900 is the loss bonus. Don't think it's going to be enough to justify a full buy. Maybe there can be a hero M4 behind this, and that's if he gets to hold on to it. Brokey does find Nico. Now it's just the game of saving. So this is a great start. 6 rounds already. Oh, entertaining. But not the round. Falcons convert. And they're looking to snap their losing streak. They played this map 8 times. They've lost the last 2 on the trot, but still picking into it. And that's what you like to see. This veto between the two seemed very cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside looking in, this T-side does look like it's well-rounded. Admittedly helps when Dexter's on T-side does
for
too.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, and you heard Blair pointing out as well that he has a tough time on the CT side of Dust too,
right?
Which is where your AWPer can put on a bit of a clinic from time to time. Now Carrigan, he has become the secret agent. No kills just yet, and Elige with the pivotal rotating position towards A, only 2 frags as well.
Kixon taking that spawn to have a little look, see if anyone overextends. Carrigan gonna wait for the smoke, so diligence there. Nico
into lower.
Yeah, he could be caught by Brokey, and he caught a glimpse of him, but well aware of Elige, and here's that retreat. So lower control garnered. It's going to be AKV FAMAS, but has Brokey in support. Do we get an AWP clash here? We do, and Dexter was posted. Just a comfortable collection. Dispatches Brokey.
Yeah, you can't go back into that angle.
Dexter's third opening so far, doing very well.
Yeah, and that was the most valuable asset.
If you do it, you have to like go underneath the angle, but yeah, you can't like put your ass back to the truck and do it.
Well, when you consider the type of rounds they've won, being a defuse and a 2v5.
Eco hurt him again. He's just waiting. He missed. He fucking missed. That was a freebie. Oh. Aw.
An important frag. Nico's patience does overcome Frozen. And that's a rain.
Oh my God.
Straight to the skull of Tessus.
So 2 old boys.
Yeah, Carrigan, I think he knows what's up. He has to try and isolate Kixon. He knows the bomb is coming this way. Oh, Kixon gets the info though, and now Nico's swinging. Nico's rapping. He's on a timer here. Kixon's just playing to live. Knows he has to round this corner just to survive. And from behind, Nico strikes. Bomb's on its way.
Rain's still got a chance and knows he can accelerate into the AK.
Thank you very much.
Good
nice.
with the taps himself.
Got the Kalashnikov and just rounding that corner in time for a head-to-head with Nico. Can't nail it. Does so in the third.
Safe plan.
Yeah, Kixon, what have you got? Rain ready. Ooh, doesn't hit the first. Turns the flash, progressing in. Kixon now faking him out. He's ready for this angle.
Oh!
Phenomenal adjustment.
God damn, bro.
He twists, I shouts.
All right.
That's a big round for FaZe.
All right.
Beautiful from Rain. Even goes back to pick up the AWP. Got more than enough time. And good with the taps, right? This is the player who can do it with absolutely everything.
God damn.
Aim on point. It was the Deagle over towards the B side. He takes down Tessus on the lurk. Strung out in individual fights were the Falcons. All 3 rounds that FaZe have so far are not in the full buy variety. It's the pistol round, sure, that was crazy. And then it's rounds with saved guns. So Carrigan gets one back, throws the round into disarray. Time to connect. And this one, it looks wobbly, doesn't it? But kicks in place for the fight. And Rain sits him on his ass. He even gives him a teabag for good measure. No, I feel the same. Look, you could have gone towards Shaw.
You backed yourself.
Exactly, right. So in that situation, he had the timing to get away. He took the fight against Rain.
And he wants him to know that that was the wrong decision.
Carrigan's into the org.
He liked the way that scope felt.
Yeah, well, got his first kill in the round, and an important one, wasn't it?
Most definitely. So long control gained.
Brokey's in trouble.
Can say that again. 22 points of health. Backs away.
That's very treacherous.
Raspberry?
Right?
I think not.
Wasn't swarmed upon, so just going through the map control.
It is a good alias, to be fair.
I wonder if they want to try and return late long and isolate Carrigan. Well, we're not worried about that right now. Nico, 13 kills, but an audible Gallivant out mid will be denied for now. And they are rerouting, trying to isolate Carrigan's position at long. Well, he's not home, it's Brokey.
Yeah, same setup again. You weren't wrong, Tony.
Perfect weapon for the job, but such low HP. We'll have to get away after that one. Position noted, an important frag. Opens up the account for FaZe Clan's 4th. Dexter posted on the corner, Tuck's car.
Anus Volcanus, thanks for the 18-month primer. What
Rather
a dude.
divided now.
Have to go A.
37 seconds remaining. Cross smoke available. Brokey posted on this cross back long side. Smoke fades. Elige spots him out, a head-to-head duel. Some of Counter-Strike's finest.
Hold that!
To put Nico down on short
Hold
side.
that,
Dexter,
Nico!
the only
Hold
man
that,
that can
Tessus!
change the script of this one. Round 10, it is FaZe's 4th.
Hell yeah!
Dexter just trying to claw something back, but Rain through the smoke.
Hell
A smile
yeah!
creeping onto Elige's face. It's got to feel good to be winning these head-to-heads versus Nico. And there he is, the young gun, North America's finest. In the FaZe Clan jersey. I'm still adjusting to it.
Yeah, it looks a little bit strange.
It's been a long time.
But he was in purgatory with complexity, wasn't he?
Yeah.
A man who knows what it's like to be winning, or at least in the grand finals. Unfortunately, the bridesmaid to Astralis throughout their era. I'm sure that would be another nice little victory against Magisk on the other side of the server, wouldn't it?
Do you know what's going on with all these crowd guys showing their cats?
I don't know. Maybe they're like cats.
Yeah.
Fans of pussy around here.
Yeah, they're just
wait, can we say that? Guys,
tactical timeout
can
for
we
Falcons.
say this?
Cash has been a little bit stunted. Still an AWP available. Mac 10 in the hands of Kixon. Maybe we'll see some pace.
Why'd that
behind
guy look like JKS in the
Taking a
crowd?
look. A couple of long spawns possible. Nico's having a bit of a coughing fit right there. Let's hope he's ready to go for the round. We got 7 seconds till we're back underway. But that previous was all to do with Brokey playing the long corner. The fact it was contact, the perfect weapon for the job. Are they going to go out long? Let's go. Dexter looking to take a peek.
Elige is throwing out the long smoke, but there will be a window of opportunity for them to push through. The extinguish.
It's not a riot event. We're allowed to say this. Thank God.
Eventually, Flash.
We're safe.
Pull the trigger, but one across on the blue bit, and there's a layer.
Oh, the late flash is fucking brutal.
Tucks Carrigan in tight, and now Elige has got a reaction.
That's cheeky.
So much focus on the long side from that T side. Maybe the timing of this will catch them off guard. A Flash, perhaps an indicator as to his presence. Things twice.
That was cheeky to put the op there to not use any util to slide the guy out to blue and then late flash.
The map has to get an awful lot smaller. The bomb is starting to reroute. So on Tessus, the man to find the entry, he's backing out. They're aware that they left this gap.
That feels bad for Kerrigan. Kerrigan missed Molly. Even the CC Molly though, I don't even know if it's like.
He missed the Molly.
I would genuinely say it doesn't matter that much.
Meant to land blue bin as well. This is the next head-to-head.
Like, because you could either it doesn't go far enough into the corner, or he could just sit behind it if he's by him. Like, and if he's by himself, he's probably dead there either way. Oh no!
It's crossed into Kixon getting across on A.
One man.
They've sold it. Oh, they've absolutely owned
Damn.
it.
What do you do now if you're faced? You're in a rock and a hard place.
I mean, you look at Reigns on the minimap. He's heading up mid. He doesn't really know what's going on. It's too quiet.
Penny's dropped now.
Yeah, but
he's here quick.
I don't know, man. They're in. The bomb's
But there's only
planted.
3 on B.
Yeah, but
right. Kixon's still long side. Dexter, however, this is an interesting one. Yeah, he seems to know. He's caught wind of him. Has he? Yep. Now he has Brokey onto Dexter.
This one's back on.
But Kixon's still long, and Elige can't believe it. That's got to be a frustrating death.
They're
just gonna save it. Yeah.
Okay. Felt like
No, you can't run into that B bomb site. No, not that late. No way.
More utility they have.
Wow, faking.
Yeah, you
out
can. It's so shit.
To Kixon and Co.
And they ran out
Like I said earlier when we were watching Inferno, like B is on Dust 2 is brutal if you lose it. Parko, thanks for the 6-month primer. Thank you.
He gets called over. He was the only piece of information they had on the other side of the map. Bomb goes off. 7 rounds for Falcons.
Yeah, they've just been abusing Kerrigan at long here.
Finally put 2 consecutive together. Now we go into final round of the half.
And when they've gone long, a couple like they've gone long and Brokey's been there, but
so likely if you're doing the doors smoke that Elige is throwing, he knows. You need to make sure you're hitting the blue bin molly because then they're thrust into the open. They can path in front of the blue bin short, but that is a big error for Carrigan to make in that situation.
Yeah, that's rough. He's actually called for extra backup here. Kixon taking his spawn once more. Oh, this shot.
Thank God.
Golden opportunity to remove Carrigan.
In again.
He goes for a second dip. The double dip.
Bro, the molly missed. Or yeah, the molly was shallow again.
Liberated in middle and okay, Tessus just got caught.
Yeah, they blocked. Okay, I thought the Rain might hoover up that info, but not to know.
But you know that the AWP was on B. That's good information to just team out Cap. You know there'll be no AWP car.
And no way to block. Frozen, that's a nice quick 1-2 punch onto Nico. Elysian support gets there just in time. No longer looking too promising for Falcons to end with 8. Elige trying to set up Frozen for an engagement. That flash does connect. The incendiary is going to make life awkward for them. Delay that cross. Turns the flash head-to-head with Magisk. And,
the ding.
Well there. The nade to finish off the job on your head.
No, damn.
Oh, They clear it. Frozen. Again, Frozen delivers. Magisk so low thanks to Elige's hard work.
Nice.
Frozen in combination with the damage Elige did.
Nice.
4 to end it. Phase find 5.
Very nice. Very nice.
To fault Nico for that decision
One
right
second.
there. Right, they know the AWP on B, and I understand him walking out Cat. I think the only difference is maybe his teammates could have been a little bit closer just to take the space and be able to trade. Likely not expecting Frozen to be taking such an aggressive duel. Tough half for Carrigan, only 1 kill. This scoreboard's at the top, and right now they're only 2 rounds behind. They're able to sneak the pistol past the keeper. Let's see if they can get both. Be flicking on to the attack, and for them, they've only played this map 4 times with this roster in 2025. 1 at 3, lost at once, so not a bad record for them either. Comfortable map pool for both of the teams. Ancient up next, we keep it brawly, and then Mirage is the third and decider if we need to get there. The Falcons, they're in search of their first big event grand final.
I mean, that certainly would be very good way to start your season after making such a big signing.
Wow, 2 years back-to-back, you've taken cores of top teams. And this time around, you've got Nico, your franchise player, absolute superstar. And he has been delivering throughout.
Why are Navi and the top team skipped this tournament? And it seems like, this is just purely me guessing, but it seems like they're trying to pressure them a bit.
Oh, look at this pistol strat. Okay, so it's
ESL and Blast directly pay orgs for attending their events. PGL has massive prize pool like any other normal event, but doesn't give it directly to the orgs.
Yeah. Okay.
Just playing for information, Nico's lead out middle, sees nobody top home cat or low up. Kicks him rotating over. He's got a flash to try and
seemingly from my outside perspective and just
so they've taken
because
control, they're
it does, especially some like Liquid.
It's a second smoke on Rain to work
Pretty
with.
sure Liquid, if they don't do well at Pro League now, are gonna miss. And it, like they have to do well at Pro League, or they're gonna fuck up some of their Blast events.
Well, up cat with the bomb.
Oh, but look, Kixon could set up Nico, and he's got the aim, and he puts one into the brain of Rain, and now Elige trying to trade, hungry for it, could do some damage, more than that, it can take them both. Combines with Brokey's Glock, Kixon tucked, he threw the flash, Frozen spots him out, hard shots to hit, can't find it. Magic's fast.
Like I get the other teams trying to pressure, but
gets the job done, round going the way.
yeah, I don't know. Liquid during it seems ballsy, and then the players came out and said they didn't want to go, so or they did want to go, sorry, and the org didn't let them, so it's like.
Wrong there for a moment.
Nice.
Opening kill.
Very nice. There we go. Marco, thanks for the 6-month resub. Thank you.
Karrigan getting his second frag.
And presumably a second round conversion a whole lot harder without a bomb plant and that extra cash. Falcons managed to do it the first time, but doing it here. Maybe the
so PGL is normal person, the others, yes. Yeah, PGL isn't doing anything different than like what you would expect. The prize pool is 1.25 million,
probably gets it out regardless,
which is massive. And
know how close he is to this duel.
That's like, I mean, that's like majors, right? Like, I mean, obviously majors have stickers, and that's where the real money is. But you get what I'm saying, like.
There you have it, 7-6, just a one-round game. Both pistols.
Oh, sounded good, but loses it last second.
Well, Dexter is into the scalp. Magis has bought one
Demise,
as well.
I don't, yeah, Demise,
Very strong
no,
on a map
that's
like
not.
Dust 2 if the T's aren't diligent with their
No,
utility.
he literally said he wanted to go. Stop.
HE for Magis, he can go for a smoke break, kicks in with one as
Nice,
well.
bro.
Or are they going to throw them long? Well, Dexter
Brian,
posts
thanks
up,
to the
sees
36-month
nothing,
resub.
long
Thank you.
lands.
Goops, thanks to the 54. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Home, so avoiding early damage.
Demise is, like, out of the 100 things Demise has ever said as a take, maybe one has been decent.
Still an abundance of utility available to FaZe. No rush here.
Pretty rifle heavy as well.
Vanity retired? I know. This guy's just sitting in my chat now. It's kind of fucking lame. Oh my god, that laugh is kind of scary.
Oh, Kixon would have liked to have had the element of surprise there. Karrigan spots him out, bit of damage onto Frozen, but no support network.
No, that laugh was like some actual Joker level shit. I'm kind of scared.
Lots of pressure applied. They're really limiting his options. He's been forced in. Goes down.
What?
There's Magisk. Hits a no-scope through the smoke. Nico's dig empty-handed, and Magisk overlooking the progression.
Do orgs make money?
So that's very comfortable.
Yeah, pretty easy round, all things considered. Now be the eco.
Nah,
phase
they're
in
all just
position to
running
take the
on
lead.
whatever they can get from different VCs at different times. or you do what FaZe does, and all the investors that gave you money then force you to go public. You get everybody to believe it's a $1 billion company that doesn't make money.
The in-game leader gets tasked with
Cash out at the $1 billion valuation mark, sell all of it, 90% of it's gone. Jerry Jones buys you for 15 million, 16 million.
Lack of success on the CT side of this map. We'll see if he can turn it on.
Brokey to swing off Elige's contact, ready for an aggress, playing anti-flash, and Brokey just two. Magis, that deagle delivers.
Good damage.
Not bad at all. Sure, the round is a highly
Jerry Jones. Game Square.
Scoop up the AK.
Oh god, it's like a whole thing.
Lovely work from
There's like two versions of FaZe. So like I think Game Square owns the esports licensing for FaZe.
Getting a couple of good shots.
But then there's like the FaZe content creator side that was also part of that. I don't know. It's all weird. And Game Square is owned by the Cowboys. Yeah, that's the Jerry Jones Investment Group.
HE deployed.
Which apparently Tim sold his shares in, I guess, which is what Beef said the other day. So and that used to be like Tim the Tapman, Ninja, and Cloaksy, if you remember.
He needs support. The HE forces him back, but back turn is Carrigan. Nice opening.
How did that not investigate a legal investigation?
Once again, puts him down low.
Well, because it was all legal.
Oh!
Kerrigan's what's happened?
Carrigan rolls back the years with a
Kerrigan's turning the fuck up!
Dexter just has vision in time. He considered dropping into CT to try and bring that fight.
Just going to chase him, take this away.
Hello? Oh, missed no scope.
Yeah, it's perfectly legal what they did. Just stupid people are dumb enough to believe them.
Biggest round so far from Mr. Finn Anderson, the entertainer.
No, it is a pump and dump, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, they didn't hide anything. People are just stupid. There's tons of companies out there that get crazy evaluations that don't make anywhere near like what they're evaluated at. It all just depends, and that's why people say the stock market's gambling.
The conviction he had after getting that, can you see him knife run through the door smoke?
That round was just full of confidence.
Yes.
And here he is again. The nade to cover his aggress. It's a Liege this time towards green box.
Okay, well.
That they're not up against anything too hefty on the other side.
It's far from pretty. A partial investment. Falcons trying to have a chance to avoid FaZe running away with this T side.
At least casinos kick you out when you cheat. Vegas casinos probably have better ethics than.
To try and read the situation, so
but that's neither here nor there. That's how low the bar is.
Trying to take some territory, you need to snap into action.
That's not because they're so great. It's just.
The 3 around the mid doors, 1 shot.
But let's not go down this road. I'm trying to watch FaZe vs Falcons right now.
Ahead of this, Tessa sees that smoke as an invitation, but it was to his funeral. Lovely double from Elysius.
I ain't trying to unpack all this. I'll let you guys talk to your favorite political streamer about that once you guys get further down the road.
Just 2 more to find.
That's a good word for it. That's a very good word for it. Yeah, comfortable. Matt is probably uncomfortable knowing Rain is just around that corner. The round is theirs, though. Bomb on the back of Brokey. I say that Nico is alive.
Exotic, thanks for the 35. Thank you. Stop Liver and Papa Titty. Shut up. Castle, thanks for the 25. Goobs, thanks for the 54. Nico, don't do it. Nico, respectfully, not right now.
30 seconds.
You got a big enough bag? I need my goat going to the finals. Thank you.
And just an MP9 in Magic's hands as they are heading his way. This is horrible. Drops off. 1 insufficient.
Can we give us some credit, by the way? Kerrigan was 1 and 9.
Get a kill or 2. See if he can grab an AK, do some damage. Moss bonus is there. Rifles will come out into the next.
Cookie, thanks to the 93-month reset. Thank you.
Must feel nice for Elige. 12-12.
How would you say the Incendiary changed the team tactics in pro games? It quickened the pace. Right? CT mollies don't spread as much. They don't last as long, meaning they're less like full-on stops.
I'm sure it's
and you could, I mean, obviously you could always smoke them, but you can't always use the smoke to do that.
You look at the liquid here,
and then obviously smoke's there. So,
that of Astralis, but still,
you know, I think the CT molly change has been good for the pacing of the game because they've become less.
And it is a pretty good damn time for
they're less strong. So like you can, there's definitely a lot of plays now that you can make because the CT molly is so dog shit.
FaZe have managed 5 consecutive 6 if you consider that
they don't do less damage, but because the spread is smaller, you can play around the edges of them, and because they don't spread as much, you can run through the edge of it and take like 1 tick and just kill someone. A great example that I always like to use about the CT Incendiary is Mirage A ramp. If you molly Mirage A ramp, if it's close, they can peek the back of it with a one-way. If you molly deep, they can run through the close wall with the flash and take like 1 damage.
Play it more of a standard round right now. Right, lock down the long control, make sure they can't go through B, and then post the AWP up towards car.
So
just some standard Counter-Strike on this one.
Nah, it's not, BJ. It's the same. It's just because the spread is so shit. That's why it feels that way.
To start long aggressive.
So their turn to be quite heavy over towards
it's just
B.
like
it's through lower dark without any issues.
So in general, I think you can play with a bit more pace though. So CT's better off just to smoke it. Not really, no. Just kind of feels bad, to be honest.
CT smoke and a lurk.
Mid to B as well.
Yeah, there's Dexter's AWP. There it is, removing Elige. Magisk. A lot of bodies heading his way. How does he approach this? Oh, he swings out lovely from Magisk. He's got bullets to spare as well. Brokey could be his next challenger. Edges the smoke, catches a
this one fell a bit flat, huh?
There,
okay, Magis, we get it.
He sends you to
You got like
spawn.
4
First
majors,
CT
man.
round
Cool.
delivered by Magic's defensive
Like, all right,
prowess.
dude.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Love to see that, don't you? They're under a lot of pressure. You pointed it out, Dexter. The
Yeah,
fact he gets that
yeah,
first kill
dude.
on the
Whatever,
mid-to-B.
man. Brad, thanks for the
Alleviates a
16
lot
month
of
resub.
pressure.
Cookie, thanks for the 93.
He takes down
And
the
we're
lead
off the
straight out.
scammer.
Frozen gets the trade, but Magis with the multi. That's a difference maker. Even has the opportunity to pivot. Nico coming through. Holes in the smoke. And they go both ways.
True, doesn't even have 5 like the real GOAT Dupree.
You're going to pick long.
How does he handle this one? Kicks in. Just the elbow visible. Flashes and connects and smoked off for now. The break to set him up for another chance, but kicks in twice to their tricks. Stays tucked. Good nade onto Elijah's face. Lines up for the door smoke.
I feel like you're under a lot of pressure if you're Falcons in these rifle rounds. They're getting the mid control, they're applying pressure long. You're having to do everything by the book. You can't trip up if you're Falcons. Can't leer out and go, oh, he got me on that timing.
Right.
To account for everything. Carrigan with early space. Let's see if he throws out a bridge smoke just to apply a bit more pressure towards his A defense.
Yeah, it's Nico on the other side of things, though. He's rarely flustered.
You want to pull the swing player.
Do I think Magis still has it? If you played with like another roster, not this Falcons. Yeah, in general, I've defended Magis even when he was shit on Falcons.
Comfortable to keep his position. With the X-ray, you can see a whole lot more bodies starting to congregate on catwalk.
Yeah, no, I
I
definitely think Magis is one, probably still one of the best anchors in all of Counter-Strike. I think that his
okay, well they're going to put pressure mid to B.
his downturn last season is because he had no faith in that roster, and that roster was absolute fucking cheats. If the roster around him gets better, he basically powers up because he's probably going to be one, more motivated, and he has the ability, and two, as an anchor, he's less like he's getting bullied less, honestly.
That's a good catch onto Elijah on the
Oh my God.
3 bullets, and he can't hit the headshot. Does he have the time for the reload? He certainly does now. Dexter removes Carrigan and Frozen onto Dexter.
Time.
Yeah, he has to plant. Can Nico mantle up and disrupt in time? Climbing up and does it. They test Nico and he passes with flying
Like,
colours
dude, the
to keep
best
Falcons
rifle
in
on the team
conversation.
before was
Last round
who?
from
Like,
Nico. Dexter does well to get a kill as well there.
Yeah, really.
I don't even know who you'd say. Now you have Nico.
Being out of position.
Like,
once he breaks
it's not
and
even
takes that
close.
shot and they know he's in CT, it's the right call again from FaZe to be running out, but you're dealing with Nico. Makes that rifle look like an AWP.
That's hilarious. That's
just
so much
deleting
different.
them.
Imagine Nico rotating to your bomb site instead of like
and have 3 bullets and
Madden.
then still be looking for.
Hey, look, he's going to back himself no matter what, isn't he?
Fair play.
Or, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, there's still so much cash to work with for FaZe.
he had simple for what?
Should be
What?
a drop
Fucking
available
1 week?
into Brokey's hands, but everybody should be
Yeah.
looking good for rifles at the very least.
8 bullets.
Yeah, Dupree.
And he goes looking for that tap as well. That's the one you were talking about from Dexter. Important catch onto Carrigan, a belated
Chatty,
trade.
you remember when like your
Yeah,
teacher
10
told
to
you there's
9.
no
Okay,
stupid
the CT
questions?
side has got legs.
They lied.
And Brokey. Dexter,
Sorry.
You tempted fate there. Crosses.
Sorry.
back.
Sorry.
Just want
5v5.
You want to keep the comms a little bit crazy in that moment because
But
they're
like
still
also,
rifles,
dude, shut the fuck up.
So if it was, you know, I don't know exactly how many cross it can just
Lock
slow down
in,
the
Chatty.
work from looking to try and isolate
Lock
that fight against
in.
Magis, who started on his own.
Man down.
His early util again just speaks to that pressure. Nico want to try and take back some territory. It can be very risky. He's feeling that they're already up short, but their timing is a little bit slower this time round. So as they continue to avoid a lot of this, look at that, all dumped. What's that, over 1K worth of nades and really no damage. They're going to try short again. Well, now they've put Dexter's Orb over towards Car. This is more of the traditional setup. Nico gets to be that flex rifler.
I think those were deliberate footsteps from Carrigan. Kixon would have heard that. Elige is on his way. And Nico spotted. Ooh, gets away with it on the mantle. And a reposition audible. Uses that waterfall for his benefit.
I think Elige knows.
Seems like that's the plan. Carrigan just drops
What?
down. Nico can't believe his luck. A free frag.
Okay, that was a bit
Spray.
ambitious. Kerrigan, I don't even hate what Kerrigan did there. It was a little too early. Like, that was a cool idea, but he cooked a little too hard and too fast.
But Elige is going to punish. I say with bated breath, they slip away.
They might want to save.
Yeah, at this point. Ooh, Brokey gets one. Does that change the plan? They're so low. And Bomb's going straight to its demise. Tessus ready. 14 seconds. Yeah, there's nothing for him here. Combat
The
save.
Seaside's fallen a bit flat after the hot
Yeah, in
start.
most cases, you go down after time, so they want to try and back off safely.
I don't think this is safe. This is far from safe. 4, 3, at least he's
Yeah,
dead
no,
already.
he needed to die there, for
Elige
sure.
got a bit more distance there. We'll preserve his goodies.
Okay. Nice round. That's 3 consecutive now. Falcons took that timeout and they've been able to tie things up. This is really good work. Before the stage,
I mean, Ruben, you're literally comparing apples to oranges. So it's kind of like
string a bunch together. They've broken phase.
Yeah, I mean,
actually put them
it's
under
just,
pressure.
it's just that's not really what happened with the roster. So it's like.
So 1 save to AK. Loss bonus starting to build. Going into the next, they'll be getting 2,900. So there can be some lighter investments behind Elige to try and facilitate the fight. You need to take a look if he has a good spawn, and that's not the case whatsoever.
Well, apples or oranges? Oranges, for
Could
sure.
use him to head out long and try and open up things. So,
Bro, you watch me drink an Ultra
allow the
Sunrise
round
every
to come
day.
to them.
You know.
But definitely just some partial investments. There's a scout in the hands of Carrigan. He can afford that. He sold it back. Okay. Keeping it a little bit more conservative.
We said apples or oranges, and bro said, but banked apples are better. Shut the fuck up. All right, sorry. I don't know. I'm feeling dangerous right now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, my. That's a freebie.
Great start.
My average face-it teammate right there.
Another one for Dexter. He's been very good with the openings. 5-1 in that department at the moment.
This is all going to be a conversation of Elige.
No one's near him. There's no trade potential. No one
Plum is the Michael Jordan of food opinions.
Yeah, and the same kind of nade cycling. From
I've never
Nico.
been prouder than this moment than right now.
There's a conversation to be had about this. Rather cheeky. Starts to worm his way out.
The timing.
He certainly has got one of those. Now, at any time, Dexter can have a little premonition and post up on that angle for the
shit.
cross. Carrigan is actually using it as a space Elige has hoovered up to facilitate a cross. And oh, hello and goodbye to the bomb. But wait.
He needs more than one.
He certainly does. He will engage.
No!
Reaction quick. Nico's coming in from short fast. Spots and deletes.
Oh, no. 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 Frozen, you have a clock and you let your AK die.
Can't transfer. Valid
What are you looking at, Frozen? You're the last guy on cat. What are you looking at?
The Falcons have done a better job.
Look at the fucking catwalk, man.
But throughout this map so far,
Be a goddamn human ward. Sorry. I really like Frozen, but what the fuck?
They had 2 of those. One of them was the rain clutch in the 1v2 situation against Nico and Kixon.
Nothing different might have happened in that round.
They get the eco,
But like, why is the clock looking around?
As far as full guns are going, I think the Falcons might have.
Bro, you're the last guy on cat, and you don't have long control. Just fucking look at cat.
Sees the lead. 2 away from taking their map pick in a semi-final.
There's only one player with anything close to the long swan right now, and that's Carrigan. It's not even a great one of those, so they're probably just going to go into more of a default round, and or maybe even just letting Brokey search with this AWP. Tessa's starting B on his own.
Could have a lot of work to do if he overextends into that AWP, but Tessas,
they're going.
Got plenty of experience. Ooh. The smoke might change plans.
Okay, looked like they wanted to contact in if the smoke didn't come.
Yeah, but the door smoke implies there was a commitment on its way. Does that lead to CTs reacting with some space taking?
Yeah, they have to. They've just crossed back over. They've actually
just felt wisely up there to hold the off angle for people walking up CT because his last player who's at the fucking cat bricks was over there.
Need to apply some pressure short.
And he's the last person. Shut up, Silver!
They want to head over towards B
Holy
again.
fuck! Silence!
No more util to block on B.
Sorry, I had to yell at somebody in the YouTube chat. They're being dubbed.
Tessas with support now from Magisk.
Dexter here again. Clear game plan from Falcons with his positioning in a lot of these rounds.
How does he approach this? The flash lands.
Oh, fuck.
Through the door. Elige lucky. Saved by the bang.
He can't be the point man now.
Certainly not. Kixon and Carrigan, this leadership standoff.
Yeah, hold that, buddy.
That's a big pick. A lot of pressure now onto the
He just got killed by 90 years of experience. Ah!
Caught out, pulling out the
He's still there.
Carrigan dealt with.
Oh, too early. Fuck.
Pressure applied. Dexter last seen towards the boxes, sticks around there and jumps up.
Wait.
Shot Elige.
Oh, fucking A.
It's too easy.
Dude, how does he get to just hang out here? What the fuck?
Work. Combat open on the CT side. So much pressure from Nico. They're looking at Nico. They're worried about Long, and it's Dexter looking and getting G'd up by the boss man.
I think about Dexter in big games before. He does the best when the spotlight's on him. Spirit Once Upon a Time stage match. That was an Antwerp versus a FaZe clan. And that was a spectacle.
Bro, you're at the fucking game, bro.
But how many chances did he get?
I don't understand, really. I mean, I presume it's because
If that
Nico...
shot gets missed, you're thinking,
Guys?
oh, Elise, he doesn't clock it.
Base
And the
viewer
fights just keep
because
coming.
he's supporting Walt the Arena. But also, bro, watch the fucking game.
Can't quite believe it. Long the call from Carrigan. Kickson, he hears those flashes. The smoke will block, but
Me saying this like I don't know you fuckers do the same thing at Dallas.
Carrigan clearing blue. Elijah's spotted and now can fall back, facilitated by that AWP hold. The smoke actually now working against them to try and hunt them down.
And look at the util that you have to work with for FaZe. Just a molly and 2 smokes.
Ooh, maybe Rain can slip up short. That would make things awkward for these two. He's not to know. Or posted, flash is good. Nico dips into the smoke. Dexter misses his chance as well. Pressure remains.
Oh, Rain has really good timing. They need to pressure long,
Nico
quick.
versus Rain.
Nice.
It's comfortable for Rain in the first engagement, but Dexter's there. Doesn't hit his shot either. 4 versus 4.
Oh, that's
60
huge.
seconds, but
He's
Rain
gonna
wants
get.
more.
Oh.
And flanking on the
Yeah.
flank. It's nice.
Wait.
Dexter's just
What?
shot, kicks it in the head.
What?
3v3.
Wait.
Ball goes down.
Wait,
sure.
but why? But how?
Safe plan.
They're grouped up.
What?
Coming in from the nice side. Good nade lands, but so does the bullet from Elijah's AK.
What just
Might get switched
happened?
Through, same result.
What?
Clean taps out of FaZe. They will not go down quietly. We will see every single round
What
of
just
regulation.
happened?
Well, that round had it all, didn't it? But important for Elise
Wait,
to
but
hit some
why?
shots
Was
there.
he trying to spam the smoke or something? Like what? Bro, please tell me there's a replay. I
just to talk through how they can get this
Kickson
down to
just glancing.
regulation.
He can't even look at Dexter right now.
Kickson opened
Bro,
his
hit him with
first
one of
opener.
these. He's like,
In this map so far, it felt like it was the nail in the coffin.
Nico's like, you
Rain
shot
getting
him?
that space was all his timing that caused the chaos.
Zodic
that
said,
couldn't stay on the
apologize to
side B.
Kickson right
Gave
now.
up the
You
cross,
shot him
they
in the
all
head.
fired in towards CT, then the accidental TK. So this one right here,
Got
that puts
caught
so much
trolling.
pressure on the other 2 A defenders.
Wait.
They feel box, takes
Oh.
the shot, Kickson just backpedals into it.
Yeah, an unforced error, whether it's Kickson, whether it's Dexter.
Long spawns this time for FaZe.
Danilo, thanks
Forcing
for the
a lot of them to
52-month
work in the
resub.
rifle
Thank
rounds. Let's see
you.
if they just push the issue and try and run out, take that fight, and how Falcons want to deal with it. Remember, this is for all
Bro
the
just
marbles,
got
round number
executed. That's
24.
crazy.
Red gloves, green knife. Nico has the long spawn. Supported by Kickson.
Oh,
A head-on collision. Frozen. Rain coming out. And it's a head
Oh,
from
man.
Nico that finds him.
They know they're still here.
Opening frag and getting away. Never mind getting
He
away.
just
puts
fucking
Frozen
dinked him
on
through the-
notice. It's
Oh,
Carrigan and
fuck.
Tessus with an uncomfortable exchange.
This is
of
the
different
only thing I
elevations that
don't
lead
like
to a
right now
triple
about their
A.
Dust 2T sides. I don't like when
Advantage for
Kerrigan's
Falcons to
like,
close it out in regulation.
they're doing
Can
4-1s
FaZe
and he's
rectify
not
the absence
with
of
the
Rain?
group.
The low HP on Frozen. Brokey.
I have a lot
It's the AWP onto Frozen.
of praise for Kerrigan and what he does all the time, but his individual ability to like lurk has never been something I enjoy watching. I think it's really weak. He wants to be too involved and help too
Kickson
much.
not ready for this. He doesn't expecting anyone to have crossed, and so Elige successful. Brokey
He has
gets
like
the bomb
ultimate
down.
IGL
Master,
brain
that CT
syndrome.
smoke, it's looking like it's falling through their fingers,
Oh,
but
no,
Nico's still
Elige.
alive and kicking.
That
Puts
was
Elige down,
too
keeps him
bold,
humble.
bro. You didn't need. He wanted to go to Goose,
Two
but that
kills
was.
from Nico in this round. It gets uncomfortable for Brokey. His support.
Bro, you're
network
not on
is
complexity
miles away.
anymore. You don't just like play the post plant. It'll be
Do have
fine.
Molotovs. But a smoke on Tessus will enable
He
a
really
defuse
thought they'd sit
regardless.
further back. That is just not it, though, man. Oh, the molly was bad. No, this guy won 4 majors. Fuck me, and that's it.
Nico strikes. Falcons take their map pick in the semifinals. That's gotta feel good for the Falcons. FaZe back foot.
A new year, a new roster, and 1 map away from the Falcons.
NJ, thanks for the 62-month reset. Thank you.
You pay for Nico, and this is what you get.
She said she
That's their
loves
Windows
you,
noise, not
but
mine.
She can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up.
Play your role. 1xbet.
You think I can make myself an actual breakfast at this halftime? I just literally, every time I hear this, I just want to go watch Chef's Table, I'll be honest. Vision, thanks for the 7-month resub, thank you.
Ramp play, it's not going to catch them off, not at all. The leash goes deep.
FaZe Clan have cruised through the opening games
Breakfast
without
is 2
facing
p.m.
their
It's
usual
noon,
group
but
stage problems.
it's 11:58.
The bus here, and Mutera swings in, handled. Kerrigan's flanking. There's so many moving pieces.
Frozen is the best player of the
I have an
tournament
Ultra
so
Sunrise,
far,
but yeah,
and
I'll be right back.
he's
1 sec.
looking great in his new team colors.
Do I need to do anything before I step away? You guys got the Gamba? No, we're all good. Give me 1 sec.
Kerrigan's been trying to get in with kills. Finally able to connect one. Jimmy scours sight, sees the scope, and can do nothing about it. He's gonna try to get an angle, but now they know exactly where he is, and you see that reaction. It is adamant here from FaZe Clan.
Yes, the Falcons continue to show that Dust 2 is their domain, taking their map against FaZe. The atmosphere absolutely electric for this one, an advantage to Falcons, the underdogs.
Oh, absolutely. And what a hell of a game. What a hell of an opener as well. It did look like, I won't lie, Falcons, they seem to be in cruise control in the first half. But again, FaZe, they never make it easy, except this time around, Nico. He was a difference maker.
Nico was unbelievable on that A bomb site. Every single time they were going into him, it was a multi-frag. He had 8 multi-kills on the map, which is just exceptional stuff. You can see exactly why Zonic wanted this guy for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like it's a secret that he's a really, really good player. The question has always been, he does pick some strange teams to have around him, and people thought this was going to be one of those when he made the move across. There was all talk of a super team. When it didn't happen, there was jubilation that it wasn't going to happen, and that Nico was kind of going to get his comeuppance for having the temerity to go and pursue the bag, right? Which is crazy. But now, I think that this roster looks to me like they've accepted, actually, no, we are doing a full season like this. It's time to, you know, dial down and get into it. And they're looking better and better with each series.
What's most impressive for me about Falcons is that even though Nico was unplayable on that A bomb site, it was actually the supporting cast that were able to deliver so much impact. Magisk towards the B bomb site, Dexter with multiple highlight rounds, like doing just despicable things, by the way. Like Dexter was doing some stuff that you should not get away with, you should not be allowed to do, but if you hit every shot, that's what an Opper can do.
And he was basically killing everyone, even his IG at some point or the other, right? And that's the thing with Dexter. You can still be critical of some of his decision making when it comes to re-peaking time and time again, continuing to take fights. But man, if you're going to be hitting shots like that, screw it, just go for it. So he was absolutely finding a lot of impact. Rich, as a prelude to this game, I did say on the CT side, he's been struggling quite a bit. We saw him again, delivering opening kills after opening kills on the T side. But what I loved was the moment he got the AWP in his hands, he didn't play cowed, he didn't play scared. He was in their face, and absolutely the supporting cast, and also Kixon. Shout out to Kixon. Low fragging in the game, but some incredible mid-round calls from him on the T side.
But we must continue to talk about this player. Nico really has stepped it up here in Cluj, and I've just got to say it. I mean, when he plays like this, it's unplayable. You know, you are going to lose. There's not really anything you can do. He's just inevitable when he's going to put up these kind of numbers.
The game planning that Kerrigan had, it felt like they were trying to just throw him for a loop. They were trying to do all these different types of plays, splits from long, from cat, splits from mid to B, but every time it feels like Nico's just going to get the better of you. Even if you try to avoid him, even if you try to tailor a game plan, that's going to throw him for a whirl. He's just going to hit so many shots. He's going to be able to position himself so well. T side, of course, on top of that, really one of the benefactors of a great system that Kicksan put together. Overall, Nico, like, he is a phenomenal rifler. Like, it gotta be right there up there with Donk last year for the best in the world, and this year he is obviously continuing that campaign.
Oh, absolutely. And again, if you're looking at all this frag highlight right now from Nico, right, it's almost like every time he sees this person on his screen, if it's not blinded, he is winning that duel. He's 100% going to deliver one kill, and most of the times he's just not getting caught off guard, right? And by the way, this is against FaZe. This is against Elige. This is against Rain, who's also having a great game, by the way. You have Brokey as well, and yet Nico just able to trump them every single time. Class is permanent, and that's Nico.
Yeah, and I really like the relationship he's starting to form with Dexter. I kind of talked about this a little bit in the green room. I don't mind bringing it to the desk at all. Just watching the way they sit next to each other, how they interact with each other in the mid-rounds, Dexter turning to Nico immediately. You know, by the way, what you didn't see on camera, or maybe you did, but it didn't look like it was going out on our monitors, Dexter was pointing at him while the crowd was chanting his name. You know, Nico's like lifting his arms. Like, they're forming like a pretty good relationship right now, and I really like that. Like, I think Dexter has been adrift. I've got a tweet somewhere in my history, it's one of the good ones, where I said, like, we're getting to a stage in his career where it's like we're going to be talking about what if, right? And that's like the saddest two words about in any sport about someone's career. And Dexter was knocking on that door. It was looking really bleak. He'd been on mediocre lineups. He was having visa problems. Didn't know if he was going to get into a good team. Heroic rumors circling that they were going to maybe cut him loose, and now he's here playing with one of the greatest riflers of all time, and that rifler is invested in him and trying to make him a better player.
The biggest development for me for Dexter is that he's just slapping hands a little lighter because he's sitting next to Nico now.
Yeah.
He has to respect his arm. Like, he can't be slapping him too much. All in all, though,
that's $1 million arm, dude.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly. He knows how much it's worth now that he's on Falcons. So all in all, I do think that the duo between them has been really lighting things up. But overall, what I liked in this one also, the calling. I thought the calling was so great from Kicksan. Round number 8, great example of just the way that they like to pincer bomb sites together. I was highlighting Testis in the pregame. He didn't necessarily have the best overall map, but in terms of the way he's able to poke and prod towards that B site, the way that they're able to take space so effectively and decisively, this is the great stuff that we get out of Kicksan. Throws the left side smoke, corridor smokes on middle there, and then you know that FaZe want to get something back, and Testis spots that fight out. Good crouch swing on that, good entry, and Nico from the top rope. Like, look at these shots. He's just raining death from above on this bomb site.
And then just to close it out, nothing being saved, right? I think Brokey, the only one to save the AWP. And then it's not just an anomaly this one round. We can jump straight into round number 11. Again, a different style. Kicksan's mid-rounding is so good.
It's beautiful,
You got to give him credit where it's due.
Actually
and this is going to be a round where it's going to be an opening kill. A bit of a failure by Carrigan, as Chad pointed out, the Molotov not finding its way towards blue, allowing Tessis to tuck on in. The flash comes out. Carrigan, the second phase of utility, by the way, gets caught by Tessis. Now what do Falcons do? They start grouping up to outside of B, and you can see FaZe uncomfortable. Elige pushing up towards mid. The flash is a tell. He can't commit to it, and then Kicksan by himself selling this A fake. Rain was holding towards tunnels, by the way. He could potentially have caught all the plays from the Falcons, but a perfectly timed fake by Kicksan. They run into an empty bomb site, and that's about it.
This is just the advantage you get when you're in a 5v4. The world is your oyster at that point. The playbook opens up completely. You're allowed to toy with your opponent, understanding the likely rotations that are going to come next. It's a reason that we've been rating Kicksan so highly. It's that the pullback all the way from long to just send the single player out himself, as a matter of fact, while controlling the troops to send them towards B to an empty bomb site. It's just beautiful stuff. It's why this is their perma pick.
And even if you look at a couple of rounds that FaZe were able to steal away, right? It's just a difference in style, so to speak. For FaZe, it's so FaZe-esque. The first pistol round at 2v5, classic FaZe BS. Then we saw Carrigan running mid, getting 3 kills with a one-tap, just rolling back the years as well. So FaZe were winning in their style, and it did feel like it was going to be enough. But Falcons, again, credit to Kicksan for just calling a great game. In the CD side, they did not choke.
Yeah, it was actually really, really fun to watch.
Damn, I did only got 4 minutes to eat my food. Let's go.
We move on to the next map.
Hi, guys.
In terms of Carrigan's calling,
Also, Prismatic, did you try to spam while I was gone with the muted alert? How did that feel, Prismatic?
Individual
Idiot.
performances, you know, most
Thanks for the 200 bits.
is who we're talking about there.
I'm not upset about Carrigan's calling whatsoever. It did feel like he wanted to just have those great splits onto bomb sites, generally speaking. It's with only 2020 hindsight that
Take
you
it up with Bezos. Good
maybe
luck,
they should have
Prismatic.
just 5-man grouped a little bit more and just swung everybody off Cat, because that unfortunately is the only way you're going to deal with Nico. If you only have 3 guys swinging off Cat, he kills 2 of them, and so you do need the more bodies. And unfortunately, like, he wasn't able to piece it together. And I do think the game plan was good overall.
just also quickly remind ourselves
Was
of
the
the
DM
stakes
server
of
down
this
yesterday? I'm
game
not
in
sure. I didn't
brave
open up
new
Counter-Strike
world of the
yesterday.
VRS that we keep talking about, a kind of a unified tour across all tournament operators, and it dictates whether or not you're going to be at that major. So we've said historically, Falcons, are they really a top 10 team? Probably not. Is that inflated? It's very hard to gauge even based on this, but that doesn't matter. What the pundits say doesn't matter. It's the cold hard facts that if they win this, they're going to jump up to 7th. That's pretty good to beat the major. I mean, it's beyond huge. It's beyond huge.
Yeah.
Falcons get into a major is wild for them.
And reminder for everybody at home that if you're in the top 10 in Europe, you're instantly birthed into stage 2 or stage 3 of the major. If you're 7th, that's a lot of buffer room, okay? You have to fall pretty far at that point to get out of that.
And also, you don't want to play MRQ, especially when you are in EU.
So many gnarly teams out there that you just don't want to be playing. Anyway, let's talk about Ancient. This is FaZe's pick, obviously. We got to stress Falcons did win their map pick. So I'm tempering expectations because we know FaZe, they are absolutely amazing on this map.
The mid-control between Liege and Frozen is just phenomenal. I mean, the way that they're a dynamic off of each other, it's exactly what you wanted when you saw Liege being signed to this roster. I mean, they're both usually fighting for it, both on the T side and the CT side. And really, Nico, he's been having some trouble at middle. He was actually battered by Astralis. That's not the kind of matchup that you want. Does seem like he sometimes does move positions around, sometimes towards that A bomb side as well, though, Blah.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, something we had to point out, and this is something we were discussing earlier, was Kixen and Testis on the B bomb side, right? This is something where when they've been absolutely tested, they have struggled quite a bit.
Yes, and we do have, this is a crazy stat I found on Skybox Edge. Like, this is just insane. Their bomb site hold rate at this tournament is 25% on B.
God.
And the retake rate is horrendous. They only had one successful B retake across the team at this tournament. So that is instrumental. That's going to be important. I want to see if Karrigan game plans to just simply target those guys, because I'm going to say, on Dust 2, they were weak links. 8 kills apiece, under 100 ADR between the two of them.
I'm glad that's what you meant when you said you were off edging.
And also, one more thing which leads to this particular scenario, the fact that the B defense is so weak. We've seen Dexter cheat over early towards a B bomb side early on. So you know what that leaves? Mid is pretty much almost impossible to take if you're Nico or Magisk alone. You have to kind of go for a gamble, and that's a difference between his FaZe CT side and a side of Falcon's FaZe. You got a Liege, baby. He's gonna be just running in mid. He's gonna be working in tandem with Frozen, just battling out towards mid early in the game. This is a tendency they do have, though. Later during the latter stages of the first half of the CT side, what they're gonna do is they're gonna hold back, just gonna give up mid, gonna sort of usual utility, and then you're gonna see Frozen start pushing up towards A main, just getting all the information, and then you have all the information in the world. It's such a solid CT side from FaZe, and I feel like that's what's given them the edge over Falcons.
This is a point, though, for Falcons where they're going to really, it's a litmus test for their roster. Can you defeat a FaZe clan who is working with a tried and tested core as you are trying to integrate two pieces, very strong pieces in Magisk and Nico, but ones that really we are still learning about the chemistry day by day. Otherwise, I feel like Karrigan, this should be a map for him. All in all, I do think it's going to 3.
100%. I think I believe in FaZe. I believe in their Ancient. I feel map number 3 is 100% on the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, we will see if you are correct. And now we're going back over to our commentators, Sponge and Machine.
They're suggesting 3, Chatty B. What's
Is
your...
Bro still coughing? Why
what's
did
your
Dexter look
instinct
so
when you see
confused?
these
He's
two
like,
clashing
cough?
map 2?
I think if you look at the history for FaZe on this map, like they're bringing up to the table, as well as that weak B defense that we'll be keeping our eyes on. It should spell a third map.
I'm totally up for it. The first one was very entertaining. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Just, never mind casting, but watching that.
Guys, thanks for the 2-month primer.
FaZe
Thank you.
versus Falcons, and Falcons a map to the good. There is a world, there is a universe where Falcons could secure a grand final. At the conclusion of Ancient, FaZe favorites to take us the distance. Let's get this pistol started. T-side for FaZe Clan.
Any Borkers?
Everybody over towards B. Dexter starting alongside of Tessus and had a Kixen. Dual Berettas for Dexter. Smoke and a flash for Kixen to block. Into cave quite quickly, here they come.
Okay, Dexter, this is the perfect weapon for the job.
Oh,
double trouble!
Fuck me. Nice, good trades.
Brokey, that's clean onto Tessus, and awkward for Kixen, getting spammed up. Pressure from the ramp, they've taken the site. Will they retake this?
What do I get to eat? 3 eggs and English muffin. I got a banana now, sir. My classic. I just kind of...
Every beep, every
wait a little while to have my my brekkie, I guess.
Making it further away.
I had that
Nico
little
still
snacky
smoked
earlier,
off for another
so.
5 seconds. Brokey, though, overextends. Kicks and double. What? Ready for Frozen.
Kerrigan,
The bomb.
do something.
Bluff. You go to check, and oh my
Oh,
God.
no.
One more time. One more bullet. It became attainable.
No armor either.
The Falcons will leave with a CT pistol and a B-side retake.
Okay, well,
Egg
that's
prices
their
go
first
up with
pistol
every
of the
flan
series so
breakfast,
far.
true.
Probably should have been their second, but we'll forget again how Dust 2 started. They ended up winning that map, so it's all good in the hood. Dusk also discussing the vibes between the two of them right there. A bit of an odd couple, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
sure.
look, as long as the vibes are high, some of the issues that I think we might come into for the Falcons CT side defense is Nico being the mid defender and having to play around the smokes, mollies, and flashes.
Really nice sequence out of Kicks and Clean.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. But once we get into the rifles, I think it's better if we do see Falcons. Oh,
hang on.
Got a bit of a tech.
All right.
Oh.
Everybody freeze.
Get this one sorted, not live. But yeah, once we do get underway with the rifle rounds, I think the way we saw Falcons play in one of their more recent ancient games where they were playing off of middle. Nico was staying behind the red smoke. They were jumping up to donut. They weren't just running in and taking that collision, right? And with that, you have to hope that the timing of the flashes is good, or you're turning them, or right, maybe they're not scaling out with all the players. So I think it takes away a bit of the risk. Now, sure, you don't get the territory.
Okay, I kind of see it.
Tech issue sorted. It's not the all-in from FaZe. They've actually kept some residual cash even after the plant. Lurk Smoke lands on B. If you're Falcons, you're probably expecting a full force.
It's a bit of a stretch,
going to show up and you're going to
but I
assume
definitely see it.
When this AK-47.
Yeah, we'll have to give that one up. So Lurk Smoke negated by one of the CT zone to block. Still got 3 to work with.
So realistically for FaZe, you know, they could be jumping up ledge, they could be getting info, they could be walking a main. There's
The thing
so
is,
much commitment.
when you're against a force buy, it's very unlikely that the CTs are going to do the full press forward.
Right.
Unless they want to go all in mid and all in B lane and then just hope that they...
Elise Glock
beat you
armor?
right there
Yeah,
and
he's
then.
going to trail
But anti-eco
Frozen.
approach is something a little bit more like this.
And playing anti-eco successfully, Kicks and
Yeah, Elise's Glock armor, he's going to trail Frozen, then he's going to try to get the AK, and now he's got armor. So for, well, yeah, it didn't matter much there, but yeah, right. Have the hero AK look for a fight.
And he's not reloading. He's got a USP and he wants the
And then
frag.
if Frozen dies, he picks up the rifle.
Smoke actually says otherwise. He'd like the round.
Well,
That's what
he
he'd like.
might be going down regardless. The jump up from Magus, the MP9 in hand, and Force staying alive with an AK brought through.
Thank you for the gift.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I think if you bring in the AK, you're hoping for
It can be
maybe a
really
bit more than
strong.
just one kill, but still, should see them into a rifle round now. Kerrigan, the one who dropped the AK over towards Frozen, will have to work with something a little bit lighter. Broke into a Galil to facilitate utility.
Don't need an AK to Nico. GG, true.
So we'll call this one rifle round number 1. Still with a couple of omissions, so hardly a full buy. Falcons, though.
I'll never understand why any team just buys Galil's versus Falcons all the time, so Nico can't get an AK.
That's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. So yeah, Magic out towards Donut. Nico out towards the cubby, tucked in for now.
Big opportunity for Nico. That's an important trade from Frozen, but Liege, his time is cut short in round 3. That's big. Wow.
Huge.
Damn.
Tessus,
Well,
how's he done that? Immediately pulls them into a 4-man versus 3. Brokey even brought low. Tessus, he's just backing his aim in this one. He believes
confident.
He'll pull the trigger first, and well, Rain does.
Rain on the lurk,
Is there a
baby.
gap up to B? Yeah, it is a possibility. Tessus has to
Hell
respect
yeah.
Yeah, but look where the bomb is right now, so there's not going to be the full commitment from FaZe. Rain's the B extremity player. Frozen will be joining Elige for some of these mid jaunts depending on spawns. Brokey and Kerrigan to try and set them up. We settle in towards the mid round.
Welcome back, Safest.
Smoke HE and a Molotov to work with, and looks like they want to try and take it over towards an A split. So Frozen likely to activate late.
Jordan, thanks for the 52-month resub. Thank you.
So it's all going to come down to timing. A block smoke of their own design from Falcons. They'd love to get some space. Unawares of what's around the corner because they gave up middle.
Yeah, undeterred by that A main smoke.
Time will become the biggest issue, 30 seconds.
And nade could have been an issue for Broke. He gets away with it on 18 points of health.
I feel like Frozen has to play early in this.
He is starting to move. Dexter acknowledges that potential, but with only 8 bullets in the mag, it feels like, yeah, if he goes on the reload, Tessus just walks on in, gets a jump scare. Frozen's in spawn, but Dexter delivers.
Round over.
Jesus. What a double from Dexter.
Or-
There's actually a little bit of a conversation.
Wait.
He's got 7 bullets, 5
Wait!
bullets. Dexter's just running away with a knife in his hand.
Oh my god!
An unwinnable
Oh my
to
god!
Door. It's frozen with a
What are you
slap on his
doing?
face and 4
What are
kills
you
in a row.
doing?
How's that one gotten out of control? Another
Top
one
10
that
team
he's-
by ass. They look
Just
like
have
me
to
out
wonder
there.
what's
What the
coming through
fuck?
the comms. He's in CT spawn. He doesn't
Hell
have any time
yeah.
to get into the site and get the bomb
We
down.
made it, boys.
Literally just stay alive. Look, 16, 15. So you got a player tucked in temple. Why?
I don't know.
What's the look where the bomb is? It's towards the
Just
big box.
simply leave.
So you
Just
can park
leave.
passively in donut if you're Magis. What's happened there?
Nico wants a brawl. He's not happy with the way that round was stolen from them. Kixon does eat that flashbang. That's a full face. Nico, you have got 2 bullets, mate.
Yeah, there's been a couple of these situations.
He loves
where,
it.
Yeah, look, I'll just go low ammo.
Yeah, you can make it work.
Well,
2
you got
taps
the
to
man
the head.
advantage right now. You need to make up for this. You did on the first map. Kixon will just get info on block, and
I'll do.
That's a little bit skew-it.
While I'm yelling with the camera off is cinema.
Worse for wear.
Yeah, sorry, I'm eating a banana.
Rotation on its way. In fact, Magic and
Can't be
Dexter
fulfilling these
scampering
fantasies
over.
out here. Oh,
And it's
what
the
a
right call
leash.
now, 'cause Nico and Kixon
How
in
the
unison.
fuck, my goat?
Dexter has arrived, as has Magisk, but still, this conversation favors FaZe. Oh, only for a moment. Dexter's spam does change the dialogue. Edging the smoke, actually pushing the smoke. No way Magisk can handle that. But what about this from Tessus? Oh, whoa, wow. Wallbang works both ways.
Bell run. Is he going to give this a look?
He is. Yeah, he's definitely looking a bit raunchy for it, but realizes perhaps the better of the 2 decisions is to bring an AK into that CT side. With Nico on your
still
team?
trying to recover.
I'm the type of guy to eat a
I'm
banana
not
for the
talking about
shape,
that. I'm still
okay?
trying to recover from the last round.
Yeah.
Frozen in spawn at 14 seconds. Sure, you can give Dexter over, right? Like, he's pinned in temple. He probably gets run down, but why don't they just play the bomb? I can't quite wrap my head around that. Maybe they go one funky round to map.
That's
so
like,
Dust 2 was the pistol round.
Yeah, okay. The Falcons guarantee.
This
Just one.
was, what, was it a 1v3 at the point that Frozen made that kill? Maybe it was a 2v3 before that kill came
Elcher,
in.
thanks for the
Either way.
79-month reset. Thank you.
Because Dexter got one main after.
Yeah, still having a tough time piecing that one
Elcher,
together.
grow up. You're going to be just fine. I've
Could've
definitely
been a nice
betrayed you
little
way more than
trio
this.
start for
Hashtag thanks to the
Falcons. It's now
26-month
2-2
primer.
scoreline.
Thank you.
And,
My
what is
first
just gonna be
betrayal
that
is
safe
as soon
to
as
AK.
you
Sure,
sub, you think you're
Tessa's
getting
gonna
like any
hold on
sort
to
of
that
decent
himself.
content, when we all know that's just not happening.
Maybe a timeout into the next from Falcons just to settle in when the rifles come into their hands once
So
more.
if you've
But
been here
actually,
already, you
there's a
know,
bit more of an investment
Elcher,
than what I
79
thought.
months. Like, let's be honest. You're cooked, brother.
This is
You're cooked.
interesting. Even players have bought all the way down to 0, so they are fighting for this.
That's
There's
why
just
I
gonna be
watch
some
for
light
free.
Investments around Tessus' saved AK, but
Well, he is a certified
Nice
hater.
utility,
That,
upgraded
honestly,
pistols.
on brand.
Falcons aren't giving this one up without a fight.
Well, a fight coming the way of Magisk. Does he block the smoke? Does he throw it too early? He's been very restrained.
Miss Molly there. It will have to be cleared short.
Late cave smoke arrives.
Well, FaZe are just trying to feel this out, right? Because it likely,
Almost just a
considering
joke, please don't hate.
the finances, it should have just been the save.
I have no
AK,
idea
maybe
what you said, bro.
P250s.
But honestly,
There's
I'm
a bit more to
livid.
deal with. So the more utility that they bait through, the picture that they're trying to piece together.
Why
for
not
Carrigan
drop
to be able
AK to
find a
Nico?
finish.
Because Tessus is better.
So mid
Grow
right
up.
now is the path of least resistance. They still have to molly the back, and they do.
Magisk has got a second smoke. That could prove very useful.
Not at all.
There's a H here for Carrigan to blow this
I
open.
just-
if he
bro,
can block.
usually that doesn't happen
Blocked
too
on
much.
Donut where there comes the pressure though. Magisk trying to tend to both fights simultaneously. It's so uncomfortable for Magisk. Oh, some damage, but no kills. Is that enough? Have they seen enough?
I think they should hold on to this. Maybe look
Swiper,
for
thanks
exits,
for the
try and
75-month
grab another AK if
primer.
we can, but
Thank
all
you.
in all, because of this weird investment from Falcons.
How big is this
should just
banana?
be the
Takes 10
save.
minutes to
Yeah,
eat.
Carrigan
Well, I was
found
eating
the
the
perfect
eggs
finish
first,
there.
It
dude.
was the HE to clear. Otherwise, they'll
Fucking
likely just get
psychos.
blocked, and if you're running through, it's tougher. So the fact he had the
I'm still responding to all your
answer
dumbasses
to
in
the
chat,
block
you know?
smoke,
It
it
takes a
does
second.
now get FaZe into the lead. Worst case for FaZe, you give over another weapon right now. So all in all, you're looking for safe exits. Still know that Tessus has the AK. Saw the MP9, so you're going to expect a few more upgrades. But you still go into the black box for the next round if you're FaZe. It's going to be more of the same of what we just saw. I don't think you should see anything too pacey. So go into a bit more of a default, feel them out.
Mom, we're just
suss
surprised
out
you
the
take this long to
situation,
eat
look for the
anything,
finish.
dude. Come on, man.
So now it's 2,900 into the next. They can go for some extra bits and bobs of utility. Again, smokes to block. Again, they just have to hope to corral them. Might want to be more active with Tessus' AK this time. See if you can set him up for a fight. He's the cave player, but in a round like this, doesn't have to be starting there by any stretch of the imagination.
Straight out.
Yeah, well, no mollies or HEs. Why wouldn't you?
Stretching their legs, Elige and Frozen. Partner up for mid-control. Rain makes his presence known with a nade into cave.
Also smoked donut quite early, so they're going to apply pressure towards red. But I think you can be a bit more gambly, leave the gaps open. Oh, there you go.
Well,
That's the fight you're looking for.
Banging shot, takes down Carrigan. Okay, now it's going to be someone called
Yes,
upon
he's
to
got
take this
his.
fight. From phase to equalize. Bomb.
Do you have bananas plain or dab?
Scooped up
I
by
get some
Brokey,
peanut butter,
Rain will
dude.
have support.
I'm American.
So
Let's
in
be
a
honest.
moment
We're
like this, you
getting.
question,
We got an
okay, does the
excuse for some
rifle
peanut
stay on
butter.
the
Let's
side where
go.
it just found the kill, or does it rotate around elsewhere looking for fights? And well, we can see
Come
the
on,
answer
man.
to that. Biggest problem with that frag. Oh, might catch a timing, Tessus. No.
Oof, just slips away.
Well, grouped up now, and at the moment it is just Dexter, but the quick rotation over the
Hold on.
speedway. They're
Tony?
on their way. U2 lands on B. The support is coming. Good weapon for the job for Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, going cave
Crunchy or
against what you
smooth?
know is
Smooth.
likely some armored
Crunchy's
pistols.
nice though, but I definitely prefer the
Could
smooth
work
peanut
out
butter
with
for
the
most
base
things.
set. Trap, sprung, Dexter needs both. Oh, slips off the box, but there's Kickson. Brokey spots out presence. The wallbang does not connect.
Tony about to fucking cycle up just to play 100 face-up hugs a day.
Nico's Degon alongside Rain just about gets the first, but no bullets for the second. Falcon, second time of asking, second bite of the cherry, and it's sweet.
Fuck, man.
Well, Tessus,
Dude.
you're going to have to just look to him for the opener there, making things a little bit wobbly. And they used a lot of smokes if you face. They used one to extinguish because they're expecting a molly, so this wonky 5 pattern that Falcons have went for actually cost them. There's the red smoke, there's the extinguish, and then they went for the donut smoke. That's 3. They only had 1 to cover short, so there were lots of options,
bro.
and Dexter did well in the cave position yet again. But both teams back into the buys. This time
Falcons finally beating the fraud allegations? Maybe.
Still on something in mid.
Does look like a direct approach, and it is going to be a Elige head-to-head
Nice.
with Nico. Wins it out. Opening delivered by FaZe's new addition. Kickson retake B, playing short, just going to catch a timing.
Hey guys, how big of a game is Hell Let
He's
Loose?
so prepared, wins it out. Galil versus M4. Tessus has to play retake from cave side. Just going to
It's
maintain
a bit late
that
to
control
get in
as
this
the bomb
yes.
is
I
planted.
mean,
But
bro,
even look at this.
I tell this to
Lee's
people
already
all the
looking
time.
for the
Like,
save.
Okay.
play the
He's
video
just
games you enjoy.
controlling
If you
middle
think
at
you'd
the
have fun
moment.
with it, like,
Once the
play
penny
it.
drops that, hey, they aren't coming for this. There's
If
no
you
noise,
think
there's no smoke
because
frozen. Work that
you're
out
gonna
right now. You just
struggle
dig deep.
or something, you might not have fun with it, you don't have a lot of time to dedicate to it, then don't play it.
Now these two going to try and hold on to their goods.
40 gigs? Okay. You know what I'm saying?
And Magis. Magis has actually just bought them a bit of space by pushing in towards A main. So the two of them can burrow in there.
Don't forget, the games you're supposed to be playing are supposed to be fun. So if you're fucking tilted at CS, just go load up like some Balasha or
You're seeing
something.
discomfort in Nico's mid right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he should be playing so forward, and he's not doing what you see from other mid players running in directly behind those mollies because the way the meta's adjusted right now.
Right, you see the run
There's 2
boost
moments
and-
he's gotten caught in that limbo period near the little cubby.
Yeah.
And that's only his first opening death, right? So that doesn't look ideal, especially because it was just Elige there. His support, wasn't 2 players in spawn throwing the flash. He didn't have someone behind him to trade. It was just Elige on his own.
I'm unironically
Because
getting
the
more
round that
tilted
they
at
won in the
Balasha than
previous,
CS right
they're
now.
More than comfortable to get out another bite. Vidor smoke, elbow smoke
Okay,
in the sky.
he's honest at least. That addict, thanks for the 3-month primer, thank you. And Jambun, thanks for the 32-month resub. Jambun, thank you.
Yeah, interesting. You can just maintain info on that.
What up, Drixus? How you doing, man?
A missed shot from Brokey. Kickson, lucky to be alive.
And they know he's pinned towards that side.
Yeah, good nade damage, chipping away 3 of the 5.
Kickson can smoke that off from the long side, so when he does feel that there's a little bit of B pressure coming. But look at this, Elige again, just walking in the park of middle.
He's chilling.
Yeah, and he actually has a lot of room, I think undetected. I think he caught a really nice timing on this.
Yeah, Dexter's tending to the potential red presence, and Carrigan waltzing through a main. Is there a pivot here? Are they mid-rounding out of their lane?
I really don't think Dexter's aware of this.
No, I think this could be a bit of a jump scare for the AWP. Red Alun crouch. Okay, what? He gets a collateral.
Wait, he got a collab? What?
Can he redeem it?
He collided the
That was
cat
his
players.
responsibility
Oh,
to Red Room,
fuck
perhaps
me,
not
man.
communicated
Really?
perfectly. Dexter's
Oh,
strikes.
did he see him? No, he didn't see him.
2 kills. Magis
No.
holding on to A. Elige trying to find him on that big box. He's ahead of the util. Good shot from
Nice.
Elige. Blocks out on the CT side. The bomb is on its way. Rain rushing to get that bomb planted. Fast flank in from Tessus. Kicks into trade. Bomb to be planted. It's exposed. Rain can't get his gun out in time. Good supportive util. A chance for Elige to be the hero. FaZe need him now. 2 remain. It's Tessus and
Decent
Nico.
reposition.
Elige has got him into the site. Can he get them out with a 5th round? Spots him out.
Ah.
Nico ties us up 4 each.
Oh, well, they didn't know about Elige, but they also didn't know about the Dexter double. The fact he gets the collat onto Frozen and Brokey right there. We were so focused on this man on the screen, and understandably so. The timing that he caught, they didn't smoke red. Nico rotates over to B. Dexter comes back to grab it, but in that time he was able to sneak
Personally, I would have
out.
one-tapped Nico.
So that gap
Absolute cinema.
actually worked against them because Dexter just posted up unawares. Ignorance is bliss in that situation.
Yeah, really. That's a perfect.
Did bro just poke his nose?
He had no idea just how in trouble he was, and well, double kill.
He said,
One pull of the trigger.
Actually, Falcons taking this tactical timeout. And they're first to the map so far. There's still more than enough money for the buy, but likely just talking through this mid approach. And in the previous, as a highlighter, they didn't smoke red. So if Nico isn't playing aggressive, he's going to keep his nade, and he's going to hope to catch a timing by clearing that and taking the fight. So just removing it all together. There's a reason that AWP doesn't start in that position, because it's more smoked more often than not. It's the same as window on Mirage, right? So we'll have to see what FaZe open with this time round. Looks like an insta window is lined up from Brokey. Cave window, elbow doors, standard opener. Fighting this time is Nico. Might even push this. Look how deep.
He's playing very close, very early. Tessus has some sort of vision, late to react. And Magisk, he's thinking about a fight. Ooh, okay, stays dynamic. And Tessus not ready for that angle. Great work from Rain. He's a master of his craft in that position. C or T. And hang on. Rain swings out. Magisk, despite being noted, will find a belated trade. Karrigan has 1 HP to work with as well. So an air of discomfort to both teams.
With this play, Kixon's foregone the site, so the rotation point needs to come back. Magisk is going to try and pick this up.
Yeah, Karrigan doesn't have the health, so a comfortable collection.
It's one at a time right now.
Just feels like they're getting like slowly bleeding out on these rounds.
Frozen converts the A side, or sorry, the B side is theirs. Dexter still on the A side, but Nico arrives just in time. We'll try and spam away behind that short smoke. Kixon confirms cave occupation.
Tough retake right now, but they've got a little bit of util for it. Kid in play, big fight now.
Oh, it's on to Kixon. They double him! Double swing, double headshot from Kixon. Okay! This is his cave once more. 3 rounds we've seen Kixon with multi-kills in that position. Zonic understandably giving him his moment. A little bit of spotlight on him for his holds and his frags.
Oh, that just tells you how uncomfortable FaZe are feeling in that situation. They're all on side. They don't have long control. They know that there's a player in cave, but that's one of the worst fights that you can possibly take. You're coming through a little doorway. So by trying to buy themselves some room into the post plan, they get thrust into an unfavorable duel. For that maybe they could have posted in cave and just held the doorway themselves. He would have had to have retaken at a certain moment, but Elige and Frozen unable to get it done, and Kixon kicks it up again.
That's totally not tubular.
Falcons in the lead. And also, look at the money situation for FaZe.
I don't know why, but that caught me,
partial. Double mollies mid.
Yeah, missed elbow smoke. Nico has to throw out a second.
It said Falcons win major. Kappa Kappa. Guy responded, get a job.
That's an important trade from the cave player. Tessus gets active. As does Dexter.
Don't say shit like that. Nobody wants to be employed. Fuck that.
Shadow confirms a second body present.
Sorry. I'm just an adult that escaped all my real life responsibilities. Sorry. Some people like it, okay?
No need to get a move on, really, is there? Weapon advantage.
It was a nice kill in mid, but it's not looking like it's going to translate to much.
Yeah, if there was a push.
And at any minor inconvenience, I just beg random people on the internet for 5 gifted. Like, it's kind of cringe.
Well, they actually are going to be aggressing. This could go.
Oh, no. Ah!
But Rain, one. Jump from the MP9 connects. It's Tessus active on the MP9. And Brokey spotted. It's the fine from Tessus. He's so nimble.
Yeah, it looked frantic, didn't it? But beautiful word there from Tessus. 8 kills for him, 4 in the round. Doubles the kill total. In what was one of the easier scenarios based off of the buy.
I'm sure pay our bills at this rate. No, I should be charging you guys for adult daycare, okay?
Magic number. Now Brokey's reading his homework.
We'll just take Average child care price, double it because you're adults per person.
With the rifles in hand.
Thoughts?
Just harassing middle to make it look like a normal round.
Cookie with the gifted sub to fuck this streamer, man.
So if there is aggressive lane presence.
Some fuck bombs in chat, thank you.
Get this info. So Kixon coming down, he's going to say nobody's home. His biggest worry is the pocket.
You are crazy, bro. I'd have like 12 mansions at that rate.
Have the support of Dexter. He blocks. Feels very telegraphed at the moment. FaZe aren't fighting middle. There's no spam over towards B.
Kixon versus Rain having a bit of a standoff as well.
Rain given what he was looking for.
Yeah, he wanted to fight, confirmed his presence. Still loses out, and now it's all kind of one direction.
That's crazy, Maddie. No, Maddie, keep going.
Look how many bodies are there to deal with this.
Yeah, and just
oh my
it was an incendiary, then a smoke.
That's because they have all of Catwalk, man. Look at Tessa's just sitting here. He's like, yeah, they're not coming B.
Position. It's unlikely he takes this fight unless the molly forces
one mid, and they missed the backside molly.
A second molly. Does Nico still get to tuck in? Look at
what?
Look at this.
What? It's underneath the seat.
There's no way they clear him. A golden opportunity.
Nah, that's actually crazy, dude. What the fuck? What in the fucking plot armor did I just witness?
You don't normally see such a telegraph.
Dude, no, that shit's literally what?
If I'm Neo, I'm taking the time out just to let them think about that. That call, a little bit odd, and sure, you lose the opening death at Rain over towards B, but you still commit to the A call. You're going in blind. You know that they have the lane. That's a really tough call that's been made from FaZe there. Short 4 rounds already, 5 they can definitely work with. So final round, first half about to get underway, but it's going to be pretty hodgepodge. I don't think we'll see an AK. Lots of Galils being invested upon right now. So Falcons. Strong showing from Kixon, really propelling them at the moment. And then this was always done and dusted. Nico, it didn't even feel like it was that necessary. Everybody else was taking care of business. And Dexter getting fired up now. Another good map from him.
Dexter, honestly, bro, the way he's coughing, I don't know if you want to be slapping hands right now.
This time they're going to fight middle.
You better get some of that airborne, get that vitamin C up, you know? Fuck it. Honestly, I might go take an airborne right now. Wait.
I feel like every time he's tried that position, he's been dealt with.
Wait.
Just a
that smoke. What? Wait, he low-key just got sold by that Molotov.
Onto the flame.
The flame give it, then it take it away, I guess.
How do they piece this one together?
Well, there's a good start. Tessus finds a lead, and Carrigan's going to lose the bomb here to the AWP. Bomb under Kixon's control if he chooses to do so. The smoke implies he might try and fight for doors. Dexter's got the line, though. That bomb is theirs, and despite the loss of Nico, looks
well, he was trying to smoke it in a way that it took out the molly, but then he wasn't smoked out, trying to like fight out of there, and then he gets a flash and then he fights. But that smoke was, I don't know why it actually didn't put out the Molotov. It was a little far, but like, dude, I've seen that.
From Brokey, and it's a hard shot to hit.
Damn, what a shot! What the fuck?
Not with that playoff buff. And there's Matt just clean with it. 8, and it must feel good for Falcons.
Well, fuck me, man.
Now of their first grand final.
Well, don't forget the 3Vs, Vix. Vix Vapor and Vodka. Wait, hold on.
Two of them sitting down the end, Kixon in the middle, and then the Danish duo on the other side. But on the other side of the server FaZe, only 4 rounds to boast.
I don't think that's what you're supposed to do.
One of them was after that absolute fumble where they gave Frozen the clutch.
It's the Falcons' move.
This tournament has been terrible for hate watching.
We'll into a false sense of security, and then we'll snap back.
I mean, we're talking like undisputed.
Just like Falcons, spread that love.
Down a map. Down 8-4 on the half as we swap sides.
And what do you guys think, chat? Do you guys think Falcons will, like, dude, if Falcons beat FaZe, they have to be the favorite tomorrow, right? Would you agree?
Conversations to be had about the defense. When I look at this team, if you're going to give Frozen and Elige everything they want in the positions that they have,
yes,
then they are the 2 players that have to deliver. Right now, Elige at the top of the scoreboard with 9, sure. Frozen had the clutch, okay. Well, now you need to be
like,
dude, you need to be able to deliver some big moments.
You have a, remember, Falcons have a core with an IGL versus a Mouse with a core with a new IGL. If I didn't know the players on each team, I would give the advantage to the core with the IGL.
But it starts now.
Like, if you didn't say player names and you just said, like, this team's been playing for a while, but they just replaced IGL. This team's been playing for a while, but they changed their roster on, like, the extremities and shit.
And just we can see with X-Ray, it doesn't look to be the case.
Fake mid presence and hope they walk up ramp. Mad just tries to spot them out.
I've never had to think that far with Falcons.
A long molly. Ooh, gets away with just
gonna go.
War wound. Progressing into cave. These dual Berettas are going to be tested. Hank Brokey empty-handed. But Rain could walk for one. Dexter in the feed. Rain only one more extra onto Dexter.
Okay, it's a 2v2. 2v2.
Bomb plant's huge. Nico, unaware he could get closed in on. Has cover from Kixon. He's really scared to plant this bomb, has no info, and the answer's on cave. And there's the shot, confirmation of presence, knows he can't get walked on now. Covered by Kixon, but closing the gap is Carrigan. Couple of shots hit into the buttocks. 4 bullets left, he can work with that, only 2 targets. And Carrigan,
Carrigan, yeah, hold that.
This retake, compulsory pistol here for FaZe. It's Frozen and Carrigan and Kixon with just 1 point of health. Just everything screams that this is going to be a FaZe Clan round. The 10-second defuse being sat, and he's dead. Sat on his ass by Carrigan.
Stressful, though. Smoke actually makes that feel a little bit more awkward, right? Sure, you can be on that defuse, but if he gets the kill, then he's away.
FaZe is like typical NA team, yes.
Bomb goes down.
All their games, I don't know. Yeah, they're, bro, do you not remember, even as a non-FaZe fan, how crazy their games would feel?
He couldn't connect the dots. Tessus gets that opening, trade him back and forth.
Yeah, Carrigan plays a big role there. 3 kills. Puts his total up to 5. He just got more kills in that pistol than he did in that whole first half.
Slow start from him on Dust 2 as well, but then in the second half started to get activated, having some pivotal moments. Here's the force for Falcons. 2 Galils, Deagle, Tech9, and a Scout. Shouldn't be in too much of a rush with this one. Want to allow the CTs to use their protocol utility. That's exactly what they're doing. Doors blocked. Hobo as well, and I think Kixon's setting up for a bit of a fake.
He had their number in the fake department on Dust too. Do you think if he can manipulate them once more?
That's the thing, as mentioned, the anti-force, anti-eco setup, you shouldn't play too far forward for information. So here comes the fake. Does it force the rotation from Frozen or Elige?
Still stay 3B.
Pretty weak fake.
Oh, Frozen, yeah, he's not buying it. Not buying what
Kixon's
Kixon's selling. Elige though, finds this first, forced away. A dink has been hit. Galil puts him low. Access to the bomb site now. Tessus has that bomb. And Frozen, stubborn, doesn't expecting Nico's progression. Spam from Elige doesn't connect, but the guys from Nico do. Swivels around. A walk on the smoke is crazy from Carrigan thinking about it.
Oh my god, he might actually hit the timing too. That's the crazy part.
They can pause. Bomb needs to go down.
Fake, he's so terrified of this smoke push. He's right to do it's going to fade.
A lot of people hate Mouse.
Oh my goodness, Kixon, that's a great
I think a lot of people really regard Shui as a great IGL, and they removed him.
Scout, essentially
like that
versus Elige and Rain.
Just a whole set of circumstances. I think people are just like, what the fuck, basically. It's less of a it's less of a you're terrible and we don't like you, and more of a like, what the fuck are you doing? And you kind of get what's coming to you if you end up losing.
Having to hasten up now. Bomb on the back of Nico. And now Dexter, he goes down. It's up to Kixon. It's all Kixon in that one. Massive work from him. Nico short a couple of frags, but it's Kixon with impact on the Galil.
I said a weak fake, but literally the backpedal from Frozen, and just they come out A main and scale across. If he was going to stay over towards default, he would have had a stronger angle to work with behind the bomb boxes, but he transitions back to spawn, and as he does so, they make their way out of A main. So Kixon able to get them jittery, and understandably so. FaZe are in trouble, and under pressure, you can tell by the second tactical timeout that's being called. The money, well, that's the biggest of the problems, isn't it? You win the pistol, you lose the follow-up, you get the 1,400 loss bonus, you're on the CT side. Doesn't give you much to work with whatsoever. It'd have to be a hell of a comeback
is
into
this
this
a major?
game, or you're going to have to get fortunate in a round
but
like this.
But it is a $1.25 million prize
if
pool.
Falcons, you don't need to go pedal to the metal. You can just set up, allow the initial CT gambit to come to you, and then finish the round with your util and weaponry advantage.
Capacity of the arena, I think, is around 10K. I think in this current configuration, the crowd is sold out and it's around 8K.
Just standard mid-harass utility, nothing crazy.
So it's not not the largest event that we have in the scene by far, but for the first, like, this is the first non-major PGL's run, and it's like on their home turf. So like, this is good. I was saying it earlier, like, I love them not trying to go for like some massive arena right off the rip.
Will he overlook this from the sound?
Like, build it up, you know? You gotta...
Signature move. Nico ready for
You gotta build it up a bit before you're just ripping it.
Information for Falcons to work with. Low on HP, they will just have to gamble one of these sites. So now we're going to turn to Kixon again, who's been having a great map, 14 for 7. Feels like this was one of the maps where he really put his...
What's the largest CSGO event attendance-wise? Oh, it's probably Cologne, and that would be the same for CS2 and Go, which is around, I think, like I want to say 16 or 15,000.
15 for 7 for Dexter, 14 for 7 for Kixon, the three of them contributing. Magic Contestus.
Well, Cluj has had a major before, but PGL, if you guys don't know, is based in Romania.
Should be secured.
Maybe I could be wrong, but I'm 95% sure I'm correct.
And that third
so it's kind of PGL's backyard.
Starting to feel like a hope right now.
18,000 for Cologne. I think that's the arena capacity, isn't it? Not Cologne's capacity. Maybe.
Falcons have beaten Mouse once already. Conversation for tomorrow if they keep this up.
Best of 5 final. And Train in the picture.
Ooh.
All right, well, they're just going to try and hold on to these investments, sure. And if you're that of Falcons, you can allow it.
So in general, like, yeah, I think this is good. I think,
be a massive win and
yeah, for PGL, because, dude, we had such a closed circuit before. PGL trying to go in to come to CS and try to roll with ESL and Blast is good for the scene.
They come in here to Cluj,
and I think this is a smart choice. That's why I'm just trying to praise it a bit. I think
6 rounds over 2 maps, not really
smaller venues that are completely packed every single day will beat a large arena that's like 3/4 packed every day of the week. They might have been able to sell out a bigger venue, but
and just trying to put together your map.
Better to build slowly than try to like rush, you know?
And we were discussing, you know, Elige getting the preferential positions in the team, Rain conceding some of that. And right now, FaZe's shortcomings are being shown. Nothing really inspiring confidence on the stage.
300 likes and 1 point. We have 1.9K on fucking YouTube. What?
Always seemed like a bit of a rock when the rest of the players were absolutely.
And they're not liking the stream again. These fucking idiots, man.
Definitely on a map like New.
I know. Wait, do we actually have that many? I don't have.
Last foray, he's actually
my stream deck is off, so.
Position. Fortunately for them, no nuke in this series.
The fuck?
And shouldn't be much to be said about this one. An 11th round that should just be a casual putt.
Essentially now we're priming ourselves for a crazy comeback from FaZe, which would be the first time.
We've had one today.
Wait, what do we had on Twitch?
If you call it for the first series, Astralis versus Mouse, it definitely delivered. I think going into this, Mouse eliminated, sorry.
Or 4.3? Holy shit.
There you go. Clean up Cluj.
We're owning.
No EF. FaZe the favorites. And then might be getting deleted by Falcons right here and now.
It does just.
We're owning, boys. Thank you, guys. Now, sometimes my stream deck, I have it on and it tells me, but honestly, I haven't updated it and I haven't looked in like probably like a month.
You want a season opportunity like this. Third event of the season, 1.25 million.
Well, this is looking a bit flat, huh?
Pick up a big victory. It's great for the confidence. The run is for that major. And sure, the VRS points as a conversation as well. The cutoff being April 7. You want to make sure that you're within the top 10 of Europe.
Somebody asked me yesterday if FaZe is the best team on Ancient. And they weren't wrong. And honestly, I was even about to start that narrative. But also, like, this is still the problem with FaZe right now. This is why FaZe is still, like, a top team, top 5, top 7. But not like... Ooh, messy spray, yeah. They don't have a map still, bro. But hopefully they can just maybe this is just a bump in the road on their Ancient, and it's just a bad day in the office.
Kixon lines up for long util. 3 players.
Because I know Elige likes this map, and they were pretty good on it before. So
would be instrumental. He'll be challenged by Tessus, cycling through his nades. Needs to keep his gun out, and now it's up to Carrigan. Oh, the transfer! Oh, it's Magisk instead. Elige swings out. Tessus just holds down the trigger. It's Magisk, good work.
Man.
As the path is forged and the round soon to be won, unless Rain can save them. Rain and Frozen. Nothing.
It's the fucking. It's the lack of map pick for FaZe that is still. It's
Falcons have already had one.
It was the same issue before, man. Like
essentially 12.
They look literally better on everybody else's map pick, and then they always look weaker on their own. you don't always win your own map pick, but they need one that they win like a lot of the time. Maybe I'm overblowing it because it is just one.
12 for Falcons, 1 round away.
It is one ancient game. Maybe I'm overselling it. I don't know, fuck, but it just reminds me of the whole struggle they had last year.
Now, this is very flat.
Maybe. Am I? Bro, come on.
Again, as the favorites left in the tournament. They won 6 on the trot in 2025 on this map with Elige and the team. You're thinking, okay, map number 3 is a certainty, and there's the final timeout. Well, right now you only have the 2,900 loss bonus. Could have used it in the last.
They did have plenty of those when they had twist. I know.
That's what you're going to do on the rifle round. Instead, it falls flat. You don't really put up any resistance. You get the opening kill short, but that's because Nico let ya. Couldn't connect the dots on the kill. Looked extremely scrappy. They walk into B. Carrigan looks, I don't want to say dejected, but maybe a bit checked out of this situation.
I wish Olaf was streaming right now, F. Why is he not?
My bingo card. Sure, Dust too, but Ancient, you've already
some
highlighted
family
this
stuff
is
or
a
something?
strength of the FaZe Clan roster, and right now, a meager 5. 7 consecutive demanded of FaZe. It starts now, or it ends.
Olaf
Interesting
the
call out of
mythic.
Kixer. Look at this. So Nico has mid control, and immediately I can see 5 Falcons.
Olaf doesn't stream on weekends. I've seen him stream finals before and shit on the weekend.
No mid pressure, sure, they have a main, but that's the longest rotation point from what we can see right now.
Yeah, that smoke won't last forever.
Precisely.
Tux.
Carrigan can block again and just has. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, he sees him. He's communicating that information. Just tries to force him into a fight. Does some chip damage. 66 for Tessus. That's another smoke to block. Do they really want to throw their plans?
Wins Vanity join Mythic as IGL. Bro, Tony's playing RuneScape right now, and I think he's getting his skill up, so let him be.
FaZe are going to heavily rotate. They don't really have any options, right? They need to get over there. So now Nico trying to get them a little bit more space to work with. We've still got 45
Kind of saw this one
seconds left on
coming.
the
You saw after that incredibly close to us too. FaZe getting 5 rounds on their map choice that they have like a 90% win rate on. Fucking hey, bro, you should.
It's all a ruse.
Yeah, but
listen, I don't say this often, but maybe you should gamble. Holy fuck.
Perfect from Brokey.
Well, they're going into the stack.
Fuck you, man.
30 seconds now.
Okay.
Not financial advice. Don't gamble.
Tessa Shadow commits to the spray. It's lovely from Ray.
That was a nice double up.
And it needed to be a
Wait, how's no?
Doesn't go down.
Oh, thank God.
Elige and Frozen spamming away. Somehow Magisk is still alive.
I
but
swear
only
that
for
type.
a moment.
I swear that type of tracking happens with the FAMAS. It almost feels like the gun has slower fucking bullet time. I
One
swear.
man in Donut really helped them sit on their haunches, prepare, dig your heels in, and convert.
It's the rain double, right? The fact that he gets 2 from that situation is fantastic. They were good up the ramp before. He catches them while they're still on the bottleneck, but this is going to be hard work. It's not going to be easy whatsoever.
Crowd are calling it.
Okay, we know you hate the FAMAS. I don't even hate the FAMAS anymore, bro. Get up to date with the times.
Pressure is pretty quiet, but it's this one right here.
Yeah, how does his MP9 work?
They still are able to get 2 more kills on the way in, right? So you can see just how scary it would have been if Friendly gets 1 and done.
Sure.
Had to still heaps of cash to work with. So another buy. The next will be in question, depending on plants or saves. So 6-round difference.
Double molly. Heavy barrage of utility. Boosted orb with a nade right on his face, and he sticks around. Lovely work from Dexter. They threw the kitchen sink at him. But it's rain that falls.
I mean, the FAMAS is definitely a viable weapon now. Oh, nice. But I still think the MP9 is like stronger.
Clear out A main.
He's going to do a lot of.
I still think it's actually a better weapon and it's cheaper still. But at least now, if you buy a FAMAS, I don't think you're like actually creeping the game.
Doesn't look scared. Maybe you should be. You two for the execute. So they go in contact.
Okay, well that's a test for Carrigan then, and then a swing out of Brokey. Elige close by. Nico though trying to forge the path, the pre-aim, the pre-fire. Lovely work from Carrigan, but
how did he get 2? Wait.
Brokey, the unknown entity, needs 2 here, and he's nearly got enough. Kixon too strong today. Top fragger.
Bro, Kixon is 19-8 after looking like poo-poo on Dust 2.
Frozen, the last to fall, or the one to save FaZe. It's Kixon's day! Calls the shots, and Falcons soar to the grand finals. A 2-0 versus Astralis is the favorite for the tournament.
This is the best roster this organization has ever put forward. A big event grand final.
One sec, guys.
The first for Dexter. And this Falcons
We'll stick around for the interviews. I'm just setting something up real quick. I'm doing variety with the boys, so hold on.
The grand final.
That's crazy, man.
Await tomorrow. A best of 5, 1.25 million. The lion's share go into the victor, and they've taken down a household name. 2-0 against FaZe Clan on the stage.
Gonna have to put a bit of thought as well for that one. It did look uncomfortable on Ancient. Still integrating a new player, but you know the expectations are incredibly high with such pedigree as FaZe Clan.
They waltzed through a group stage for once. That's not normally how FaZe gets it done. Not put through their paces, not tested. But Falcons flourish, and they're in the final.
My sense is 2.5, 1800 DPI. Am I cooked?
Besting FaZe.
I definitely wouldn't recommend it unless you have like some circumstance desk-wise.
OG now here on the Falcons as well. You have never made a big event grand final. You finally done it. What do you want to say?
First of all, guys, I love you. Thank you so much for your support. You are an amazing crowd. Thank you.
Did they just censor him?
That you're gonna cheer for us, but it's so nice. It's first time ever in my life that someone cheering for me on the crowd. I'm always adapted to play against. Thank you. Second thing, thank you so much everyone who is in our team. I love you all, guys. You are amazing. That's how I feel. I really appreciate everyone in my team. They're insane. I'm almost crying. I need to stop.
You're buzzing and you deserve it because you fought hard for it. And you were a big reason in able to take this one over the line. I'm going to come and take your mind back to Dust 2 on this because you're 10-7 down. It looks like you might lose your pick, the Dust 2 you've been trying to go for again and again. You switch things up, you start to move around and fight more on the CT side. Did you always believe you could make that kind of a comeback?
There was no chance that our team wouldn't believe in that. There is no chance. It's Falcons. We are believing in that always.
It's lovely to hear this, isn't it? And on top of that, I want to talk about the man to the side of you, Nico, right? It seems like you two are building a good relationship on this team at the same time. You can see.
I didn't realize the trophy was 2 colors before. What?
Moments. What's that like for you?
I mean, it means a lot for me when he came and I started to talk with him. I invited him to talk with me, and I told him I would really like to learn something from you because for me you were always idol. When I was not even pro, I was watching him, and for me it means a lot when he supports me or helping me or giving me a trust. I always saying that to him.
And that's a man I would definitely trust as well. Nico is one to do it all. Now for you guys, you're entering into the grand final tomorrow to take on Mouse. I know you're hyped up and buzzing right now, but how confident do you feel in your map pool going into a best of 5 for that?
I mean, I'm looking confident. I don't want to say that I have overconfidence in us or in our team. I think we're gonna do our best. That's basically all what I can say. I don't know even right now what map's gonna be, so it's really hard for me to answer your question. But we're gonna do our best. That's what I am confident at.
Well, I'm sure the crowd will believe in you as well. Guys,
I can't believe they 2-0'd him, to be honest.
And Team Falcons!
I'm not entirely shocked the Falcons won, but I am surprised.
Yeah, great scenes
at a
you can
2-0.
see. Very emotional, Dexter, but obviously, as we talked about on this panel, this is a
And they got absolutely dismantled on Ancient.
We didn't know if he was
guys,
going to be able to
plan
live
is
out his
variety
dreams and
for the rest of the day.
accomplish
Me,
what he could with the
Smitty,
talent he had. He's one
Tucker,
step away now
I think
from winning
Cryos
a
or John is
trophy
playing as
with
well, and we're
Lion
playing Hell Let Loose.
alongside one of his favorite players who apparently is now mentoring him.
Okay, I'm going to be streaming Medic here soon.
371 days. That's how long.
Dude, did I actually already finish the download? Guys, I damn, I got 40 gigs that fast?
They give him an opportunity.
Holy!
Instead of Nikodoz, he shows the world that he can compete at a high level. Falcons
Guys, I downloaded 40 gigs during Dexter's interview.
Yeah, let's go. Today, Dexter, when the lights are brightest, this is when he plays the absolute best. A guy that is born to succeed on stages. Say what you will about
Oh,
his
no,
group
Fun-
stage performances.
Ready video?
Sometimes his
Bro, he
online
literally
play,
streams it.
because
You
when
do know
he's
that, right?
in these kinds of moments, this guy is blockbuster stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're talking about a tale of
gonna
redemption,
tell?
and that's what Magic said, right? For himself, for the Falcons organization, we're talking about all these guys. But Dexter, as Maui very poignant to put out right there, he's been trying to make a statement for himself, trying to prove himself. And I was critical. I wasn't a believer at the beginning of this game. I said yesterday was probably an anomaly. I said his CD side, he's struggling. He's been abysmal. He's not finding the impact he needs to find. Today, against
I mean,
one
if
of
it
the
makes you feel any better,
scariest teams to
Yasser,
play
I was
in
getting
an
DDoS
arena,
for like 2
the
days. So.
man shut everyone up. Incredible stuff from Dexter.
It is. We'll talk more about that performance. For now, we're going on over to James Banks, who is with Carrigan.
I'll stream it on YouTube, but you have to go to my Variety YouTube channel.
All the way through, looking good in the groups, coming into this playoffs as well. I'm going to touch just initially on the dust too with you, Carrigan, because you guys were up 10-7. It's looking very good. Things start to fall flat a bit more on your T sides there. Was that kind of painful to lose in that way, or do you give Falcons their respect on that? Because obviously it's the map they continue to pick into and look pretty good on.
I think it's both sides. First of all, I think we got a little scared. At 10-7, I've tried to motivate the team by playing really aggressive and take the space, because we won one of the few gun rounds in the beginning. But they have really great players, and I think there's key moments where we flash each other, where we go up short when A is kind of clear. So in my opinion, Falcons played good. They had a good game plan, but in the end, I think we punished ourselves and didn't close it out when we could have the chance.
Now we've got to ask about what happens on Ancient, because this has been a map we could kind of trust on with you guys, and I'm sure you had that belief as well, but this wasn't the phase we were used to seeing on this map.
No, I think maybe we saw the scenarios we're playing strange. Some of the mid-rounds we had this time, we didn't get the feud last time, so still some growing pains within the structure of the team. We were not in control. I think all the Ancient game we played have been really in control, really reading the game and stuff like that, but today was harder against them, and I know as a team also dropped all as a team, individually and also communication-wise, and that's why I'm disappointed that we didn't show our game on Ancient, and of course trying to do a CT comeback but losing Force by again, that's just really hard then.
And looking at what you guys are showing though is this new phase, right? It's obviously very different. You're getting as many events under your belt as possible here. We're seeing these changes you're going through, but is there still maybe some more positional changes, some adjustment you want to have here? I know you've got to review it, but are you already starting to think about these things?
Not a bigger picture, no. Small details, micro stuff. We still have to believe we played really good 4 games here. We beat Mouse and Eternal Fire in the group stage. So right now we were group stage heroes. I want to be playoff heroes again, and it is what it is. I just think there is still growing pains for us. This is our second LAN of a second arena game together as a new roles, new team. So in the end, I think we just didn't show up today, and congrats to Falcons. They took advantage of it.
For you guys coming into how you progress going forward and what's next, outside of the event-wise, is it time to, I know you've been on the road a long time, so I guess time to take a break before coming back into this, maybe a boot camp and stuff after that? How do you look at it?
Yeah, first of all, we need to make sure John is moving permanently to Europe, so we are going to take a few days off. He needs to go back to US, pack a lot of stuff, and then we need to keep grinding. I said the guys in Katowice, I said to the guys here as well, we are not doing a sprint, we're doing a marathon. We need to build the foundations. I know how we played in 2022, and maybe we can achieve some of the same stuff, but we need to be more patience this time than normally I am, so it's still a growing pain for me as well to be not thinking about a honeymoon phase.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, but you're a man who knows how to put it all together. Lastly, I know this crowd's been giving you guys a lot of love. Every crowd gives you love, but anything you want to say to them?
Thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure, and what I love the most is you guys cheer for great Counter-Strike. You could feel in the game, back and forth, so thank you for giving me the honor to play in front of you guys, and see you tomorrow, guys.
BT Arena, put your hands together one last time for Carrigan! Richard, back to you.
Thanks a lot, James. Carrigan, always a class act, and it is true that, yes, it is a new lineup and people are playing in new roles, Rain especially. You know, turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks. But, of course, it is going to take some time. I back Carrigan to get it right. But that being said, I can't help but think this is one that has escaped him. I don't think it's going to hurt in the long run. They're too high up in the VRS rankings. They will be at the major. But ultimately, of course, you want trophies in the cabinet. cabinet. It's a statement, especially with a new roster.
Especially when you're talking about this loss on Ancient, right? It's an 8-win streak to have on this map, 6 with this current iteration of this particular lineup. And what was what stood out to me particularly, Rich, was the fact that it was a very convincing win by Falcons. There was, apart from the first few rounds here and there where it got a little scrappy, it never felt at any point that FaZe were in any control of this particular map. We saw the frozen hero moments here and there.
All right, hell let loose time with the boys.
Wins this map. So I want to give first the credit to Kixon.
If you guys were just here for the co-stream, all good. We'll be running it. I'll be here for the, remember, 3rd place decider tomorrow. All right, 3rd place decider. Let me see if I pull it up here. Is it not on here yet? I'm blind. It's in front of me somewhere. Hold on, wait. No, it's 5 a.m. Where's this fucking thing? Ah, there we go. Sorry. So Astralis FaZe tomorrow. And then Mao's Falcons final. I keep scrolling past. Now, don't sleep on the 3rd place, guys. I'm really curious to see how this format goes because I'll show you right here real quick. This could be like, yeah, I was about to say this is the only downside to the 3rd place one is like if the teams are a little bit further apart, this is the type of win where like FaZe has to win tomorrow or they lose and they go to 5th place. It's not even just the money. No, I'm doing variety today, Stu. I'm doing variety today. I'll be back gaming. No, it'll be Monday. I'll be back gaming Monday. There we go. You're gonna be streaming? No, I stream everything. I just switch YouTube. I have like multiple YouTube channels. So like for the variety content, I switch YouTube channels I'm streaming on. But yeah, man, this 3rd place decider actually means something. It's not just like the money, it's the VRS points. So they need to make sure they lock it in tomorrow. Although I wish like you could immediately click the VRS and pull it up right there. That would be nice. I still don't know why they don't have like a rankings. Like it should just say like VRS. They're like making it intentionally hard. Yeah, it would put them very close to Mongols though. So it's a really strong, like, well, let's see. Let's see if FaZe locks it in for tomorrow because it still matters tomorrow. It still matters. All right, let me set up now. We're going to play Hell Let Loose with the boys. 1 second. Yo, what up, Weenie?
Yo. Hold on, wrapping up my guessing.
Good luck. No rush. I'm setting up my shit too. You're fine. Take your time. Make sure you win. All right, if you're watching on YouTube, you need to go to the Also Flom channel. Was it you, me, John, Smitty? Is that what we're doing today?
Yes, I do believe so. I mean, John didn't say anything, but I assume he doesn't unless he needs to. Carthage, Tunis Center. So Carthage is to the southeast and Tunis Center is to the northwest.
All right. Updated my title.
La Goulette is also towards Carthage. Tunis Center. Okay. I mean, we got to be hella
YouTube chat. Also, Flom YouTube channel is where I'll be live if you want to watch on YouTube and you don't want to watch on Twitch. I'll see you guys there.